So Tron Ares came out recently, if you haven't heard, making it the third movie in the Tron franchise. But instead of talking about the flaws of Tron Ares, we're going to talk about the most amazing Tron content you've never seen. And it's not a movie, folks. We're going down to the small screen so I can tell you all. Can I open with a personal anecdote really quick? My first video on this channel was Invincible Season 1. And thank you all for your lovely comments. He's working really hard on Season 3, I promise. But back before I knew I even wanted to make YouTube videos, I had this document about Tron Uprising on my drive. And it kind of sat on my drive for so long because I thought, psh, another Tron movie?
Like that's ever gonna happen.
But then, Tron Ares. And apparently with it, Disney XD bringing returns of Tron Uprising to its network, which is kind of big news, guys. So, I thought this would be a good time to talk about what is hands down my favorite addition to the Tron franchise. At the very least, it gave me an excuse. So, I'm really excited. Let's get to it. Let's start with the history. Tron was released on July 9th, 1982, and it broke ground for using extensive computer animation. The Wikipedia page says that it basically swept the arts category, except Best Visual Effects, because apparently at the time, the Academy thought that using computer animation was cheating, which kind of paints a picture for what our Academy standards of using AI might look like in the future. Not to endorse AI, let me be clear on that. Keep AI out of our art. Anyway, Steve Leisberger, the creator of the series, had the idea dated back to 1976, when he became intrigued by the video game Pong. Anyone remember Pong? Have you in the audience played Pong, like for yourself? Let me know in the comments, I'm deeply curious. Apparently Tron was also played as part of the Disney Channel's first day of programming. So,
Kind of a big deal.
so big a deal in fact that they didn't have another installment until December 17th, 2010, with the release of Tron Legacy. A lot of the cast and namesakes from the 1982 movie actually did make a return, including Jeff Bridges and the smooth-voiced Bruce Boxleiter. The film was a massive success and even showed Disney that audiences liked the world of the grid, and they carried that success onto the topic of today's video. Tron Uprising released on May 18th, 2012, and ran for 19 episodes, finishing on January 28th, 2013. Firstly, the keen-eyed among you will notice that May to January is not 19 weeks. That's because there was a massive break in the releases, with Episode 7 releasing July 12th, 2012, and Episode 8 releasing October 19th, 2012. The interwebs tells me that it was because it was summertime and they didn't want to launch a series that kids would miss because they were outside playing. Now, I suspect that Disney wasn't actually very happy with the Tron franchise from the beginning. If you check your calendars, May 18th is a Friday. People who have scheduled broadcasts before will know that that is the day TV shows get scheduled in order to die. You may ask why that is, and it's just simply because people go out on Fridays and Saturdays. No one is going to cancel plans with friends or coworkers because the show is on TV, especially back in 2012. So, the show was kind of doomed from the start, with the nail in the coffin being the move in the time slot. Do you know what time the show is airing? Because I do, and let me tell you guys, it is criminal to give Tron Uprising a midnight time slot. Atrocious. But, and I swear I go into it later, the cast was so damn strong, and it was Disney, the big mouse himself. I'm like, guys, this show won awards. The show overall won 2 awards for production, and 1 episode won an Emmy. How the hell could a show be like that and just not work out? Well, there actually isn't a whole lot of information about it, but what happened was the show had a leaked report that it would be getting canceled, and I think that sent a lot of the regular viewers into a spiral, because the show ended with showrunners and producers saying that the show needed more viewers to continue. So, despite the insane art style, absurd casting, and peak choreography and storytelling, the show just couldn't keep up. Due to the quote-unquote failure of Tron Uprising, I never thought we'd see another Tron movie, but here we are. And I'm so glad about it too, because now I get to talk about one of my all-time favorite shows. Also, to be very clear, I will not be talking about reveals for Tron Ares, so if you haven't seen the movie, there's not a lot of spoilers that'll be going on here. Only a mild bit in the conclusion, but I will mark that with spoilers when the time comes, I promise. So sit back and let me regale you with this incredible journey. I have a lot of themes for Tron Uprising and how it fits into the Tron universe altogether, in particular with the continuity of the Tron Legacy movie. It has been quite a while since the series came out, so I'll be doing a mild recap of every episode of Tron Uprising, while going over notable themes, character arcs, and relation to other properties. And we're gonna get in the weeds with this one. We're talking individual dialogue analysis. Trust me, it's actually kind of necessary to go through this show line by line,
Bit by excruciating bit.
So strap in, folks. I promise it's gonna be worth your while.
You can't save them all.
Watch me.
Before we get into the first episode, let's start with what I'll be going over. Firstly, the characters. Each character in this show is unique, so between Beck, Zed, Cyrus, Mara, Paige, there's a lot of diversity that exists here. And if you've seen my videos, you know how much I care about characters remaining consistent. So we'll be talking about each character and their journey throughout the show. I'll obviously be going into it in a minute, but Beck, our series protagonist, does not de-res programs. It's kind of his main thing, honestly. With that said, the second thing we'll keep an eye on is the death toll for this entire show. Not just from Beck, but in a show like this, fighting an occupation and waging a literal war, I think it's important important to keep in mind the number of casualties that go on throughout that journey. And lastly, at the end of each episode, I'm gonna put it into a tier list so I can kind of figure out which Tron episode is my favorite. Because there are some god tier episodes within this series, but there's also some episodes that are just like meh. I don't want to say filler because as I understand it, there aren't any real filler episodes in this entire fucking show. Let me say that again. There is not a single filler episode that exists in Tron Uprising. Do you realize how rare that is to get in a series? Limited series, sure. Like Invincible didn't have any, but Invincible had 24 episodes across 3 seasons, and Tron has 19 across just 1. I'm just saying.
Kind of a big deal.
That doesn't mean each episode is perfect though, which actually leads me to my next point. I'm gonna be nitpicking the show quite a bit, because honestly, with a show this solid, nitpicks are like all I got. Well, that's not entirely true, but you'll see. So the first shot of our new Tron series isn't actually of the grid, but of Flynn's arcade, which was seen in both Tron 1982 and Tron Legacy. And it's pretty accurate to both actually, really good consistency there. This is, however, the first and only time it's seen in Uprising. This is also the first and only shot we get of the sun, and the outside world in general. The rest of the story after this is shot entirely on the grid, which, let's talk about that. This is the first Tron property to actually do that. I mean, games like Tron Evolution existed that were set on the grid, but Tron 1982 spent like the first third in the real world. And Legacy had its entire first act set in the real world. Now, to me personally, this is already spelling that Tron Uprising is going to be a different experience from Tron properties past, but an awesome new story that's going to focus on the shit I actually care about, the light lines inside the computer. I know that kind of sounds like a joke, but these light lines make me cry, okay? We then get this wonderful voiceover from Tron himself about the history of the grid and how it was hidden in a computer, how Flynn was the creator, and created a digital copy of himself along with Tron. He then rolls it into how Clue seized power and killed Tron. Now, fellas, I gotta say, this quick voiceover lasts 1 minute and 15 seconds, and it is a more succinct story than Tron 1982. And as far as a recap goes of what actually specifically happened to the grid, it blows away Tron Legacy. Like, if someone asked you for a quick summary of like, hey, what happened in Tron? This 1 minute and 15 seconds is like the way to go about giving them a straight answer. And we're not even 2 minutes into the episode yet. Usually when I have this much to say, it's because something is wrong, but this is genuinely fucking awesome. Also, starting out our star-studded cast list is Bruce Boxletter, with the smoothest, silkiest voice you've ever heard. He's actually the only recurring role, having played Tron and Alan in both Tron 1982 and Tron Legacy. Tron's voiceover then rolls into detailing Beck, and how he's about to fight back against Clue's occupation. We get some quick trailer material of some light cycle action, and then the first title. Cannot stress enough that we are only 1 minute and 45 seconds into this episode, and they are nailing the aesthetic. Like, look at this level of detail and care that went into this alone. Like, fuck me, man, it's gorgeous. And that will not be the last time I mention it. But before we move on, we actually do need to talk about something Tron says in his voiceover.
Could he be the next Tron?
My understanding was that Tron is a program, like he was programmed to keep the grid safe. Even in 1982, he's described as a security program, monitoring all contact between the grid and other systems. So I'm feeling a little unclear about what be the next Tron means, since Beck can't literally change his programming. Batman, for instance, is a cowl. Iron Man is a suit, but Tron? This is like trying to be the next Neo instead of the next Savior, or being the next Skywalker instead of the next Jedi. These are people, not things. Like, it says on Tron's birth certificate that he is Tron. It says on Anakin's birth certificate that he is a slave. Shit, sorry, I mean Skywalker. But maybe there's some element that I'm missing, because to be fair—
Don't say to be fair. Hate when people say to be fair.
that was the old system. My understanding aside, it actually does make for a really good hook, even for diehard fans, because yeah, how does that work? Stay tuned to find out. Anyway, our first look at Beck is falling from the sky with a parachute with a Tron T on his chest. Now, this may already be a reference to Tron Legacy, when in the first act, Sam Flynn parachuted off of the Encom Towers. Might be reaching. I mean, just because a dude is parachuting doesn't mean it's the same, but it's still a parallel nonetheless. The spooky voice says that Beck isn't Tron, and Beck responds saying that he never said he was. And guys, that's fucking Frodo. Like Frodo from Lord of the Rings? How the hell did you get Frodo to voice a program on the grid? What? Anyway, Beck and this orange on black dude talk about how he didn't get away with it, and then we see Beck's journey after parachuting and hitting the ground. This is the first instance of him using the mechanic wrench to fix what looks like a four-wheeler, which is neat because light cycles are what people think of when they think of transportation on the grid, but we actually don't get to see one until much later in this episode, with the second vehicle being this off-road cycle that eventually chases and subdues Beck. The black guard subdues him with a stun grenade, but it uses the same model as an actual grenade. Although we've seen these grenades be smoke bombs as well, so I suppose they could be programmed to be anything. Speaking of bombs though, they have actually gotten a makeover since Tron Legacy. In Uprising, they have larger light indicators for their countdown, while in Legacy they had more of them, just smaller. That, or they had one solid line that got more filled as the bombs commenced. Either way, they're different than what we remember. He begins a longer interrogation where he uses the word Renegade for the first time. He then takes Beck's disc and plays through the memories like it's a home video, which is a feature used in Tron Legacy as well. He then plays through Beck's life, trying to get an idea of who he is. We get a glimpse to Beck's mechanic skills and a super quick introduction to his friend group, Bodhi, Mara, and Zed. He then says,
"Now I may be a young program."
Which, how exactly does age work on the grid? I imagine once Flynn was trapped inside the grid, no new programs were being written. Does he mean in comparison to programs who were written first? But I gotta know how age works on the grid, like someone tell me. Beck then heads outside to fight Bodhi in a disc battle, where we see the first use of battle armor in the show. I kinda wonder why they needed it if these disc battles were so contained. Like, a disc hitting someone like it hits Bodhi here would definitely have de-rezzed him, and it would be super risky to die playing a disc battle game, so it makes sense that, like, the de-rezzing parameters of the disc would be off during these games. So if these games are non-lethal, why have the armor at all? Maybe there's a way to take damage during the game that wouldn't de-res you. Imagine tripping in the game and you, like, lose 2 health. Hey, actually, where is my health bar grid? I wanna fucking see how many hearts I have left. Beck wins the game, and we see the occupation begin moving into Argonne. We get the first glimpse of the 3 baddies of the show, including General Tessler with his dope-ass voice. Anyone remember playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2? The good one from 2009? He's the same voice as General Shepard, Lance Henriksen.
I know you understand.
Legendary. He's also got a lot of other awesome credits, including Carl from Detroit Become Human.
Leave him alone!
He comes in and claims Argonne as occupied territory for their leader Clue. They plop a statue down on their field, and Bodhi tries to tell them to fuck off, to which they de-res him in what is actually a really surprising move, which actually gives us our first de-res of the season, Bodhi from an occupation grunt. Actually a really impactful death, especially to have as the first one, considering Bodhi continues being an inspiration for Beck until the last episode. There is some weird facial animation when Beck calls out his name, but other than that, it moves along nicely, and Beck basically swears revenge upon the occupation, beginning his journey as the Great Value Tron. The Blackguard program continues his interrogation of Beck, where they actually have a really pointed back and forth.
But it sounds like it was his own fault.
It was Clue's fault.
This is a dynamic that I'll be talking about later, but it's cool to see the show begin to talk about this as early as episode 1. Beck continues his story where he plugs his mechanic wrench into his disc to alter his appearance. This makes me wonder, are there cosmetic programs who can program the way you physically look? And if so, why can Beck do this with his limited knowledge? Is it like tuning a car? Or maybe it's like giving yourself a haircut? I have questions that the show is not interested in answering.
You really thought one program could make a difference?
Why not? One program already did. Tron.
So I believe Beck is talking about the events of Tron 1982. Now, it's not impossible that you saw and liked Tron Legacy but never saw 1982, so let me recap quick. The grid was designed for games, and Tron was programmed to keep it safe, until some people in the real world put a chess program in charge, calling it the Master Control Program. The only hope was if Tron could insert his identity disk into the MCP and destroy it, which, because of Flynn's help, he was able to do, freeing the grid. Specifically the old grid, which is why the narration in the beginning of Tron Legacy is Kevin Flynn saying,
We built a new grid for programs and users.
That line in particular actually makes Tron one big linear story, even if the events of 1982 don't ever really come up again. Aside from Bit, this may be the only reference to it, but let's continue. So he impersonates Tron, his words not mine, and plans to blow up Clue's statue. Firstly, some of the angles and shots here are really amazing and emulate a video game feel, and since the grid was designed for games, I think that's immaculate. Oh, and the Clue statue is hollow. Maybe that's saying something about the occupation, but yeah. You ever get one of those like chocolate bunnies for Easter, and you bite into it and the whole thing just collapses because it's empty inside? That's how this feels to me. It reminds me of basic modeling design in Blender or another animation program, which is so on brand for Tron. So the statue blows up, which almost certainly kills one of these occupation dudes, so I guess I'm bringing the death toll up to 2, with 1 from Beck no less. Beck cycles away and we get this shot of some grunts asking about if that's Tron. The ranking officer then tells this poor bro who is currently missing an arm to inform Tessler.
Inform Tessler.
Are you shrink-wrapped? I am missing my arm!
The armless dude tells Tessler that it looked like Tron, and Clue himself steps out from behind everyone to tell them that Tron is dead, and that he was the one who killed him. Wait, I'm sorry, Clue? What the fuck are you doing here? Argonne is described as remote quite a few times in the show. Do you just travel to every new city that gets under occupation? You didn't even address anybody while you were here. I just find it surprising that you're here at all. We then get our first light cycle chase of the show, and it's a really good one, honestly. It ends with Beck using his street knowledge to dodge off the cycle and allow his 2 assailants to crash into each other. There's a lot to be said about character here. Firstly, the show is doing an honest bang-up job establishing who Beck is so far. Plays disc games with his friends to establish his combat persuasion, naturally a gifted mechanic, a rebel who won't take an occupation without fighting back, and a guy who knows his way around the city. And with that said, even during the escape, he's not perfect. Dude grabs onto a pipe and it breaks off. He still makes mistakes, and he isn't quite as eloquent as Tron would be. Do you see why this show is awesome so far? We are only 10 minutes in. Oh, and we can add these 2 light cycle goons to our death toll. Again, these ones specifically from Beck. Also, when Beck falls off the pipe he's leaning on, the water is pixelated. Man, the detail in this show is spectacular. He's then confronted by this insanely dope-looking occupation soldier who kicks Beck in the face. While on his back, he returns the kick, revealing this beautifully make-upped eye, giving us a show of Paige for the first time. It's gotta be said that I have questions about the durability of helmets on the grid. She kicked him first, and his helmet stayed fine. Maybe there really is something to be said about the cheapness of the occupation, or maybe it's like Batman, where he gets some special kind of failsafe to avoid the helmet breaking during combat, and she just doesn't get that. I don't know, man, these are my concerns. I'm like grasping at straws here. I'm still so excited. Also, kind of breezed over it, but Paige's introduction is really fucking cool. Even just the first half of it, because when we come back to her, she gives us a classic,
A little short for a stormtrooper.
Beck gets back to a neutral position to begin the fight, limbos his ass underneath a disc, and gets straddled by her. She makes a sex joke, and he pushes her off, saying that he's Tron. This is the first instance of him actually assuming the identity outwardly. The chase continues, and we get more glimpses of technology, this time in the form of light choppers. Totally makes sense to me. Since they have light jets, they would want something to actually hover. And damn, does it look good. Speaking of what looks good, check out this fucking promo shot. What the fuck? Who told this show to look so gorgeous? But while I'm here, gotta say, that water isn't pixelated. I wonder if the animators started with it more pixely, but it was like too distracting or something. Paige gives chase and eventually corners Beck, where, okay guys, believe me, trust me when I say that the choreography is absolutely stunning in the show. Like, okay. But what the hell is this move that he does here? What is the point of these discs that can exterminate someone just by touching them if the person in question can just jump off your chest? Using all my good faith, I can say that maybe he surprised them, but like, they had him dead to rights here, and I don't understand how he got out of this. He jumps up, she chases, and he jumps onto the light chopper, where he accidentally disables the flight controls, but instantly fixes it with his mechanic wrench. How do I put this? If the grid is like an MMORPG, I would give a very fair amount of money to see what the job and class description of mechanic is. It almost seems overpowered with how much technology he can interact with. Continuing on, Paige flirts with him a little more and she asks him to work for her. He says she should work with him, and he parachutes out, but not before doing a little wrench flip. Paige returns empty-handed, surprising Tesla, and then the chase catches up with where we started the episode. The Blackguard walks closer to Beck, where we see that the floor is covered in what looks like a very thin layer of water. Incredible aesthetic. I do wonder what kind of havoc he's wreaking on his floor, though. He does too. There's some really great dialogue between these two, and Beck uses his mechanic wrench on his handcuffs. And, okay, so before, I could totally see and understand being able to fix/steal a bike and a chopper, but handcuffs? Damn, dude, anything with a light on, huh? Like, fucking crazy how much power you have as a mechanic. He eventually escapes and fights with the Blackguard, where he does this backhanded choke flip, which I think is hilarious every time I see it.
Your actions have consequences.
So does inaction.
Ayo fellas, he's right. Never forget that. This is a real lesson for life. If someone's trying to do something evil, you can't just do nothing. They'll keep doing the evil thing. Rise up, our renegades. Beck also mentions that there would be more slavery. And I don't know if he's using that as a shorthand for oppression, but we don't actually get to see any bona fide slavery on the grid, at least as far as like chains and whips go. They keep fighting and, okay, we got another choreography hiccup where Beck's disc is like clearly a few feet away from him, but he has it in his hands after this camera change. I swear it's good, guys, like I swear, just bear with me on these bits. Anyway, the two hold each other at disc point and Beck tells him to release him, giving us a glimpse that he doesn't actually want to derez programs or hurt people. Honestly, at this point, he's just fighting for his life. It's then revealed that the Blackguard is actually Tron, with a scar up his neck and a white suit. Now, in the past, Tron has not looked like this. In Tron Legacy, he was dressed in all black with blue/white/orange accents, and in Tron 1982, he wears a similar white suit to everyone else, but it looks more blue and black because of the editing techniques used to get the famous Tron glow back in the 80s. Seriously, if you want to have your mind blown, go watch the Making of Tron documentary. After this video, finish this one first. So this is a new addition, and in the most technical sense, a retcon of the past. For anyone unaware, retcon means retroactive continuity. It's what happens when an established story gets rewritten with a more modern piece of media. Popular retcons include the fact that Jason Voorhees is an actual character in Friday the 13th Part 2, but he was a hallucination in the first one, or the inhibitor chips inside the clones in Star Wars, or Ahsoka in general. Don't worry, Star Wars fans, I'm coming for you someday. Anyway, I needed to be clear on what a retcon is because this is unfortunately not the last retcon in the show, and I'll be mentioning them more as they come up. Also, to be crystal clear, not all retcons are bad, and there are some that are like, oh, thank God they didn't keep that, and some that are like, why would you ever do that? Oh, and Tron being able to alter his appearance, I guess, is confirmation that it's like giving yourself a haircut. I wonder if there are programs that beauty is like all they were programmed for. Moving on, we see more troops move into Argonne as Tron says,
There's a war raging. Clues generals have taken over every city on the grid.
whoa, sir. Number one, how do you know that? And number two, how many damn cities are there even? We talking like 5 cities on the entire grid or like 200? There are 62 cities in the state of New York alone. So, I mean, give me a scope here. Also pretty sure that's just a straight up lie, because Purgos is a city shown in a few episodes, and that city isn't quite under occupation rule. I mean, it might be. We'll talk about it in a bit. Tron continues enlisting Beck, and Beck kind of backs down after his life is no longer in danger. I think that's a really solid way to show that people will be willing to die when they think they're about to, but when they have time to think about it, it's not something they want to repeat. It's actually interesting because most shows use this format as kind of like a Beck is the special, but in this he can't be because Tron is the special. But the special is injured and can't keep fighting, so he needs a surrogate. Beck being just a normal ass mechanic is a really wonderful way to write him in my opinion. It's also really cool that Tron doesn't pressure or try to change Beck's mind. Another idea that will be continued is that Tron doesn't want to fight alongside people who don't want to fight, and I think that's really awesome. Kings out there, queens out there too, don't chase people who don't want to be chased, just Tron spitting life advice. Anyway, Beck uses Tron's off-road cycle to return to Argonne, but he still has the Tron symbol on his chest, and like, why? Wouldn't it be more inconspicuous if he didn't? I guess it doesn't matter in this instance, but like, what if he ran into a road checkpoint? Beck then turns off his suit, clothes, body light, whatever the fuck you call it. Which is like, damn, you can just do that, I guess. It almost looks like his body is connected to the bike because they both go off at the same time. Beck evades capture and eventually makes his way back to his job at Abel's garage. And ayo guys, that's Reginald VelJohnson, the principal at Reginald VelJohnson High in Invincible? 2 on the nose. Okay, how about ayo guys, that's Reginald VelJohnson from Reginald VelJohnson in Brooklyn Nine-Nine? No, neither of those? Don't worry, I'll have more later. Anyway, the occupation comes to talk to Abel's garage, where we start the ongoing secret identity trope. Beck knows who Paige is, but she doesn't have any idea who he is. They announce that the Renegade is a traitor and that the games are coming to Argon. Before she leaves, she notices Beck do the same wrench flip that the Renegade did and asks,
Where'd you get that?
to which Beck replies,
I found it.
holy shit, what an insane joke, considering he's a fucking mechanic. That would be so fucking suspicious if Abel didn't cover for him right here. Let's actually talk about this encounter though, because it says a lot about the characters involved. Paige's deduction that she's seen that flip move before is a really solid, but shrouded by the wrong clue of the tool rather than the flip. It's both a really good way to have her be observant and a little overconfident. Truthfully, with Abel covering for him in such a matter-of-fact way, it makes a lot of sense that she'd back down. Imagine confronting somebody about doing their job and you basically get told that he's just doing his job. So we learn that Abel is cool under pressure and willing to cover for Beck, or his people in general. We learn that Paige is observant but overconfident, and we learn that Beck isn't infallible and will make mistakes. The only reason he was able to get out of this was because of the people around him, which, that's right, it's themes folder time, baby. I know, it's been a little while since we've seen them, but you know, it's not really my fault that Wednesday didn't have any themes or deeper messages to tell. So about that folder. First theme I'd like to throw in there is Saved by Friends, because yeah, it happens a lot, and we'll talk about all that means later. Anyway, the soldiers leave, work continues, and we get our first glimpse of Zed, one half of Beck's friend group. Used to be 1/3, but you know how that went. He's complaining that the Renegade is causing a lot of problems for them. Beck says that they killed Bodhi, and Zed claps back that because of him, they're gonna do that to all of them. It's an insanely reasonable conversation, and the show treats it that way. Mara then chimes in and says that she thinks he's brave, and we finally have a good look at the differing viewpoints of our characters. Zed would rather go along with the oppression, hoping that if he just complies, it won't hurt as badly as if they resisted. Mara, on the other hand, sees the Renegade as courageous, and can sympathize with the viewpoint that fighting the occupation is the right course, since they will eventually kill everyone anyway. Mara's in the right, by the way. Like, if you're thinking at home, oh, these viewpoints sound familiar to my everyday life, Mara is in the right here, just in case we were unclear. Beck here, and only here, is uniquely the bystander. Having done his act of sedition, he's actually unclear about if the occupation is worth fighting anymore. 3 really fantastic viewpoints, and even though Mara is objectively correct about what enabling oppression does in the long term, the show never paints Zed as the bad guy, because objectively, yeah, the Renegade is kind of fucking up their lives. As they talk, Abel calls Beck into his office and asks him if he had something to do with the statue being destroyed, which is the first clue that Abel knows more than meets the eye. The entire conversation is actually really awesome. For instance, Beck doesn't ask, why would you think that? Because in his head, he knows that he did actually do it. And this points Abel in the direction of telling him basically be fucking careful without actually saying that. They call that subtext in conversation. What are you trying to say without saying it? It's beautiful dialogue that illustrates more for these characters than just the conversation. The conversation actually ends with Beck saying, don't worry, it won't happen again, except he's cut off by the alarm. Firstly, he was basically going to admit to Abel that he did do it. But secondly, he's confirming to himself that he's done fighting the revolution. Both really great things to illustrate the relationship these two share, which are both interrupted by the occupation. Tesla gathers up nearly all of Abel's garage to take them to the games, including Zed and Mara. Abel tries to save Beck from getting into any more trouble, but Beck goes anyway. Immediately after putting a cap on being the Renegade, he has another event that pushes him in that direction, and it makes total sense. If losing Bodhi was enough to make him behead a statue, imagine what losing the other 2/3 of his friend group would lead to. This is how radicalization starts. So he puts his Renegade outfit on and chases the train on his light bike. Once he gets on the train, he fights this soldier, an Asian soldier, mind you. Really cool of Flynn to program such diversity. Oh, and remember before when I said the choreography is spectacular? Like, look at this shit, guys. Their fight gets cut short when the train does a flip. Here I go, more questions about technology. Are the trains gyro locked inside? Because everyone inside would have just broken their necks. Anyway, the train flips back over where the two continue their fight, and Beck has the soldier dead to rights, but doesn't derez him, continuing his characterization of not wanting to kill people. Holy shit, guys, the charm of this show is just so wonderful. Look at this guy's shadow. It's got like 4 polygons. He's got video game lighting on him. I love it so much. So he keeps after the train where he has to cut one of the support beams to derail it. Is it an omen that Clue's statue is made out of a material that's easier to cut through than this random ass train line? Damn, we are getting more evidence than I thought that the occupation is cheap as hell. Once the train gets derailed, Beck goes to look for them when the Asian soldier finds him first, but instead of fighting him, leads him to the captured programs. The Asian program actually just assumes they're Beck's friends, rather than random ass programs he's saving, and I think that really speaks to the nature of heroism on the grid before Tron's return. Because what he's really saying here is no one would risk their lives to save save innocent programs unless he knew them. But this quickly changes once the Renegade makes a bigger presence. It's just awesome to see this like proto-understanding of heroism. The two then work together to save the programs. Mara tries to sim for the Renegade, and the Asian soldier takes a disc through the chest from General Tessler. I understand that it was for dramatic effect, but Tessler killing the Asian soldier before the Renegade is just silly prioritization in my opinion. Don't care though, because it looks awesome, and unfortunately adds another death to our death toll. Tessler then tries to kill the Renegade himself, which like, guys, the lighting, the cape, it just folds into himself, holy man. The dialogue even, with this modulation and the voice actor specifically, it's just...
Who do you think you are? Tron?
Oh, it's just so good.
Forgive me if I don't shake your hand.
You gotta get better material.
Okay, yeah, they can't all be great, that's fine. There's actually a reference hidden in here though. When Tessler punches Beck, there's a specific lighting effect which was also used in Tron 1982. In that movie, the effect was emitted from the end of the light stabs, but the effects are unmistakably the same. The fight between them remains one of my favorites in the entire show, and there's some specifics about it. Firstly, Tessler doesn't fight with his disc, he has these extendo arms. Aside from stabs and discs, we haven't seen much of different weaponry throughout the Tron series, and this gives us our first look at body modifications to improve combat conditions. Actually, we can add it to our themes folder again, evolving weaponry. It has a really great starting presence here, with Tessler's arms being something we've never seen before. It does seem a little overpowered with the distance though, and we'll see in other episodes it almost looks like these things have an unlimited range. These fuckers are omega beams. Anyway, my second point about this topic is about how combat has evolved in the grid as people got more used to dueling. Check out this move here. Beck throws his disc up to the ceiling to close the distance between him and Tessler. He's using a distraction. The two continue their fight and move on to what looks like a construction site, where Tessler uses his arms as grappling hooks. Yeah, if we thought they weren't OP enough, fucker can use them like Spider-Man. Anyway, Beck wins the fight by outsmarting his opponent, which is undoubtedly the right move, since him winning a fight with Tessler would be kind of crazy at this point in his career. Paige retrieves the general, and Beck goes back to Tron, confirming that he wants to do this. Tron does this interesting thing where he like takes the back of his disc off and hands it to Beck, where he can interlock it with his own disc to transfer the white Tron suit. This is an interesting way to transfer what I assume is a suit modification from one program to another. It doesn't transfer skills or knowledge though, since Tron still needs to train Beck. It would be a lot easier if like with the suit you also downloaded some combat abilities.
I know Kung Fu.
It's also interesting that Tron was written with the T on his chest, so even upon removing the white suit, he still has to have that on his person. And that's episode 1. I know, I had a lot to say. It was also uniquely the longest episode, clocking in at 30 minutes instead of the usual 21. But hey, one episode down and we've gotten a death toll of 5, 3 of which were from Beck. This episode sets us up for a lot of success in the future, already starting us off with a bunch of new themes to play with, characters, and storylines. But there's actually another element to this episode that I think plays up the hype for the series in a truly unique way. The editing. Specifically the editing for the first 15 minutes of the show. Between all the dramatic slow-mo shots of the discs turning on, programs being derezzed, and Beck doing feats of incredible acrobatics, dialogue generally being limited, and things moving kind of fast, not like messed up pacing, but we do cover a lot of ground in 15 minutes, it's undoubtedly edited like a trailer. Usually shows and movies like to take their time with characters, allow time to breathe for them, and the show does do that too. Like when Tron begins walking towards Beck, we have time to pause and reflect on the story so far, with another slow glamour shot of him walking. So the fact that they were able to strike this balance makes it really engaging, like truly great job here. I hope that people who watched the show for the first time without the background of loving Tron were sucked in, and that's probably exactly the reason it was done this way. Now, as far as the ranking goes, maybe I'll have to move some stuff around as we go, but I think episode 1 goes solidly in A tier. It's a really great beginning to this series, and it has a lot of really interesting things going for it, even just on an episodic level. A really good setup to what is a really great TV show. Now let's see if episode 2 can continue it.
And I want to be right there fighting beside him. That's why I came to Argonne, to join him.
Before we even get into the episode itself, while most series are doing a previously on title, Tron Uprising fills us in with the knowledge we'll need for this episode with this.
Accessing archived data.
Remember how I said the show handles style in a way I've never seen before? I don't think they could have nailed this aesthetic better if they tried. This is, without exaggeration, peak Tron content. More than that, the previously on section narrates everything that we'll need to know for this episode, given by the grid itself rather than a character like Tron. It gives it this feel of like, ah yes, welcome back user, here's what you missed while you were away. In the specific dialogue, the grid mentions that Argonne is a remote city. Just to point out that when Clue was here last episode, like, bro, Palpatine didn't need to visit Tatooine. The biggest bad doesn't need to visit every planet if it's so out of the way. But this is now the second confirmation that Argonne is meant to be a far away removed city from anything else happening on the grid, which is probably why we never see an ISO pop up there. Other than that, the previously on cards have dialogue that wasn't actually spoken previously, like when Tron says,
I need you to help me carry on my name.
And it's not the only time this happens, so I'll mention it in the future. Being that this is episode 2, the recap is basically the same speech that Tron gave in episode 1, except without his personal spin on it. When we get to the actual story, Tron begins his training with Beck. I think I mentioned this a little, but it's really great that Beck doesn't know this stuff on his own. He still needs to be trained. Aesthetic note, Tron's light bike has a white trail and a white colorization, while Tron himself is blue, having given up his white Tron suit to Beck. This brings us down an interesting question hole about how colorization of technology is affected by a program's base colors. We see in certain instances later that when Beck gets a hold of something that is occupation colored, it turns blue, even if he's wearing the white Tron suit. Maybe Tron's default colors are white and the blue is more like underwear or something? Or maybe a little more likely, each light bike is programmed to be a different color, since in some flashback scenes later, we see programs riding white light bikes. But they are also white, so I'm really at a loss right now. I'm trying to understand the rules, but I am lacking what feels like critical information. Within their dialogue, Tron says the words,
This isn't a game, then!
which I think is ironic given that the grid is for games. Perspective is kind of interesting. Games for us, not for them. So on their light bikes, Tron teaches Beck the lesson that all seasoned fans of Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice know by heart.
Hesitation is defeat.
Beck hesitates, Tron doesn't, Tron clears the gap, Beck doesn't. You know, credit where credit is due. The man says not to hesitate, and not once in the show does he actually do that. Tron helps Beck up, and they have this back and forth where Tron tries to talk up Beck to get his self-confidence up. Interestingly, it doesn't work, but the reason it doesn't work is because Beck is such an egoless character. They're not rare. Spider-Man is another example of a character who doesn't have much of an ego. But these phrases he's using, the Uprising needs you, you're a hero, you surpassed your programming, would absolutely appeal to people who liked hearing praise like that. It's also interesting that Tron was probably written with the ability to inspire, so this is him following through on that programming, which again just makes it all the more interesting that Beck doesn't buy it. Tron ends the conversation with mention that Beck should retrieve his baton from the crater, and he does. Minor gripe though, we don't really see any of it.
Super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Beck then heads back home where he runs right into an occupation checkpoint. The thing is, it's like nearly impossible to avoid, so Beck had to have known about it coming through this way. Unless these things pop up like weeds. I guess it's also possible he took a different direction on the way to Tron's hideout, but you know, I love me a good map, so I wish I knew the routes they took. Running from the guards, he accidentally locks himself in a shipping container along with all the other programs who broke curfew, headed towards the games. The container gets lifted and we meet Cutler, and guys, he's voiced by Lance Reddick. Sharon from John Wick? Wild. Rest in peace, big guy. Cutler has an argument with Rilo, another program who shares Zed's mindset about the Renegade being nothing but trouble. He's also voiced by Ben Schwartz, you know, fucking Sonic. I know I had mentioned the insane cast for the show, but come on guys, how can these guys just be randoms in this show? More actual analysis though, this is episode 2 and we're already getting a massive glimpse, really an entire plotline based around how the Renegade's presence has only made things worse. Like, basically overnight. He beheaded Clue's statue and only started working his training with Tron on the same day, so it had to have moved at lightning speed. Honestly, the civilian programs getting caught in the crossfire of the occupation's conflict with the Renegade is an element that a lot of hero stories don't always deal with, so it's really nice to see it here. More than that though, it's not just the conflict between those two parties, it's more like they're playing a tennis match and Argon is the ball. And the show doesn't shy away or forget that. See, unlike something in a Spider-Man story where the people in the neighborhood are getting harassed or mugged, Beck is fighting an actual war here. My man is a one-dude resistance to an invasive enemy, and because his dynamic is not as popular as a vigilante hero a la Superman or Batman, I think engaging with the lesser seen elements is the right way to go about this. We cut away from the crew being taken to the games to go back to Abel's garage, where he asks Zed and Mara about Beck. Zed initially tries to cover for him, but Mara doesn't. This tiny interaction will actually be important for later, so don't put it out of your head just yet. The only other important character detail here is that Zed is crushing hard on Mara, but she doesn't seem to notice. Abel wants Beck, but later Mara, to tune up his first-gen light bike, an NCOM 786. The show calls it first-gen, but in the most technical sense, that's actually incorrect. The NCOM 786 is a second-gen light bike, a modified replica of Kevin Flynn's original bike, that was copied to the grid from NCOM's servers and modified to be the fastest thing on the grid. It also shows up in like 6 properties total, from Tron Evolution to Kingdom Hearts 3. But this could be a really interesting piece of world building because Abel may not know that they live in a second-gen grid. So while it's technically wrong from the perspective of a user, Abel wouldn't know that, and that's fucking cool. He specifically calls it older technology, which implies that there are later models of technology, and I'm just wondering how they were advanced. Did programs make them? The existence of this technology implies that the world can and does evolve. Although I guess it's not impossible that first gen were just like the very first ones coded, and that they eventually coded better ones. Or maybe he knows that it came from the old system somehow? It's hard to tell, but it's kinda neat anyway. Then we go back to Rilo and Cutler talking about if he deserves to die because he broke curfew. Spoiler alert, he doesn't. We get another instance of battle armor for the programs, which given the acrobatic nature of the games makes sense here if the programs work on a health point system like we talked about. If they fall and hurt their shoulder, maybe the impact is lessened by having armor, since the games don't only have the danger of being de-rezzed. They head up to the platform to find their opponents set to extreme extreme difficulty, for some schmucks who broke the curfew. This seems really excessive. We get a lot of cutaways, including that of General Tessler, who is there watching. Guess the occupation kind of runs itself, eh, General? No supervision required. It is interesting that he says, let the games begin. This may actually be the first games match set in Argonne. Although one of these cutaways shows that there are thousands of programs watching these games, and I kind of question the validity of that. If you're under a strict occupation that will kill you for breaking curfew, why would you then go watch programs who got picked up under those rules fight for their lives about it? We did some research about Roman gladiator fights for this part of the story because I was wondering if there was any historical precedent for this kind of stuff. They're wildly different, and Romans typically made volunteers or slaves fight, so it's not really comparable. However, it did get me thinking that maybe there's some base programming instinct that takes over programs when the games are brought up, since the grid was designed for games. Maybe they don't see the harsh reality of it and instead just focus on the idea that this is what they were ultimately programmed for. We cut away from the games to head to a club that Mara and Zed went to. Having recreational space for programs and users to visit on the grid makes a lot of sense for sure, but it does bring up an interesting question about the economy of the grid, the club in general, and Pearl, the new character of this episode. Pearl is the first introduction to the criminal underbelly side of the grid. She exists to mark Zed and steal something from him. Everyone's got something, I suppose, so getting anything from him would be useful. But as I said before, if there's a criminal underbelly of the grid, there's gotta be an economy, right? Programs work, like for jobs and shit. There's pawn shops in Purgos when they go later this season. The club serves drinks. Is it all free? Well, there actually is an economic system in which all of this would make sense. Communism. I know that sounds absolutely absurd, but let me go through it as I understand it. And I'm not a political major, so I may get some details wrong. Communism would facilitate that people put in work hours for their community or government, both of which are facilitated by the grid and the occupation. We don't see any currency or money exchange hands on the grid, so fitting within our doctrine, communism calls for an abolition of capital. That would mean the only thing within our society that would be worth anything would be technology, tools, or discs, all of which we do see people steal throughout the series. The other example of someone having more than someone else is energy, of which we have an example of a program hiding energy later in the season. Contrary to popular belief, you can still own things under communism, so it's not crazy that he would have energy at all, but the crime here would be having more than he needs, not allowing for the distribution of those assets to go towards his community. So what I'm saying is, drink up, comrades. The grid has eliminated greedy capitalist mindset. Anyway, back to Pearl, because I have a lot to say about her. Zed looks at her like she's a supermodel, but I have to ask what the standards of beauty are. Everyone on the grid is a stick figure, so what is it about her that makes her attractive to Zed? Unless it's literally that she's talking to him. Since he spent the whole episode pining after Mara, this would make a lot of sense, but other programs must have relationships, right? What makes any stick figure better than any other stick figure? Unless the societal norm of everyone looking hot would actually encourage programs to seek a deeper personal connection, which could be pretty neat. I don't know if that was the intent, but in an online world where you can alter your own appearance, the only thing that really makes sense as far as attraction goes is personality, right? On this note, I will mention that there is some precedent for this. Other than Beck and Paige seemingly developing feelings for each other and Zed's attraction to Mara, in the 1982 Tron himself actually has a girlfriend. Of sorts. And Kevin Flynn kisses her in the end, so, you know, fun. But either way, I suppose a precedent for romance has actually been established before, so cool. So now back to the games where we see player 6 get immediately deleted. That's the word they use. I'll adjust the death counter at the end of this episode because we got quite a lot here, but I think it's important to note that deleted is not the usual word they use for death. They usually use derezzed. Maybe derezzed is too real for the audience, so they deliberately changed the wording to help programs feel like they're not watching their friends get disintegrated. That would be kind of smart. Still, an inconsistency, so I had to mention it. Speaking of people in the crowd, do you think they have like jumbotrons? Because how the hell is anyone supposed to see anything from where they're sat? Rilo holds his own and derezzes a black guard program, which is the first time that term is used in the show. I've been calling anybody in a black suit a black guard, but the term actually comes from Tron Legacy when Korra explains to Sam about the ISO purge. They were apparently purge troopers set to eliminate the ISOs. I don't know if the role has expanded now that there are no more ISOs, but they're apparently just fighting dudes in the games. Also, as far as consistency goes, Beck slams these programs on their ass, but doesn't derez them, continuing his streak of not killing programs. This seems to be unique to him because both Cutler and Rilo derez black guardsmen inside the games. Not only does this setting make this I don't kill trope kind of unique, but even more so, it makes a lot of sense within Beck's mind. He saw his friend get derezed in front of him. He just doesn't want to see any more death if he can avoid it. We then cut away to an absolutely unambiguous display that Zed has the hots for Mara and isn't interested in just being her friend. He offers to take Pearl out of there, and then we go back to the fighting. The choreography continues to be great here, even including this anti-gravity section when Beck fights at a 90-degree angle. This has actually been seen before if you remember the games fight in Tron Legacy, so not only an awesome comeback, but consistent within the universe, especially for the games. Tessler then sounds the bell as Beck and Cutler are too good of a team. And I think it's a very funny detail that there are guards guarding this bell. Like what, someone's gonna steal that thing? Zed then takes Pearl to view the city where she continues to play him a bit. The only real detail worth noting here is that nearly everywhere they want to hang out has been shut down by the occupation. Then back to Cutler and Beck talking about their past.
After we lost the ISO war.
You fought in the ISO war? You fought in the Clone Wars?
On an actual analytical level, this is the first reference of the ISO war in the show. It won't be our last, but that war in particular is from Tron Legacy. The war is relatively left ambiguous, but apparently Cutler fought in it, and most of his friends died fighting Clue. What's interesting is that Cutler isn't from Argonne. He traveled here specifically to find the Renegade, believing that he really is Tron making his return, which is actually exactly what Tron said would happen, so this being after Beck feels like he's not cut out for this is really nicely timed. He had already begun began doubting his own presence in the city of Argon, and Cutler single-handedly brings him back to a place of understanding for his own good, in contrast to Tron, who couldn't do this. This is also the first instance of an armband in the show, belonging to Cutler, and he actually has had it on the whole time, but blue kind of blends into the blue, so it's easy to miss. We then get more time to see Pearl working over Zed, nothing more to report here, except that he says that there are programs upstairs. Do people live here? Does he mean Abel? Why wouldn't he be in his office? We then get to Cutler and Beck walking with a bunch of programs. Beck passes Tron Lives up the line until it gets to the front, where the guards gaggle and they quickly peel off. Everyone seems really surprised when Tron is brought up, but the Renegade wears a big-ass T on his chest, so I'm kind of confused why people are surprised. At the same time, the icon everyone thought was dead coming back might be a little shocking. The guards specifically call it sedition, so I don't know, maybe they're making it like hate speech of some kind. While they're escaping, Beck uses his mechanic tool on a crane, which isn't an oversight actually. He wasn't actually searched because he wasn't imprisoned with everybody else, he just ended up in the container by accident. Pearl keeps looking around Abel's garage and we get the first appearance of Bit. He was actually a character from the 1982 Tron, so it's really awesome to see him here. Other than main characters like Clue, Tron, and Flynn, there aren't really a whole lot of recurring characters or places from the 82 version. Beck and Cutler continue their escape and we get a nice wide shot of the Coliseum, and it's only now that I realize that the game's Coliseum isn't actually finished yet. Like, they're still building it while they're holding matches. The two of them don't make it very far, and Paige handcuffs the two together and throws them back into the light cycle challenge. The fight itself is actually pretty damn entertaining, with a really unique use of long handcuffs being used as an offensive tool. After they're broken, they become shorter whips, once again adding a new layer of weapon diversity to the grid. There is one move I gotta talk about though. We learn later that Cutler is programmed for aerodynamics, and holy crap, when he catches his disc in midair while flying, it shows. You guys know that part of Civil War when Captain America throws a truck at a tiny disc? Have you ever tried to throw something at something else? That is like insanely hard to do. And I feel like it's that level of precision that's going on here. Although discs on the grid seem to obey as much physical sense as Captain America's shield, so they win the fight, and we go back to Pearl robbing Zed for the only valuable thing he has, and it ain't even his. Really poor luck for our guy. Pavel then has the idea to have our two renegades fight each other to the death. This starts his primary characterization as being the most sadistic antagonist throughout the series. This, paired next to General Tessler's unrealistic cruelty, really paints a picture of who the occupation hires and wants in charge of their operations. Then layer in what we learn of Paige later, how she was basically tricked into hating a group of people. It really makes quite the roster of villains, and they do feel all different. Also, guys, you're not gonna fucking... That's Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, I know. And that's the episode. So, our death toll. The first one we lost was Player 6, then we lost a blackguard from Rilo, then a blackguard from Cutler, then Rider 1, also from Cutler, bringing our death toll to 10, with still only 3 from Beck. Tier list time now. This episode brought back a lot of recognizable places and ideas for us by giving us the games. I don't know if this was necessary to do right off the bat though, or maybe it could have waited a little bit until we developed the characters a little bit better. But I also know for sure this episode just didn't quite hit as hard as episode 1, so let's put it in B tier. It's a solid episode for sure, and I think front-loading the series with so much combat is a really great thing, but trust me, there are just better episodes out there.
Count on it. The Uprising will spread throughout the grid when other programs learn the truth. Tron lives!
Starting us off, the previously on section says that
While Zed meets a new friend.
wait, and she just clubs him, and I can't help but laugh every time. So we get to our heroes where Tessler erects a light force field wall thing and begins having it close in on them. I'm really glad they had this happen, otherwise I absolutely would have been like, wait, they don't have to fight each other. Cutler says,
That crowd won't be satisfied until one of us is in pieces.
and it makes me think more about the world of Clue loyalists. We'll explore this when Bartek and Hopper come into the picture, but is it possible to have so many Clue loyalists under such strict occupation? The scope of Clue isn't fully explained, and his influence is a big factor in this world, so I really want some answers here. Beck says,
One of us has to survive this, and it has to be you.
and this is silly, since Beck knows that Tron is alive and Cutler doesn't. He should at least tell him if he's gonna do a stunt like this. Hey, Tron is alive and in the mountains, go find him when this is over, or something. Whisper it to him, and then let yourself get executed if you're gonna give it up like that. So he doesn't do this, and the two fight. Have I mentioned yet that the fight scenes go super hard in the show? There's actually a really cool detail here in being that Beck, even though he has no problem fighting occupation grunts and soldiers, still loses to other non-repurposed programs kind of frequently, which I think is a cool detail. I don't know if there's a different training regiment that Tron uses for occupation soldiers versus regular programs. Beck fights hard, but Cutler wins the fight, proclaiming that he forfeits. Tessler plans to kill them both, but the crowd begins yelling one goes free. So even though they are Clue loyalists, like I said, apparently even they have a limit. Should also be noted that Paige is really the only reason that one actually does go free here. Pretty sure Tessler would have just killed them both. Another point for her being an actually humane program, easily the best of the occupation trio. So they take Beck away, let him free, and take Cutler someplace else. Let's add a point to our Saved by Friends theme folder here. Maybe Beck could have won and done the same thing, but he didn't. So Cutler comes in clutch here to help his friend not get derezzed. Cutler is poked by the back of one of the occupation staffs, which is interesting because the last time we saw someone get poked by an occupation staff, it derezzed them. Interestingly enough, he becomes unstable, Or, I don't know if unstable is really the term, but his armband falls right through him and on the floor. There's only one other instance of a program becoming, I guess unstable really is the word, but other than that, it's kind of a unique effect. I'm not saying it's inconsistent. I mean, the amount of force dealt might have something to do with the damage dealt. Also, another neat detail with some history first, in the 1982 Tron, the Master Control program used his own programs for evil, including large-looking dudes that I call grunts. They're actually the same ones here. They also wielded staves in the 82 movie, and when their staves hit something, they emitted this light refraction that is the same as what they're doing here. It's details like this that make me really think that the people who made this show truly loved it. So Beck leaves and heads towards Tron. There's this invisible bridge looking thing, which I guess makes sense, but I'll be honest, it feels a little irresponsible. What if someone randomly found it? I feel like that's a real possibility. Although I suppose it is possible that this bridge just leads to the mountains, not to Tron himself. Anyway, Beck gets back to the hideout and we get the first instance of Tron's healing chamber, keeping his scars at bay. I have some general questions about how his scars work, considering he seems to be fine at fighting still. Maybe it's more like if he stays away from it too long, he'll just drop dead. So fighting an occupation means he might get captured and need to remain away from it. We talk a little bit more about it later, but this is the first time it's brought up. Beck laments to Tron that he feels like Cutler would have been a better choice for the Renegade. I know I talked a little bit about Beck not having an ego, but poor baby is straight up insecure here. Tron basically tells him what I was thinking, which is that it's not even too late yet, and Beck leaves to retrieve the Tron disc and save his friend. He goes to Abel's garage where he keeps it on the underside of his locker shelf. Not the worst hiding spot. There are lockers underneath it, but because of how they're set up, someone who's underneath Beck would kind of need to wait for him to move out of the way before they can access their own locker. Zed heads to Beck and tells him about losing the bike, but Beck blows him off, this time without any real explanation. This begins a pattern that we'll be talking about as we go, Beck having trouble balancing his relationships and Renegade endeavors. It amuses me how oblivious Zed is here though. Beck isn't even really trying to hide the disc, just keep it behind his back. Also, don't other people work at this garage? Where are you hiding that disc as you walk out of here? He heads to a nearby alleyway and connects the two discs, giving us our second power-up transformation of the season. Taking Beck's advice, Zed teams up with Mara to find the missing NCOM 786. She's not only instantly on board with helping him, but she also covers for him with Abel. She quickly proves that she's the best character in the entire show. Her plan to find the bike is to track it, which makes sense to me. Yeah, it's a garage. They would track their equipment or tag stuff they're working on, right? So now, Beck identifies which recognizer Cutler is being held on, infiltrates it, and frees our guy. Cutler calls him Tron, which Beck doesn't actually respond to. The two of them just steal the recognizer. I think it would probably be a little easier and less conspicuous to just hop on a light jet, you know? But whatever. Devil's Advocate says that if they just left the recognizer, it would have crashed since no one was flying it, but at least then it could have been a solid distraction. Once they notice the recognizer going rogue, they send choppers to shoot it down, and it goes down on top of a building. Beck goes out of his way to save soldiers inside the recognizer, at least the two he knocks out. Cutler even helps him save one, and I really wonder what that conversation looked like. Hey, come on, grab a body. No, really, come on now. So the two continue running when Paige throws a disc at them. She says she loves the new look, which makes me think that you can most definitely change your appearance to be white, and the Tron disc isn't particularly special. Maybe it gives extra hit points or something. Or maybe changing your aesthetic to white specifically isn't allowed or coded into regular programs. Oh, and this is the scene where Cutler says he was programmed for aerodynamics by throwing his disc at this fan, blowing Paige, who's wearing a wingsuit. I do have to wonder, did he know which way this fan was spinning? What if it went the other direction and ate her? Jeez, that sounds brutal. So Zed and Mara manage to track down the bike, where we find Pearl in a conversation with her pimp. I don't know this guy's name or occupation, but he's collecting stuff from her, so I imagine there's some kind of quid pro quo here, or blackmail or something. Apparently the bike is worthless, so he won't be keeping it. Not selling it, comrade. Why would you need money on grid? Pearl fights back and says that Kevin Flynn wrote an NCOM 786, which really makes me wonder how it could be worthless. But maybe she is propping it up to a place that doesn't really belong, since we also see Tron riding first-gen light bikes in his flashback a few episodes later. Can't help but notice that this fire isn't pixelated. It looks pretty awesome, but shouldn't there be pixels on it, even for like small fires like there was on the water pipe? Also, doesn't seem like the occupation is particularly worried about policing hooligans burning tires at a shipping yard. There's a curfew in effect, and I think it's the middle of the day since Zed and Mara left in the middle of their shift. But does fire produce smoke? Because I feel like if it did, someone would have seen them. Apparently the occupation is less concerned about tire fires and more concerned about moving tanks throughout the city and holding up traffic, because that's where Beck and Cutler find themselves. They get spotted and head up across a drawbridge, where Tron's lesson about not hesitating comes back to save Beck and Cutler, which is a nice payoff for a training lesson that didn't really need to have a payoff. I love those. We go back to Zed and Mara talking with Pearl about the bike, and Pearl starts slaying into Zed, and Mara punches her, saying,
"That's my friend you're talking to."
Not only is this a really sweet moment, but it displays more of her character, that despite Zed girlfriend zoning her, she remains committed and loyal to her friendship. It's really awesome and wholesome. They steal the NCOM off of her as Beck and Cutler head for a boat with Paige on their tail. The first part of this fight is pretty great, but not to backseat choreograph. If Paige had thrown her disc here at Beck and Cutler while they were moving on the shipping crate, they would have had no way to counter it. Just saying. Maybe she wanted them alive, I don't know. Paige chases them and it ends up being a rather taxing fight for everyone involved. Here she is, disc in hand, knees weak. Mom spaghetti! Now back to Zed and Mara. I gotta wonder why people with light walls don't just like bang a super quick left and right, like create a wall. Anyway, they run away and bang a 180. Wait, yo, Pearl's bike? With those colors? Damn, man, it's getting hot in here. Zed plans on dropping a shipping container on their pursuers, with this control panel which is notably inverted from from ours here on Earth. Usually the buttons for down are on the bottom, but on the grid it's on the top. Once the pursuers realize the shipping container is falling, they all do a 180 and turn the other way. But wouldn't it have just been easier to drive forward? Anyway, they get diverted from a different part of the shipyard and run into Paige to disrupt her fight. And Mara and Zed get away. Paige grabs Pearl, Pearl threatens to kill Paige, and Paige knocks out 3 goons with 1 kick.
Trust me, you really don't want to finish that sentence.
Okay, now I know for sure it's getting hot in here. So Beck and Cutler secure a boat, and Tesla tracks them down on his own boat. It's an interesting note that the boat they steal looks a lot like Galaga from above, which would make sense, especially since Pac-Man actually had an appearance in the 1982 movie. Our heroes run face first into Tesla's boat, and he starts shooting them. This marks the first time that bullets are used in Uprising, but not in the series. They shoot people in the light jet fight in Tron Legacy. Pavel gets his own boat and rams it into the side of our heroes, and begins dueling them in hand-to-hand combat. He puts this really dope helmet on, which he uses selectively in the future, but not often. I guess it's also a good time to talk about the uniqueness of each program's mask. Between Pavel, Paige, Tron, and Beck, we've seen unique mask designs for every program, and even in the background of the conversation at the tire fire, we see more programs who have distinct masks. It's actually a really subtle way to tell them apart. Another really unique detail to contribute to each program being different. They fight a bit on the boat before ditching their own damaged vessel and taking Pavel's, but the boats are still stuck together until Tron emerges from a submarine and uses his light trail to separate them. So let's add a point to our Save by Friends theme folder again. Because yeah, I don't know what Beck was going to do here if Tron hadn't showed up. They go back to the dock where Beck gives Cutler his armband back and sends him on his way, as he can't stay in Argon. I have a lot to say about this, but let's finish off Zed and Mara quick. They're trying to fix the damage done by Pearl and her friends when Beck returns to the garage. He tells them to distract Abel and manages to repair the bike in the time it takes Zed to tell him his own joke. Now, this may be a reach, but I'm not entirely unconvinced that this isn't actually Tron's bike. Beck would have the ability to swipe one at some point, and Tron most definitely has one. Is it practical? I'm not positive. Is it likely? No, probably not. Why am I mentioning it? Because if it is true, it's kind of clever, isn't it? Last scene is Beck going back to Tron and telling him that he's ready to continue the fight. Yay, happy ending. Now let's quickly circle around to Cutler's exit from the show. Cutler exits the show by going to another town to hide from the occupation, and I imagine this has to be because his identity is now compromised by fighting in the games. Now, lore-wise, this makes a lot of sense, but couldn't he just hide out where Tron is hiding? Surely the hideout is safe or else Tron wouldn't be there. So why does he have to leave? Beck tells him that he needs recruits, but why not recruit him? So I think the real reason for this is that they wanted Cutler to be the surprise twist villain for the last episode, but that kind of sucks to me. Because if Cutler was brought into the fold, he would be the excellent veteran force to work alongside Tron to actually start a team. Part of me thinks he was just too good a fighter, leader, and inspiration to compete with Beck for the protagonist spot. There's some interesting story ideas that could have been told with that, but it seems like they'd rather just save his re-entry in the show for the finale, which is fine, I guess. But thanks to Cutler, we do actually have to add another theme to our themes folder, One Man Army. It's an ongoing theme and idea that anytime Tron and Beck seem to have any luck actually starting their uprising, that person dies or is otherwise disposed in a way that forces Beck and Tron to remain the only members of the resistance. I'm actually also going to retroactively add the Asian soldier from episode 1 to this list as well, since helping Beck may have possibly led him down the path of being Renegade himself. And why not bring him into the fray, right? He may have very well been the first recruit. But that would mess up the status quo, and we can't start our uprising too soon now, can we? So, another episode down. Death toll went up by an indirect way, I suppose. We have everybody on the recognizer that Beck crashed, and whoever may have been in the tank that fell backwards on the bridge, and anyone in Tesla's boat. Since they don't actually get de-rezzed on screen though, we're gonna count that as 0, keeping our death toll as 10 with 3 from Beck. As for our tier list, I actually think I ranked this one lower than last episode. It just feels like less happened. Episode 2 gave us the games as its setting, allowing us some really awesome fight scenes, but this episode got done with the games before the 5-minute mark, so I don't know. And it didn't even have Sonic in it. Okay, I think we'll put this one in C tier. Nothing personal, it just doesn't hit as hard as some of the ones coming up.
If we prevail in this conflict, they'll understand.
This episode starts out with a recognizer landing to pick up citizens who broke curfew. First thing to note is that landing pads on the grid are just circles. Beck is scoping it out without his helmet. It's actually really common in movies that characters who wear helmets will remove them. Do you know why that is actually? It's because directors / actors / filmmakers usually want their faces to be on screen rather than just looking at a mask, regardless of how dope that mask actually looks. Most of the time it makes no sense, and I often yell at the screen, put your damn mask back on. Which actually ends up being a problem for Beck here, since he actually gets baited into talking with the guards because he takes his mask off. But before that, Beck uses a light jet for the first time in the show. If he's gonna approach this recognizer, you'd think he'd want to do it stealthily, so like, maybe turn off the trail? Whatever, I ain't driving. Once he gets on board, we see that there are 5 prisoners being held on board, but there were only 4 on the ground. There very well may have been more people on the ship, since we see up to like 10 in Tron Legacy. Beck lowers his mask, gets baited, and the second guard takes his disc from him and plunges it into his chest. Then we roll credits and have a very confusing 15 episodes left to talk about. Just kidding, it's a simulation. But let's talk about the bait real quick. The grunt says that he remembers his face and that he was the one who de-rezzed Beck's friend. This is really cool because while this is just a simulation, simulation, Tron knows exactly what buttons to push to get Beck to react. He knows Beck pretty well at this point for someone just starting to work with him, and I think that's really cool. It should be noted that Beck lowering his mask is actually an early in his career kind of mistake, and one that is never repeated. He's never in trouble for accidentally lowering his mask again. So anyway, we reveal that this is Tron's simulation room, and it's awesome. But how big is it exactly? Because he was flying a light jet in here a second ago. Tron tells him that he needs to be better, not letting him slack off and just do pretty good. Beck says he wants to tell his friends about this Tron business, and Tron gives us what will end up being our next theme.
This fight isn't about you, it's about them.
This remains a consistent theme in Beck's journey, and we've even started to address it previously. His struggles to balance his new responsibilities and his old ones. Beyond that, he's often doing things at his own detriment for the people of Argonne, so we'll talk about that as we go too. Training is cut short by a rolling blackout affecting all of Argonne. Beck asks Abel for more time off, and he seems displeased about it. Comrade, relax, it's not like you were paying him. Also in this wide shot, we see two bikes that are labeled the same number. I have mechanic friends, and they say that this is very confusing. Imagine someone telling you, I'm working on bike 201, and there potentially being two, maybe three 201s. Abel says that he can have the time off if he can find someone to cover him, and Beck says that Zed just finished his shift and can pull a double for him. I know that it's for the greater good, but come on, Beck, you're really doing your friend dirty here. We get our quick character introduction on Bartek and Hopper, pushing Zed around a little bit. Now, I know it's kind of wild, but these characters actually have a rather big background presence in the Tron franchise. They were both present at the end of Lion Club and Tron Legacy, and Bartek was the main character of the short comic Solar Sailor Prisoners. So it's really crazy to see that these two exist in the story. Zed then reveals to Beck that he'll be participating in the Argonne race and showing him a new bike he's been working on. Firstly, the bike is green, matching Zed's colors. This will be important later as we continue to write and rewrite the rules of why and how technologies are the colors that they are. Secondly, the bike is equipped with an overdrive, which is nitrous. Zed invented nitrous. It's radical. Beck says he'll keep Zed's secret if he covers his shift, and Zed says,
Where's he going in a blackout?
A very intelligent question, actually. I swear, if this show was like 4 episodes longer, he totally would have figured out Beck's secret. So Beck leaves, and we see the occupation has stopped drilling the energy. Paige actually stopped them because she was worried about civilian casualties, which again gives her points for being more than just a stooge of Clue.
How are we gonna mine the energy? With good intentions?
We pull out to see Beck surveying the base with Tron? I guess. Why the hell is Tron here? I mean, I guess Beck is still new and might need training wheels, but the training wheels in this situation are such high risk. Beck's plan is to blast through the guards head on, and Tron insists that he goes underground and use the tunnels instead.
You wouldn't make it.
Hey.
You wouldn't.
Remember this in about 2 hours. I'll be talking about it in episode 19. When Beck approaches the tunnels, we get a glimpse of what other parts of the grid looks like. And I wonder what the ratio of this kind of flatland to cities like Argonne are for the entire computer system. Also, these tunnels are kind of interesting because they're spherical, and very few things on the grid are spherical instead of cube or angular based. Beck gets to where he's going, checks his map, which is the first and only time we see a map in the entire series. Just thought I'd point that out. He climbs out of the tunnel and encounters what I have to assume is a mini-boss. Like, he didn't expect to fight a boss here, but here he is. Why is there boss music playing? Why are there fog walls? Honestly, it makes sense at this point in the story though, since Beck has fought a total of like 10 people thus far and is still undergoing training with Tron, where he's not even finishing the simulations. This episode actually fits very nicely into where our characters belong in their journey. Beck needs a softball mission before he can fight the rest of the occupation. Anyway, Beck dispatches this mini-boss and gets up to the surface where he finds Pavel calling himself the Big Cheese. Which, while an offhanded comment, implies Spanish as a language on the grid. Does that mean certain regions of the grid speak different languages? How big is the grid anyway? I have pressing questions. So Beck sneaks onto the base and plants a bomb on the drill, and he notices in the distance, oh no, they managed to get enough diamond blocks together to make a beacon. Okay, but seriously, do all programs have the ability to do this? I know Tron did it in 82, but the purpose of the Sky Laser was to communicate with a user on the other side of the screen. Is this race lady getting an encoded message from someone in the real world right now? I guess it could be a disk mod, but imagine being an admin on the grid. It sounds like the most annoying shit to try to police. Anyway, the beacon marks the start of the Argonne race. Beck sets the bomb and tries to leave, but his light cycle was damaged and he has to take the slow four-wheeler. The race continues with Bartek and Hopper eliminating another racer, and Paige just goes for a casual stroll through the tunnels? Okay, sure, we can take one hit of weirdness. But then she just finds Beck's map? He just left it there? Alright, well, we can make that 2 weirdnesses. I mean, fuck it, 3, because not only did Beck just leave it there, but she happened to find it. Then the soldier wakes up right at that moment to tell Paige that it was the Renegade, and ding ding ding, 4 weirdnesses and conveniences in a row is kind of where I draw the line. I don't rank this episode very high on the tier list, and this is part of why. This is kind of the only episode where conveniences just fall into place like this. Everything else in the show feels really organic as far as getting from point A to point B. Bartek and Hopper eliminate another rider, and Beck finds a way to block off the race because the tunnels are going to be dangerous once the bomb goes off. Paige overhears this, and Beck is forced to take Zed's bike to catch up with her. Do gotta wonder though how he expects Zed to get out of the tunnels on foot. Once he takes Zed's modified bike, the colors change to his classic blue. Pavel gives his people shit, and the drill begins exploding, and he gets the hell out of there real quick. Paige still heads back to the drill to warn them, but Beck is on her tail, and neither of them get there in time, and now they're trying to outrun an explosion. Beck tries to tell her that he's trying to save her life, and Paige very awesomely defies the damsel in distress archetype.
It doesn't need saving.
The fun thing is that he's trying to save her from more than just physical danger. He realizes how dangerous the occupation is at this point and doesn't want her to die because of it, or die for it like she may do. Anyway, fire is now consistently non-pixelated, so nice there. Paige's bike isn't fast enough, and thanks to the nitrous, Beck's is. Well, Zed's is. So he pulls her on his bike and she attacks him. Scorpion and the Frogman. He pulls out his disc and throws it at some debris to clear a hole for himself to get through. Except his disc comes back to him after that.
That thing does not obey the laws of physics at all.
Okay. Anyway, he saves her, throws her off his bike, and pieces out. Next, we see Pavel telling Tesla that Paige got derezzed. Immediately followed by Paige showing up, not derezzed, and telling Tesla she knows how to spin this. Beck catches up to Zed at the garage while he's trying to build a new bike since the Renegade stole his old one. In their conversation, Beck almost tells Zed that he's a Renegade, but doesn't. Zed is then immediately confronted by Bartek and Hopper, who try to recruit him to stop the Renegade. And it really makes you wonder if Beck could have kind of saved his friend from this, how Zed would have reacted, questions like that. Honestly, when a show can give me questions along those lines, I feel like it's got really good characterization and setting done for its people. Bartek and Hopper specifically asked for more of the light cycles that Zed had, with the nitrous. But after this episode, they never actually follow up on that request. So now Paige's plan gets set in motion, where Tesla tells the people of Argonne that the Blackouts were because of the Renegade, instead of the occupation. I may just be completely in love with the art style, but guys, look at the lighting here. These shots are gorgeous. The Argonne citizens seem very taken with Tesla's speech, including Zed, but Abel and Mara are not. The show seems to flip-flop between having a city that hates Tron and a city that hates the occupation, which I guess is very accurate to real life. I do gotta ask about the critical thinking skills of the citizens of Argonne, though. How exactly would the Renegade have the equipment and resources to mine the energy? Don't you need like an entire facility and people for things like that? Beck observes the rolling applause and wait, Tron is in the city? What, is he feeling cooped up? Just had to get out of the house a little? We're actually gonna keep a tally for how often Tron appears in Argonne though, cause like, what a damn risk to come here. We will actually add a point to our themes folder for It's About Them, as I mentioned earlier. Tron and Beck are very willing to be seen as the bad guys here because the city Blackout stopped and the programs were saved. The PR of Tron is atrocious, but it doesn't matter to them as long as the grid is safe. So, well-deserved point. And that's the episode. We get to add that one Argonne racer to our death count, bringing our total to 11, 3 from Beck. And the tier list. I already spoiled that this is far from my favorite episode, possibly farthest from my favorite episode actually. I mean, I'll come right out the gate and say I think this episode does not get higher than B. Honestly, with how great a lot of the later episodes are in the show, I'm very comfortable putting it in C tier for now. This episode doesn't do a whole lot to expand the roles of our characters, even if it does do some setup for Zed to push throughout the series, and Paige to a certain extent. It's kind of interesting to see elements of the underground like the Argonne race, but I think there are more interesting elements at play in other episodes that make this an episode that could just kind of be skipped.
You being alive changes everything. If I had only known earlier.
Before we even get into the episode itself, the previously on section straight up gets details wrong. It says Zed wanted to build a light cycle to impress Mara, but he actually did it for the Argonne race. Generally speaking, Zed simps for Mara, but not in this area specifically. Anyway, we start out with Beck vandalizing a wanted poster of himself, dropping down and absorbing the Tron white suit into himself. I thought the Tron program was a disc add-on kind of thing. Can you just absorb it at will? The more I see of it, the more questions I have. Beck heads towards a train junction where the occupation begins scanning discs. This Saja boy looking fucker
Goo goo gaga
helps Beck board the train without scanning his disc, but also steals his disc before he leaves. I do wonder if getting your disc swiped is like a similar process or motion to getting your wallet pickpocketed. Considering it's attached to you, you'd think you'd feel it, but they say that about wallets all the time and those things fly free, so. Also, do you think Galt like shit himself when he looked through the disc and found out that Beck was the Renegade? Anyway, Tron gives Beck a fake disc to wear on his back, because if he's spotted without one, he'll be picked up as a stray. Tron explains what the process will look like. Beck laments, and Tron does a piss poor job of cheering up his friend. While this is happening, Tron alters his appearance on his disc, so that he can go out into public with Beck and track his down. I think I have my answer to if altering your appearance is like giving yourself a haircut, which admittedly kind of eliminates an entire field of programs. Like, why aren't there cosmetology programs? Their conversation ends with Tron not calling Beck his friend, and Beck accepting that sullenly. They then head out to Purgos to make their way to the black market. But before that, we see Zed and Mara shooting the shit about the Renegade. She's obviously enamored, and Zed isn't. Zed is pulled away by Bartek and Hopper, who prey on Zed's insecurities about his relationship, to get him to build a light cycle weapon. Zed lets his insecurities guide his actions, which remains consistent with his character and sets him up to grow from it, which is wonderful. Remember kids, it's not bad to start in a bad place as long as you grow from it. Tron and Beck then take a field trip to Purgos, which is apparently the original settlement of Argonne. Do you think there are specifically settlement programs designed to set up new cities across the grid? I was kind of just talking about how we're still in the phase where Tron has training wheels on for Beck, so it makes a lot of sense that in the early phases of the show, he's basically with him the whole time. So they search a pawn shop where they meet Cobalt, who tells them that he knows a guy and not to trust anybody in Purgos. They leave to talk about it in the alley, and Tron takes his helmet off? Fucking Tron, bro, you are not setting a good example for your mentee. That move got Beck killed last simulation. Tron prepares Beck for the flashes of amnesia, and they get confronted by a gang leader who says that this street belongs to them. The idea of gang or turf leaders on the grid is one that isn't explored as much as I wish it was. With Tron out of the picture, they should be running rampant, like how without Batman the crime families would rule everything. To be fair, they don't have a lot of downtime to explore this idea since Uprising tells a pretty tight story. Still, feels like it would be pretty fun to explore. Hard to tell what the gang's plan was here. Did they want to de-res them or just intimidate them? Rob them? My questions about their plan only further evolve when Lux shows up to save them. Why did Lux have to save them at all, if it looks like they could have just taken Beck right here when he experiences his first amnesia flash?
Not a great plan.
Lux saves them and they take him to the rooftop to talk. We've got some things to say about Lux. Firstly, I'm not staring, you're staring. Well, Beck is staring actually. Secondly, she wears the first bit of clothing we actually see in Uprising. Anyway, she tells them she knows her way around Purgos and she will help Beck get his disc back. We take a break to return to Argon where we see Zed testing his new light cycle mod. It's actually pretty fucking scary. It tracks from a light wall and goes up to the source. I'm pretty sure that this is the one and only time we see a light trail actually disappear. Kind of like how we never see Spider-Man's webs disappear.
Hey, that's gonna dissolve in 2 hours.
I got ice cream in here.
You deserve that, you're a criminal.
Mara is a little horrified and Zed is insanely happy. Back to Purgos, we see this seedy nightclub called Plus 2.3 energy drinks. Maybe this is some kind of coding reference or joke, but I'm definitely not smart enough to know what it is, so if you out there do, please let me know in the comments. Lux talks to her contacts, but no dice, and Tron notices Galt looking at Beck from across the bar. They chase him to confront him, and it's at this point I notice that red is a really, really nice accent color on the grid, especially on bikes. Oh, look at that shit. Most of the color we see is orange and blue, so seeing different colors almost feels like a treat. No, not you, get your red ass out of here. The gang leader de-reses Galt through the door though, and I can't help but notice that his primary color is blue, but his disc is red. I've given up trying to understand how the colors work on the grid. They work however looks coolest. Anyway, he de-reses the thief and makes a run for it. Lux, Tron, and Beck give chase, and this is one of only 2 times in the entire show that we actually see multiple white light cycles active at the same time. Beck has another amnesia episode and crashes, and Lux and Tron circle around to get him on his feet. Lux takes the 2 back to her apartment, which is the first and only time we really get to see a domicile close up. I mean, besides Tron's hideout and the programs who were hiding energy in episode 18. Anyway, Tron goes through Galt's disc, and Beck experiences another fit of amnesia, this time not even recognizing himself. Lux betrays Tron by shoving a staff into his back, so I guess the verdict is that it's usually not lethal? Sorry, Bodhi. Do you think the guard actually, didn't mean to de-res Bodhi? He did it and he was like, oh shit, my bad. Lux reveals her and Galt are working together, and he shows up reminding Tron that he told him not to trust anybody.
Didn't I warn you not to trust anybody, Dr. Jones?
Lux tries to remove Tron's helmet, but it's locked or something. She doesn't have the password to get in. Maybe that goes back to what I said earlier about some helmets being of a higher quality than others, I don't know. Lux and Cobalt plan to give Beck over to the military, and that's an angle of this story that isn't being talked about. The occupation has criminals working for them. Maybe it's like the Empire hiring bounty hunters, but it definitely dampens the credibility of the occupation. Cobalt goes ahead with Beck, and Lux stays with Tron. Tron appeals to Lux's sensibilities, but she isn't convinced that Cobalt will turn on her because he loves her. Tron pulls out the...
Who is it you're trying to convince?
Which is a trope I've seen before, but here I think it's really done beautifully. Firstly, Cobalt isn't enamored with Lux, so it seems like she's coping for sure, but the visuals speak to it too. She's looking at her own reflection in Tron's helmet. She holds her hand that Cobalt grabbed. It's really, really beautiful to see. We go back to our B story quick where Mara appeals to Zed's conscience by existing, and Zed sabotages his own weapon, ditching the admiration of Bartek and Hopper for that of Mara instead. Now, a recognizer heads towards the emergency beacon as Tron arrives just in time to fight Cobalt for Beck. Cobalt begins the fight by fighting with 2 discs, and I think this is the only time in the show that this happens, which is a shame because I'd love to see a dual-wielding program at some point. I'm telling you, man, if this show had a 2nd season. Cobalt, while dangerous, is nothing compared to Tron, who disarms him of both his discs, leading him to use a baton on his leg. First, this makes Cobalt's arsenal 2 discs, a baton, and handcuffs. The man came strapped. Second, and this isn't the last time this comes up, programs can kind of hide things on their person. Tron also has a baton on his person that he pulls out, and there's other examples littered here and there. If this was set in real life, I would absolutely have more questions, but because this is the grid, set in a computer, like an actual video game, this makes total sense. I mean, who hasn't asked the question, wait, how the hell can I carry so many weapons with me while playing a game? Tron disarms Cobalt and Beck picks it up, once again changing the colors from his red to Beck's blue. Just gonna point it out. I don't need to explain it, because I can't. Cobalt tells Beck to de-res Tron, and Tron appeals to the last bit of Beck's personality, acknowledging that he doesn't de-res programs. I almost wonder if there was a cut episode somewhere where Tron had to convince Beck that killing is sometimes necessary and couldn't. It would have made this point a bit more consistent, since Tron hasn't actually had to acknowledge that Beck doesn't de-res programs in the story yet. So after softening him up, Tron lowers his mask to show Beck a familiar face, marking this as the first and only time Tron reveals his identity to anybody in Uprising. Well, and Dyson in episode 9, but Dyson already knew who Tron was, so. Lux's reaction to Tron living is excellent. It's really powerful. Even Cobalt is fucking shocked that Tron lives. It's wild. Tron gives a speech about learning how to have friends again and how he has a friend in Beck. It's beautiful and more poignant once we get to episode 9. Beck gets his disc back, regains his memories, and knocks down Cobalt, telling Tron they need to leave. Tron mentions that they can't just leave Cobalt here, and he is 100% correct. But that does make me wonder what they're planning on doing with him. Keep him locked in our new apartment?
Should I go put on a pot of tea for him?
Cobalt handcuffs himself to Beck, making their escape difficult, but Lux de-reses Cobalt, Cobalt freeing the two of them. The clock is ticking as the recognizer lands. If it's landing, shouldn't Tron's helmet be up? He has it down so Lux can pine after him a little, which is awesome to do, since we don't really get another instance in the show of a character realizing that Tron is still alive. She tells them to take Cobalt's disc and destroy it, while she holds them off, giving them her disc as well. Lux's death is still one that gives me feelings with how gorgeous the music and visuals are, especially because we don't fully understand how the process of memory erasure happens, so Beck's memory of Lux may be super powerful to him, since she was a key part of him while he was experiencing amnesia. She successfully holds off the occupation, which I'm kind of on the fence about if it was necessary. Part of me wants to say that if she had left with them, the occupation would have followed them and their escape would have been harder or practically impossible, but the other part of me isn't sure about that. Like, they show up, they see Cobalt is in cubes, and secure the area, right? Like, if they all run right now, there's no guarantee the occupation would find them. I don't know. True to their word, they take Lux's disc back to what I assume is Tron's hideout. It would be the only safe place to keep her disc. Beck tells Tron that he appreciates him calling him a friend, and Tron says,
"A long time ago, I misjudged someone. I let friendship cloud judgment."
Beck assumes here that he was talking about Clue, which is also true. However, we find out in a few episodes that Tron was actually talking about Dyson, which I think is a really fucking awesome insight into the length of this show. Either that, or he was talking about Cyrus. But the point still stands. The showrunners knew what was coming up ahead, and they used this opportunity to foreshadow it. So, last note. We have to add Lux's death to our one-man army theme, because, geez, man, imagine the Uprising team of Tron, Beck as the Renegade, Lux as our spy, and Cutler as our recruiter. Talk about building an Uprising. But, no. Which still sucks a little, but it's what we got. Now onto the tier list. I ranked this episode really highly because Tron as a character doesn't get the spotlight a whole lot. I mean, heck, he was only in Tron Legacy for like 10 minutes total. This episode really allows him to not only shine, but actually progress as a character. And it also gave us the criminal underworld as a concept, including Purgos, which is an entire location dedicated to it. Between Cobalt and Purgos in general, there's so much interesting color choice in this episode. Not to mention Lux, aside from being an awesome character in general, gives us our one and only instance of Tron revealing his identity to someone new, allowing us to see how the world views his presence. It's just brilliant. This one's going in A tier, above episode 1. I think the one-man army theme is really preventing me from putting it in S tier. Yeah. And I felt like the B story of Zed and Mara was a little lacking, at least compared to the Lux story. And lastly, our death toll. First was Galt, then Cobalt, and then finally Lux, putting our death toll at 14 for the episode.
Cora, why? Now she'll never trust ISOs.
Yeah, but at least she'll be alive.
Our previously on section is sassy as hell, telling us that Tesler praises Paige and then showing footage of him being an absolute dick to her. This episode starts with Beck breaking into Tesler's ship to steal a data cube to give them intel over the occupation forces. Sounds like a really great plan, and yes, in case you were wondering, I also keep my valuables inside air vents. Jesus, Beck, put your helmet up, what the fuck are you thinking? We then see Paige walk to her living quarters, which I guess is under constant guard by like 20 dudes. Alright then. She heads in to get her data pad, but notices a music board in her closet, where she also keeps her data pad. We get our first flashback of the episode of Paige taking a photo with her friend programs where it's revealed that she was actually programmed for medicine, which helps retroactively make her compassion for other programs make more sense, even if we learn nothing more about her right now. Her reminiscing is cut short by an alarm, and then the chase is on for the Renegade. He narrowly escapes the base's closing doors, but then Paige is right behind him in a light chopper. Gotta wonder how she made it out of the base while the doors were closed. Was she already off-site? She's joined by other light jets though, which have guns, I guess. Do all light jets have guns? And does Beck just not use his? Or does like the occupation have guns and Beck doesn't? I have questions. Paige and Beck exchange blows where she shoots down his light jet. He ejects out and destabilizes the island that Paige and him get stuck on. Pavel notices Paige's survival, but dips anyway. We then get another flashback for Paige's past, where we find that despite her being programmed for medicine, she was practicing music. She overhears some programs being mugged and goes to help, already showing proficiency in fighting. One of the programs in question is actually Cora from Tron Legacy. Of all people, right? And yes, this is actually Olivia Wilde. They managed to get her to come back for this part. Fucking love it. Cora's friend needs medical attention, so Paige patches them up, noting that her code is really complex, which is actually a reference to Tron Legacy where Kevin Flynn says the same thing. Paige's friends start fear-mongering about ISOs, and we go back to Beck trying to fix anything on the island. I really like the idea that, similar to what you would do in a video game, Beck is just shoving his mechanic thingy into every place he can to see if an interact window pops up. Like when you don't know what to do in a room, so you just run around pressing the use key on everything. Anyway, he can't, and he notices the island falling apart, then notices Paige trying to make a raft. Paige tries to kill Beck, receives the data cube, and Beck explains the situation. Paige is insistent on working alone, nailing in her character trait of being determined and independent. She finishes her raft and sails away, but she doesn't get very far. I wish I understood how power affects buoyancy on the grid, because the raft basically explodes without power. Beck poses a new plan to her, and she says,
Do you need to be an engineer to do something like that?
Now, the fact that she says engineer instead of mechanic means that those are two different career paths. So maybe my theory was correct, and the grid was programmed to evolve and change and come up with new inventions. I mean, that's what an engineer would do, right? Beck's arm is injured, and Paige wants to help heal him. They have this intimate moment where she reaches for his disc, and he grabs her arm and they look at each other. Some might read this as romantic, but I actually read it more as compassionate. She forgot where she was, who she was with, even what side she was on, because her base programming of being a medic came flooding back to her. I think it's really wonderful. Beck asks for her word that she won't kill him.
As a soldier?
But instead, she responds by saying,
You have my word.
Not as a soldier, just her word. I think this still speaks to how much of her base programming she still has in her, and how she's trying to fight the brainwashing done by Tesla. Again, there's nothing really romantic about their relationship, but I would be lying if I said I didn't want to see these two together. These two never even hug, and Jesus, I just want them to be together forever. Now we get another flashback where Paige plays her music for Cora and her friend. The way she talks about it, it's apparently not very encouraged to do things beyond your programming, which, if this is a video game, how boring. Imagine you picked a medic class and you want to learn how to play the saxophone and you're just not allowed to. I guess in like a role-playing game, it would be kind of annoying if your medic only knew music, but since when are hobbies bad? Cora gives Paige a small lesson on how to flip opponents, accidentally revealing that the two of them are ISOs. The way she puts it is really interesting though.
Everything on the grid, including you and your friends, was designed by Flynn, except for us. We're free.
We're free. Damn man, there is a deeper story there. How do ISOs even think of the world? I kind of hope we do get a Tron prequel someday to explore that, because as it stands right now, they kind of came into being and were exterminated in the next minute. Paige has a talk with her friend before returning to her room, and Cora says her goodbyes. An alarm starts blaring, and even though she was shocked, Paige turns around in some kind of attempt to tell Cora that she didn't call the occupation. It was important to her because she didn't actually hate ISOs until she got lied to about them. I wonder if she wouldn't have helped them escape if Cora hadn't actually thrown her into a wall. Which is also a very understated moment of the show, because while ISOs have been persecuted basically since they came into being, Cora still takes the time to make sure that Paige isn't de-res with the rest of the facility. So back to the present, Beck and Paige finish up their boat while engaging in some fun banter about killing each other. These two cuties. The island continues to destabilize and Paige ends up hanging from a ledge. We get another flashback of some soldiers waking up Paige, where she actually uses the move that Cora taught her against the soldiers, which I think is really awesome. Tesla finds Paige, revealing that the ISOs de-resed everybody at the medical facility and recruiting her. Switching again,
Back to the future!
Beck plans to bring the boat around to save her, but she thinks that he just left her. And I feel like a very simple, hey yo, I'm gonna bring the boat around would have stopped this misunderstanding, but you know.
Whatever.
Beck's poor communication skills allowed this to happen, but that actually is in character for him, as he hasn't actually worked with a team before. Other than Cutler, he hasn't actually had to communicate with any other party before now. Anyway, Beck gets in the boat, gives it the old Fonz treatment, and to get her. She falls, and before Beck can retrieve her, the occupation helicopter grabs her with... Notably, it's General Tesla who is flying the helicopter himself. He shows that he truly cares for her in a progeny kind of way. Since we knew that the show was setting up Paige to break away from the occupation, this moment serves as a really great place to start her from. Appreciation and obedience to them. That, combined with Beck's apparent abandonment of her, absolutely means that she won't be trusting him in the future, even if she does eventually become indifferent about him. Beck and Tron debrief about how he thought he was making progress, and to be fair, he was actually. We just don't get to see it for a few more episodes. And wait a minute, is that the consequences of my actions I see over there? We get one last flashback to a dark and stormy night where Tesla arrives at her medical base to talk to her two friends. They called the occupation to report an ISO, and then he tells his soldiers to erase any of the ISO's presence, including her two friends. This dude actually smiles about it, this sadistic fuck. Honestly, his smile due to their deaths is straight up heartbreaking. It puts a pit in my stomach every time I see it. In the present, Tesla confirms that he would never betray her, and we see Paige practicing her music in private again. And that's the end. Firstly, we don't actually see any programs get de-res, but we know for sure that the entire medical base was scrubbed clean. 100% Paige lost her two best friends, so I'll include those two and spare the other probably 100. Which brings our total to 16. Now the tier list. This episode is a really solid pick, giving us not only Paige's messed up backstory, but familiar faces with Cora's return. I'm gonna put it in B tier, above episode 2. I like more of what was going on with Tesla and Paige's characterization with the Renegade. I could have used a bit more Tron, I could have used maybe higher stakes, but hey, what was I expecting for an episode titled Isolated?
Want to know what I see? I see a coward.
Once again, the previously on lady is proving to be the sassiest person in the entire show.
Beck proves a good hero is also a humble hero.
What do I do? Blast through those guards?
Anyway, we get to see this hot air balloon looking thing that I think was also in Tron Legacy. I'm not entirely sure. Seems like a weird way to travel when things like Tesla's ship are already a thing. Not even his ship specifically, just the make and model, you know? On board, there's a scientist, Shaw, who is transporting a new weapon.
That's the weapon?
No.
This is a box.
This delivery is stupid funny and I love it. Then the lights go out, Beck busts down the door and confronts Shaw. He runs and Beck like literally teleports. Like there is no possible way he could be standing in front of the scientist right now. Anyway, Shaw breaks out the weapon, which is revealed to be a GameCube disc, and he puts it on himself and gains a new power. Beck shatters the floor, which was also done in Tron Legacy, so that's neat. And Shaw fucking runs on the wall and kicks Beck into a shipping container. This power disc is insanely overpowered. The amount of destruction caused in this first use is like catastrophic. He then pushes the container off the ship, so Beck uses his light jet to escape before driving it into the scientist. Like, what? This is absolutely insane. Like, what if this killed him, bro? Anyway, Shaw falls off the platform and Beck grabs him before his plunge, accidentally taking out the weapon. But Shaw's lust for power causes him to attack Beck and falls to his death. We then go to Hopper and Bartek picking on Zed, asking about a specific tank for Tesla. Mara comes to his defense, once again proving to be the best friend in the entire show, and Zed gets defensive because, Anyway, so now Tesla interrogates one of the soldiers who let the Renegade escape before reaching his hand through his fucking chest to grab his disc. This is the first time in the series that Tesla kills one of his own soldiers. I guess it's kind of cool that he wasn't always like this. He had to be pushed there by the Renegade. I personally think the bad guy kills his own troops trope is kind of unrealistic, but at least here, it's built up to a little. I mean, he did kill the Asian program in episode 1, but that guy was a traitor, not a failure. Punishing troops for failing is a really dangerous route to take as a leader, because it makes your subordinates less likely to report when something's wrong. Paige says that she'll take lead on stopping the Renegade. Then we go to Tron, where he analyzes the weapon, pinning it as a modification to strengthen agility. Allow me to ask the question of what could possibly be pushing the Argonne occupation to create such a device? Could there maybe be some evolution of technology spurred on by our protagonist that would facilitate such a necessity? Let's add a point into our evolving weaponry themes folder, because we've never seen this before, and like I said, they're really pushing the envelope for a reason. Tron is mad because Beck was supposed to bring in the scientist, and similar to Cobalt, I wonder what they had planned on doing after he got there. But since Shaw hadn't actually seen Tron yet, at the very least, Tron could have kept a helmet up the entire time to conceal his identity. Tron says the prototype is all that's left, and that they need to destroy it. I'm honestly not so sure why Tron doesn't want to use the weapon against Tesla's forces to begin with, since it's so damn powerful. But he insists that it's too dangerous. I don't know if his analysis told him that it had an addictive quality, but either way, Beck needs some specific equipment in his garage to destroy it, so off he goes. Notably, he doesn't take off his Tron suit, so was he just gonna walk inside the garage as the Renegade and blow up the disc? Doesn't matter though, because on his way, he notices a convoy that's been overturned, and he has to stop in to help. Fucking Sith-looking motherfuckers in there. They all attack him, and he puts the disc mod on, enhancing his ability and strength. Hard to tell if this was an accident or a last resort kind of thing. He begins moving and hitting like he's in a Batman Arkham game. Interestingly, this is also one of the only times we see soldiers attacking at the same time instead of taking turns. He makes Paige crash a helicopter before making a narrow escape with damn, with the new Sith eyes apparently. Calm down, Anakin. So next we see Beck approach Bartek and Hopper, who are hounding Zed again. Gotta say, for someone who has never actually handled Bartek and Hopper, Zed is awfully confident in his ability to handle Bartek and Hopper. A neat detail here is that Beck's voice actually has more modulation than usual because he's under the effect of the power disc. Zed and Mara try telling Beck that he's going too far, and Beck kinda does the classic black suit Spider-Man thing where he's a dick to everybody around him for no reason. But just because we've seen it before in other media doesn't mean it's not well done. It's good here. Beck leaves and notices that Tesla's new tank is shipping out, so he sneaks aboard to get a shot at Tesla himself. Firstly, holy shit, that tank is huge. Secondly, holy shit, that ramp is huge. That ramp seems like the single least effective way to get anything onto that ship. Tesla wants his tank inspected, but gets jump scared by the Renegade walking up behind him. He doesn't have the lights fully illuminated on him, and it gives him this dope outline effect that we see later in the series too, but damn, it is just an awesome thing. The fight scene is great. Tesla's hands begin playing snake with themselves. It's a good time. Abel notices that Tron is fighting on the ship, and he doesn't even question that this could be anyone but Tron. And I like that, since we learn later that he does actually know Tron personally. So the fight goes on, and Abel is hurt as collateral damage with Tesla, leading to Beck making a hasty retreat with him. It looks like he has burn marks on his skin, so maybe programs are a lot more durable than I actually give them credit for. He dumps Abel outside his garage, where some programs help him inside. They think that Tron did this to Abel, but then he says that they didn't, and then Zed is still mad at him because Tron let it happen, and Beck notices all of this and feels bad. Tesla still wants the Renegade, so Pavel suggests using hostages to lure him out, as opposed to soldiers, which was Paige's plan. Although, that's what he says, but I'll be honest, I'm not really sure that was Paige's plan. Like, sure, they were in the truck, but Beck definitely thought that there were innocent programs in there. Tesla wonders where they will ever find these innocent programs, and Bartek and Hopper offer Abel's garage, which I think is a really fun payoff to that
Just wait until Tesla hears about this
from earlier. So the recognizers land in the garage, and these bikes, man, you can't both be 201. Now you may say, maybe that's the model number or something, but let me ask you something. If you were a mechanic and I told you go fix the engine on 201, which one would you go to? It's like the smallest of details and it doesn't even matter, but yeah, it's a thing. So Pavel declares them prisoners of war, and Beck tells Tron about the development and how he kept the weapon. Tron seems absolutely adamant that Beck will be unable to control the poison that comes with this power, but I mean, he didn't even try. This disc mod is a game changer, and we're not even entertaining the possibility of keeping it for the Uprising. Anyway, Tron tries to take the disc mod away, and Beck nearly de-reses him, so Beck kinda does see it his way. At the garage, all the programs get handcuffed as they wait for Beck to arrive. Zed and Mara are shocked and mad that Bartek and Hopper would lead them to the garage, and Beck drops in from high above. Not sure if this is the most effective way to enter the garage, but hey, I'm not Tron. So Beck tries using this industrial laser to destroy the disc, an industrial laser that I will point out has a blast door separating the controls from the laser itself. I wonder what kind of radiation risk comes from being inside that chamber. I'm sure Pavel would also like to know about the radiation risk since he did sneak in to save the disc from the laser. Kinda wondering how he got in there without Beck seeing, but whatever. He powers himself up and they throw hands. This fight is actually one of my favorites for a few reasons. Firstly, Pavel has this interesting skirt that no one else really has, so it adds a nice flair to the fight that is truly unique. Secondly, Paul Rubens does such an awesome job at selling the pure psychopathy from this character. Thirdly, the choreography is really solid, except this one part where Pavel just swats away Beck's disc.
She can't do that. Shoot her or something.
The fight continues until Pavel smashes Beck's face into the laser controls, letting it go haywire throughout the garage. It de-reses 2 grunts and 1 soldier later on. The fight rages with awesome dialogue, great voice acting, and a really cool setting to let the laser rip through the entire garage. Abel helps everybody get to safety, and Zed pushes Mara out of the way of some falling debris. Fucking Chad Zed over here? Okay. Beyond that, he hands Mara to Abel and goes and saves Hopper and Bartek? Okay. Like, damn Zed, look at you go. Okay, in all seriousness, this is a really great example of how general insecurity does not equal cowardice. Even though Zed is really easy to push around, he is a brave dude. The fight takes a turn when Beck outsmarts Pavel by dropping in on him. Presumably this happens because he knows how someone under that kind of power thinks, being that he was addicted like 10 minutes ago. Beck gets a hold of the weapon and for a moment he hesitates, but eventually holds it up to the laser, cutting it in half. Good job, Beck. Except you left the other half in there? Like, I get it, it's non-functional now, but come on, Tron said to destroy it, not make it non-functional. Bury that thing in the fucking ground, rip it apart fiber by fiber. Come on, man, be thorough. Abel's garage begins repairs while Zed talks to Mara, who's patching herself up. I should note that when Beck had a cut like Mara on his arm, Paige, with her medical background, was able to make the cut go completely away, while Mara lacks those skills and instead can only apply a bandage to herself. Kinda really neat to see the differences in skills from our characters. I really love that detail. Beck comes in and tells Mara that Zed saved her, to which Zed tells Beck privately that he shouldn't lie, because he wasn't even there. Beck cheekily says,
Mara doesn't know that.
Which I think is just a really beautiful conversation for these characters, highlighting the secret identity portion of this story. There's also a fun bit where Zed accidentally says Tron instead of the Renegade and corrects himself. Zed was adamantly against the Renegade for causing the curfew, and then he stole his bike, so he felt like he needed to take revenge, but Mara helped bring him back to Earth. Now seeing him actually fight for him has actually kind of softened the hatred a little bit. It's fucking awesome to see him go on that journey, and it's still not even done yet. Pavel tells Tesler that the weapon was destroyed, then goes to his room, where like, holy man, I know we gave Paige shit for having an army outside her quarters, but Pavel's got like double that. He then reveals that he kept the disc half, so I guess next for him would be to find somebody who would be able to fix it, maybe a mechanic or another scientist. Oh, never mind. That shit just grows back on its own.
Cool. No doubt.
So, for our death toll, we have Shaw, who kind of was responsible for his own death, so I'm not counting that for Beck. The 1 soldier that Tesler killed, the 2 grunts, and the 1 soldier from the laser, bringing our total D-Res programs count to 21. Now, where to place this one? I always have fun watching this episode, and I do really love the character work it does for our antagonists, as well as Zed and Beck. But there's so many better episodes to come. It's not filler, especially because this is one of the episodes that kind of does get a direct follow-up, but I don't think it compares to episode 5, for instance. I'm gonna put it behind 6 and B tier. I think it fits nicely there.
Been this way for a while now. Of course, you'd know that if you hung out with us like you used to.
This episode probably has the most unique opening of the entire show. We start with Tesler looking at a fully red/orange Argonne, which isn't the case actually. Argonne itself remains blue, while the town square, where they put the Clue statue, is the part of the city that is orange. A disc rolls towards him, and as he grabs it, a soldier takes his hand and begs him for help. You can probably already see that there's a lot of really cool and unique camera tricks in this dream sequence that are pretty much exclusive to this cold open. Beck comes in and steps on the program, de-resing him in front of Tesler. Tesler tries to punch him, but he just floats backwards.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
Beck asks him where his army is, and then holds him and forces Tesler to watch as Argonne turns blue again. Tesler then wakes up, and the grid voice tells him that he's exiting sleep mode.
Have a pleasant cycle.
Damn, what a start to this one. So firstly, showing a nightmare sequence for the main antagonist of the series really brings a new perspective to the occupation. Everyone truly is a protagonist in their own story. And even though Tesler has an absolutely unrealistic level of cruelty and sadism, the show continues to treat him like a person. It's also interesting that he sleeps like this. We don't have a reason as to why, but we do see programs in this very episode actually sleeping normally, like you and me would. So why the whole hanging thing? Maybe it's a consequence of his weapon arms or something, I don't know. So Tesler wakes up and demands his underlings do something about the Renegade. Pavel says,
I await your orders, your sagaciousness.
Which, oh cool, I learned what that word means, so that's fun. So Tesler makes an announcement to Argonne that whoever turns in the Renegade, hey wait, the Colosseum's actually finished now. Or more finished. Remember before it was still under heavy construction? Well, it looks more completed now, not quite finished yet. But that's awesome. Anyway, anyone who turns in the Renegade will receive a one-of-a-kind roadster. This is the first instance of a light car that we see in the show. We've seen trucks, but not quite a car like this. It looks slick too. The fact that a car is being offered in exchange for turning over the Renegade points again to the idea that there is no currency on the grid, so do Slovia, comrades. There's actually a foreshadow of how this is gonna go in the form of a joke, with Zed joking jokingly saying that Mara's the renegade they're looking for. Beck thinks that it's time to lay low, since remaining hidden is going to be much harder now. And Tron, wait, Tron, what the fuck you doing here? Tron and Argon count jumping to 2 now. Anyway, this is actually the first instance of when Tron actually listens to the advice given by Beck, which comes at a nice time in their relationship, since Beck has been the renegade for quite some time now, and even done missions to prove that his heart is in the right place. So Beck lays low. Then we go to the consequences that no one saw coming. Except me, I saw coming. Programs begin turning in their neighbors with no real proof because they're afraid, or they want a reward. Anyone remember American history?
You best start believing it.
American history.
There was a period in the 1940s and 50s called McCarthyism, during the Second Red Scare, where being a communist was so unfavorably looked at, neighbors would be on the lookout for you uttering even one negative word about the US, and it could cost you your job, friends, or family even. In some cases your freedom, as they locked people away. Anyway, the Red Scare is what's happening on the grid now. Just replace Renegade with Communist. I cannot believe how much I'm talking about communism in my Tron video. However, it is interesting to see how this situation affects people at the top, even people who are close to the situation, like Pavel goading Paige into believing they're going to be replaced. Bartek and Hopper are unhappy about the new renegades to interrogate. Pavel tells them to shut up, and we have this smooth-ass transition from the streets to the unauthorized programs area. So we transition to Beck taking that time off he mentioned, and Zed indicates that this is literally the first time the three of them have hung out since Bodhi died. Zed then also jokingly pegs Beck for the renegade, and like I said, another 4 episodes and he totally could have figured it out. So now, a new face pawns over the car. This guy is Link, and we actually have seen him before, he just wasn't really worth a mention. In the Argon race, there was one program who had a false start and couldn't even get on his light cycle in time, and that was this guy. Poor dude. So Pavel shows up and tells Link that he has a plan that would incarcerate the renegade and give Link the car. Beck, Zed, and Mara are continuing to enjoy their night off when it seems like their club has been taken over by occupation soldiers. Beck has a belligerent attitude towards the occupation and it's unrecognized by his friends, but everyone understands it. Beyond understanding, everybody in the show gives Beck a lot of leeway after Bodhi dies. Abel does this as well. Their time in the club changes in tension as Pavel and his grunts arrive. They walk past our heroes and we get a really great view of how each character handles confrontation with the occupation. Zed moves out of the way, Mara doesn't but can be moved, and Beck stands confidently in the face of the enemy. I'm telling you guys, the characterization in the show is beautiful. So the occupation enters and Pavel arrests Hopper before leaving. Beck unknowingly enters detective mode and Mara and Zed help him because they're good-ass friends. Then Beck does this incredible move. He tells Mara and Zed to talk to Bartek. This move is so good because it holds a lot of different purposes. For one, Beck doesn't want to work with Mara and Zed because it could be dangerous for them, so he sends them to do something that to them seems really important. But with his own knowledge that Hopper can't possibly be the renegade, the only purpose this serves is to get them away from danger. But they don't know that, so it feels like they're being useful. It's just a really beautiful use of all the dynamics of these characters. Unfortunately, good intentions aside, Bartek runs out in a panic and Paige spots Zed and Mara, enlisting them to help clear his name. Beck, trying to outsmart his friends instead of working with them, puts them all in the crosshairs of the occupation, and I think there's really something to be said there. So Pavel takes Hopper's disc to Gorn to begin the memory alteration procedure. Gotta wonder, number 1, how long does this process take? And number 2, how long does it take for memory amnesia to set in? Surely Pavel wouldn't allow it to be kept away long enough for the stray symptoms to set in, but yeah, just gotta wonder. Pavel also says that Gorn will be handsomely rewarded, so I wonder what kind of car he'll give her when she finishes the task. She successfully alters the disc, and Pavel tells her to come, but she doesn't actually come with him into the next scene. Oh, and last detail, you can see a program's breath in this memory altering room. I don't know if that's just the room she got, or if the cold is a necessary requirement of disc alteration, but it's definitely neat. So next, Tesler gets Hopper kneeling in front of him as he reviews his disc, to find a clip of the Renegade saving a program, and calling Tesler pathetic. I really love how even in the altered memory, the consideration and care of programs is just not there. Pavel thinks the Renegade would throw another program to the ground in this haphazard kind of way, but he would never release cuffs like this. It's a really good detail. So Hopper pleads for mercy, and Tesler kicks him on the ground and plans to execute him in public, rather than in private. He says,
"You know Tron."
And I think this really shows where his psyche's at. He's really actually concerned that this could be the second coming of Tron himself. I think in his head, that's the only way Tesler loses. So this is almost a cathartic, yeah, you can't be him. So then we see Link roaming the streets in his new car, which I guess included a sick pair of shades, nice. Beck jump scares him in the back seat, and he tells him that it was Pavel's idea, which transitions us into Paige yelling at him. She has a theory that Pavel wants to make Tesler look incompetent in front of Clue. Kind of a brilliant idea. There's just one problem. Where is Clue? Will he be watching this demonstration? Like, does he get notifications on his phone on the updates in Argon? So anyway, Paige accuses Pavel and brings out Zed and Mara to help clear Hopper's name.
Sir, these programs
are renegade sympathizers.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
If I were Paige, I would just straight up look at you and go like, dude, you are making this really confusing. Just stop for a second, okay? God. Mara pleads with Tesler, but she accidentally touches his chest with her hand, and literally everybody in the room is terrified when this happens. What an absolute tyrant. Tesler arrests them, and Beck and Link go over what the plan is, since Link was supposed to show up at the execution. Too late though, it's already started. Holy shit, Tesler has to be so loud for his public execution to be heard wherever Link and Beck are. They are not even close to the town square. And he's gotta have like binocular eye attachments, because how the hell can he even see that Zed and Mara are there? Where even is the square from where he's standing? Beck steals the car to make it there on time, and Link yells, "Don't forget to use the blinker!" Which implies a rules of the road system, and I wonder what that looks like on the grid. Also, do light cycles have blinkers? So Tesla strings the three up, and he does it in like a really brutal way. Like, I understand a public de-resolution, but he's planning on tying each of their limbs to a light cycle? That shit's fucking horrifying. Tesla then says, "Goodbye, Renegade," and gives a thumbs down, like how Caesar used to do in the Colosseums. Do they have Earth history on the grid? I guess it would kind of make sense since they are like the superhighway of the internet, and Flynn did bring books when he lived on the grid, but like, do you think Tesla read any of them? Or if somebody was like, hey, why did you do a thumbs down? He would just be like, oh, I don't know, it just felt right. Beck zooms across the city, and Mara calls out Zed's name. Zed encourages Mara to close her eyes, once again showing that insecurity does not equal cowardice. It's actually super sweet and kind of him to make her feel comfortable at a time like this. Mara tries to tell Zed that she's got feelings for him, but Beck arrives just in time to cut their lines and save them. Now, I only saw him cut 2 lines, so theoretically, Hopper should have gone flying, because of the pole that was being put on the wire, like a slingshot. Pavel then begins firing fucking rockets at them. And this is the first and only time in the show we get an instance of this sniper-esque rocket launcher. The rocket also does this loop-de-loop, so I don't know how that works, but okay. So then they escape with Zed continuously asking Mara what she was going to say before it being stopped. Once they get back on the road, Hopper instantly tries to take the Renegade prisoner, which is really funny. After Zed kicks Hopper out of the car, there's this really somber moment where Zed says he wishes Beck were here. We as the audience know that of course he is, and Beck knows it too, but we can feel that shit. Now that we have a better picture of how Beck is missing out, it hits a bit harder. There's also an airy subtext that Beck wants to tell them right now, and part of me kind of wishes he did. Anyway, Beck splits the car into 2 light cycles, takes one on his way, and leaves one for Zed and Mara. Zed tries to ask Mara one last time what she meant, but when she drops it, he drops it. He doesn't push Mara to express her feelings, flawlessly towing the line between interested and creepy. Even if it was a bit extra to be asking about her feelings during their escape. He knew how to take no for an answer, and that's what I'm saying. Beck returns to Tron, who is surprised to see him since he said he was taking time off. There's actually this really compassionate moment between them where Tron seems to understand in an unspoken way how hard it is to take the suit off, per se. And that's the end. Good episode. And hey, y'all, we were actually able to keep our death toll the same. No one was de-rezzed in this episode. Now, where to rank it? Let's start with the good. I really love the intro for this one. I really enjoyed all the parts with the disc rewriting and Gorn in general. I liked seeing more of Pavel, he's always fun. However, I'm not feeling super passionate about this episode. It's a fine story for sure, but I think C tier is just where this guy belongs. Hi, C tier. Like I said, I really like Gorn, and I think that her introduction gives this episode a big boost. I just think that there's a lot better in store for us. I feel like I'm saying that a lot, but just wait guys, the best episodes are yet to come.
Knew him. I watched him die.
So, you have to understand, right? We turn a corner with this episode. Not only is this episode duking it out with some other episodes for the S ranking spot, but it allows the story of Uprising to be engaged with in a different way. See, what have we had so far? Episode 1 was establishing, episodes 2 and 3 gave us Cutler for later, and started Beck on his fighting journey. Episode 4 was our kinda filler episode, and started Zed's feud. Episode 5 helped develop Tron's relationship with Beck. Episode 6 developed Paige and Tesla as characters. Episode 7 developed Pavel, but 8 actually had an underlining point. Aside from it just being the Red Scare episode, the episode was trying to push Pavel into making Tesla look foolish in front of his boss, Clue. Episode 9 rolls that idea into its natural conclusion, bringing Dyson, one of Clue's inner circle, to Argon. Before this, we were establishing characters and setups for payoffs, but now we finally get to roll episodes into each other, not only establishing things for the long-term payoff, but short-term ones too, helping it feel serialized instead of episodic, even if each episode is still telling its own story. Because Pavel tries to embarrass Tesla, Dyson visits Argon. So with that said, let's get to the episode. We open with this new kind of ship flying through the sky. Don't know if it's actually new, but we haven't seen it before. Gotta say that Dyson standing on the front of the ship seems like an impractical way to travel, but damn if I wouldn't be doing it too. It's not 100% confirmed, but is he traveling alone? It seems unusual, but I guess that's fair for somebody as special as he is. His ship goes through an occupation checkpoint where we can see the process of entering Argon. It requests the manifest, but in this instance the manifest request is denied, because he has the highest level of access, by sovereign order of Clue himself. Also, each step has its own icon, and I wonder if they work as a shorthand. Like, could an experienced checkpoint commander just look at the icons and understand what they mean? We see that Tron has put a tracking device on the checkpoint that signals to him, to allow him to see when someone enters this terminal. I really love this. I feel like despite needing to keep tabs on the occupation and Clue in general, there isn't a whole lot of espionage, and this is awesome. It's a little unclear if this device works specifically to track Dyson, or just anybody under orders from Clue. It doesn't really matter, but I just get curious how it works. It's awesome either way. Tron opens this alert from the checkpoint, and after seeing Dyson's name, his scar flares up. He clenches his fist and says,
Dyson.
Might just be Bruce's voice, but god damn, dude, this is a powerful cold open. A fantastic sign of things to come for this episode. Dyson gets into Argon and lands in Tesla's base. Pavel and Tesla shoot the shit until they see him, when Tesla says,
That vile two-faced phony.
Dyson! What a wonderful surprise.
That's so good. Dyson says he's here to replace Tesla and send him to the games, and that he's just joking. Now, I know from a meta sense that Dyson wasn't being serious about sending Tesla to the games, seeing as we're only halfway through the show and we haven't even gotten to Tesla's best episode yet, but imagine what a shakeup it would have been if the occupation in Argonne was replaced by an unknown evil like Dyson, acting directly under orders from Clue. It feels right in line with what I would have expected from a season 2. Dyson says he's here for a routine inspection and to investigate this renegade he's heard all about. He downplays his involvement with being here from the get-go. It seems like even within the occupation, there's a very clear line between those who are close to Clue and those who aren't. We then zoom out to see Tron and Beck surveying Dyson together. First off, being this close to Tesla's ship is such a damn risk, but second off, this brings our counter of Tron's visiting Argonne to 3. The difference between the other times and this time, though, is that Dyson has such an elite personal connection to Tron, I almost feel like it's justified. Tron's plan is that Beck will capture Dyson and bring him to the hideout so that they can extract information from him.
If I bring him to the lair, we'd have to de-res him.
But he forgets how he met Tron, with his identity completely concealed. Also, like when Tron wanted to bring the scientists to the hideout. Anyway, Beck wants to get his disc instead of capturing him, and Tron is super dodgy about his true intentions for Dyson. Beck then notes that Tron's scar has grown from being away from his healing chamber. It's hard to say what exactly will happen to him if he stays away from it for too long, whether he would just instantly de-res, or if his scar would, like, lower his HP to 1 or something. Tron then flashes back to his time defending the grid. Firstly, the transition itself is awesome. His hair changes, he goes from a growing scar and wearing black in the present to a clean face and wearing white in the past. Show me a visual representation of this character has gone through some shit. Secondly, the city Tron is watching over is actually called Tron City, and it looks incredible. Advanced highways, unique architecture, gorgeous colors. Holy man, it looks so good. They're standing on a building that is actually Tron's headquarters, with a big Tron T logo on the side of it. Dyson comes to him with bad news, more trouble in the ISO district, with the grid voice mentioning that there's an outbreak in progress. Not only does this add history to the ISO war, but it gives me more questions about the timeline of when the ISOs arrived, and what the rest of the grid's first impressions of them were. Questions in a good way though, like I really want to know more about this kind of questions. Dyson then assembles their team, and we get to see a real and serious example of how Tron works within a team structure. Which is fantastic because, and I hate that it is this way, we never see Tron lead anybody besides Beck in this show. Tron inspires his team, telling them he wants the crowd dispersed peacefully. Dyson has his back about it, and they go on their way. They all drive first-gen light cycles, like Abel's Encom 786. All their trails are white as well, which if you remember from the Lux episode, is the second and only other time this happens in the show. So once Team Tron arrives at the ISO disturbance, we can actually see that the building they fight in front of is the same building in Tron Legacy that gets destroyed in the ISO war. Although it looks like there's a few different buildings, so the one in Legacy may just be one of a few. The crowd that opposes ISOs contains Pearl and the guy she was stealing light bikes for. And yeah, I call him the guy because they don't actually give him a name in the show.
I'm the guy.
Depending on how long ago this is, I'm kind of wondering about how aging works on the grid. Also, this is Tron City, not Argonne, so I mean, anybody can migrate, but it's a little sketchy. Or the most likely option is that these are reused assets and don't actually have any greater lore meaning, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't talk about it. Anyway, the ISOs plead, then Tron and his team show up and talk some sense into everybody, and it works for a second, until somebody from the ISO side throws a disc in dramatic fashion and de-reses a program in the crowd. It's not even confirmed it was an ISO, it's just a dark figure running away when Tron looks back. All hell breaks loose and Tron and his team try to hold back the crowd from annihilating the ISOs. Notably, they break out these energy shields that are actually insanely effective, blocking multiple hits from aggressors. The rest of Tron's team disobey orders and draw their discs, except Dyson, insisting on listening to Tron. A random program destroys Dyson's helmet, and this is actually the only instance in the show where body armor actually blocks a disc shot. It actually makes me feel like body armor is super effective if a disc to the chest is indeed the only way to de-res a program. We see the protesters de-resing some ISOs before Tron tells Dyson to fall back. I should also note that Dyson isn't sold on the ISOs in general, but he is fighting tooth and nail to save them because that's what Tron wanted. For his troubles, Dyson takes a disc directly to the face. And yeah, I think I'm good with solidifying the rule that to de-res a program, you go with a chest shot. Anything else is negotiable. And now we go back to the present, where Tron still stalks Dyson. I do have to wonder what these graphs on Tron's binoculars measure. I'm no stranger to a histogram for color correction or something, but like, what is this graph for? Next, we go back to the hideout where Beck continues his training, and it's kinda in this fight scene that I think we really declare that we've hit our stride with the combat. The choreography looks spectacular at multiple points in this fight, especially when he disarms the Dyson simulation. After he beats the simulation, Tron pushes him to finish him before we cut to the next scene. We'll never know what Beck says to Tron, or if he actually went through with de-resing the Dyson configuration, and I think that's part of the charm within the trauma for this episode. We then go back to Dyson watching over Argonne, where Pavel talks politics with Paige. She keeps a cool head when dealing with him, and I think that's a part of her that I find most endearing. She basically roasts him while doing it too. She's so badass. Then we go back to the past, where we see Dyson with his battle injury watching over the ISOs again. Gotta say, Tron is a tough-ass leader, soldier if Dyson can get a disc to the face and doesn't even get to go home early. Dyson then begins slinging slurs at our ISOs, calling them light lines. We don't get to see much of this interaction, and seeing him view them differently because they weren't written is very fascinating. I really wish we got to see more interactions like this, but the ISOs were on the grid for such little time, it's hard to tell their stories. Or at least I thought that because of Tron Legacy, but Uprising makes me think that if they had their own districts, there was definitely more time to integrate them into cities. Anyway, Tron tells Dyson to focus and that they just need to wait until Flynn gets there, and that's when Clue shows up. Now when Clue does arrive, he drives a different light cycle than Tron and his team do, which is a nod to how Clue may have been planning to make a huge change to the grid by advancing technology in the way he did. Beyond that though, he actually doesn't have the same light bike as Beck, for instance. His model is entirely unique. It even has a little spoiler on the end. How frickin' cute. Flynn then arrives at his arcade on the grid, which is our first and only appearance of this location, which makes sense I suppose since it's in Tron City and not Argonne. Flynn has the most minimal light design out of any program we've seen so far, and it makes him stand out as very important and unique. Same with episode 1, the location is remarkably consistent for Tron Legacy, except that in that movie we actually get to go inside of it, while in the show Flynn just walks out of a white doorway. Flynn and Clue both have altered appearances from their previous iterations as well. Flynn in Legacy has a leather jacket with light strips on the inside of it, while in this he doesn't have that at all. Clue looks extremely similar, if not exactly the same as his Legacy appearance, but he, at this point in the story, should still be looking identical to Flynn, with that same jacket I mentioned earlier. I see why they didn't, it would have been hard to differentiate them, but still, had to mention it. Now Kevin Flynn was played by Jeff Bridges and every other iteration of this character within the Tron franchise. But I guess in Uprising, the budget wasn't quite high enough for Bridges to return, so instead we get Fred Tatasciore, and he does such an incredible job modeling his voice after Bridges. He's actually a voice you've heard a bunch before. He voiced like every minor character in Invincible, as well as holding the additional voice credits in like fucking everything, man. We're talking Family Guy to Call of Duty to Spider-Man to Star Wars. His resume is insanely impressive. Go check out his IMDb. Flynn and Clue almost immediately get into an argument, and Dyson interrupts to introduce himself as one of his security programs. Flynn actually says his name out loud without being told first, which is an awesome note to him, you know, being the creator. He probably picked Dyson's name himself. Dyson says he wants Flynn to do something, and Flynn attempts to calm him down, but his wording kind of makes it sound like he doesn't care. He basically does a I feel your pain, but kind of situation. Now we get back to the present, and this is the episode for match cuts, man. It's awesome. Tron tries to get some of that sweet healing juice, but decides against it, allowing his scar to grow bigger. Beck tries to prove to Tron that he can retrieve Dyson's disc by retrieving his disc. The fact that this sticky grenade attached to Tron's disc is orange means that Beck can program colors to be whatever he wants, even if he himself isn't that color. So again, I once again give up trying to figure out how colors work on the grid. Tron throws his disc out of the room, and when Beck approaches with it, Tron doesn't take it well, threatening to cut him out of the revolution if he doesn't return with Dyson. Very odd behavior from Tron, but not incomprehensible, especially from someone dealing with trauma. So now Dyson tours Argonne Square with Paige and Pavel. During his tour, Beck plans to ambush them, but Dyson senses this coming and does an excellent job of showing off why he is top dog, silencing his coworkers and not even uttering a word until he's sure the situation is under control. We see another example of a body/program/weapon mod with Dyson being able to see recent footprints. Now I would add this to our evolving weaponry theme folder, but we actually have seen this modification in Tron Legacy as well, with Tron himself using it to track Flynn. He finds the bomb and throws it into the air, and even stares down the spot that Beck is hiding, in case he wants to pop out and say hi. Dyson remains calm while Paige tells the soldiers to search the area. Dyson then reveals to them that the Renegade couldn't be Tron, since he was there when Tron died. Overall, Dyson does this really great job of not being forced into a bad guy role. He has charisma, intimidation, ambition, and more without just being one of those things. And so far, Paige is the only bad guy who has had any kind of charisma, so it's really cool to see someone who can bank on that. And now, we get a flashback with more retcons. By and large, I don't think this is a retcon that actually affects anything, but it still deviates from what we saw in Tron Legacy. In our flashback, we get Clue confronting Flynn as he walks with Tron, which is exactly what happened in Legacy. The first deviation is that in Uprising, they seem to be in a secluded space, while in Legacy, they're walking down a street. In Legacy, Clue confronts, and then Tron fights off 1 or 2 soldiers at a time, while in Uprising, Dyson gives the signal and an entire group of soldiers attack Tron at once. At least 7 of them, when in Legacy, we only see Tron fighting off 4 in total. In Legacy, Tron tells Flynn to go, but Clue catches up with him. So Tron tackles Clue and tells Flynn to run once more, where the fight is short and he meets a quick demise. In Uprising, that part is kind of just excluded. Tron tells Flynn to run, fights off the soldiers, and then is on the ground, bested by Clue. I guess there's nothing that prevents Tron from tackling Clue in the middle of this fight against the soldiers, except that Clue has an extended conversation with Tron, including revealing that Dyson was in on it, while in Legacy, he just straight up murders Tron. Or at least we're led to believe that, since Clue attacks him off screen. Even staying consistent to Legacy, we know that he didn't kill Tron, so whatever. Tron also uses 2 discs to fight in Legacy, but he doesn't do this in Uprising. Before I move on, I didn't have a good place to put it, so I'll just throw it here. Uprising has the edge of the identity discs match the interior color, while in Legacy, the outside was always white, and the interior color changes. Just thought I'd mention that. Now, let's talk motivations, because aside from choreography, that changes too. In Legacy, Clue's ultimate plan is to bring his forces into the outside world, and he needs Flynn's disc to do that, so he draws out his son. In Uprising, Tron proclaims to Clue that he failed to get Flynn, and Clue reveals that it was actually him that he was after, the savior of the grid, because he knew that without without Tron, Flynn is powerless. Now, this retcon is kind of determined by which story we're watching, because technically both can be true. Getting after Tron to weaken Flynn absolutely fits within the framework of Legacy, so maybe this is nothing to even worry about. Lastly, Clue kneels over Tron and stabs him in a similar way that we see in episode 1. However, it's not how he did it in Legacy, but it does mark the end of both scenes. So, analysis time. Firstly, bringing the show back to the moment of Clue's betrayal is an awesome move for the show, giving the ability to view the event from a different light, with a more emotional feel, and characters we can more closely relate to. It's just brilliant. The recontextualization of this event is really nice, and mostly fits within the mold of Tron Legacy. Dyson's betrayal is one that stings in particular. He tells Tron that it was in fact Flynn who betrayed the grid, and it hurts to see him get to that point.
Tron said no this!
While actively being attacked by programs. He had Tron's back, he stood by him, and he got punished for it. He got injured, and all the creator himself could talk about was how wonderful these things were. Imagine God himself patting you on the shoulder and telling you, sorry for your pain, but your assaulters are more important than you are right now. From Flynn's point of view, I get it. He's a human, and the environment he created essentially created life. That's bigger than huge, that's unimaginable. But you still have the environment that they came from, and you can't neglect that. I don't agree with Dyson, but I can understand him, and the show brings us along for that ride so beautifully. So, we learned later that the repurposing process can help heal ailments, and with Dyson's recovery, did Dyson get repurposed? My money is on no. Like Paige, he was instead radicalized. But Clue sounds so proud of his ability to make Dyson perfect, it almost sounds like a regular medical program wouldn't have been able to do as good of a job as him. Now, it is possible that Clue is programmed to have like max stats and everything since he is a digital copy of Flynn, so maybe he just used his innate skills and benevolence, I don't know. This is also another instance of me wishing we got a season 2, so we could see more of Dyson's relationship with Clue. Was Clue just using him to get to Tron? Does he get off on the fact that Tron's closest friend is now cozying up to him? All these unanswered questions are just a tragedy for the show. Alright, I'm finally done with the flashback. So we go back to the present and we see that Tron's scar has reached his eye. Beck confronts Tron about his desire to kill for revenge, and Tron uses the same stun bomb he uses in episode 1 again, the one that's modeled like a grenade. But yeah, he stuns Beck, he takes the disc, and gives a dope one-liner, and the episode is over. It's also wildly inconsistent and convenient when the Tron suit retracts from a certain program, cause like, it retracts from Beck here, but all Tron did was take the disc off his back. How did it know to retract? Last detail is that Tron's eyes light up when he puts the new white suit on, and that's unique to him. I don't know if that makes it unique to the Tron program itself, or simply new users, since Beck and Tron are the only ones to put it on in the show. But Beck's eyes for sure didn't glow the first time, so I'm not sure. And that's the episode, part 1 of 2. For our on-screen deaths, we have 1 protesting program and 2 ISOs who get caught in the riot. And presumably a lot more ISOs in the crowd, but we can't actually see them, so we can't know for sure. So that gives us +3, making our total 24. Now, where do I put this masterpiece in the tier list? I would like to propose to the viewers at home that this episode is our first S-tier episode. Having an episode based around Tron's past, the namesake of the show, especially after spending so much time with Beck, I think it was a really great move. I think the story that they were telling was really fantastic, not to mention Dyson's motivations and characterization, Tron falling off the deep end, and all the flashbacks that happen throughout the episode. They help us give context to the season and connect it to works past. Not to mention this is the first episode that really connects us in a serialized way rather than an episodic way. Yeah, I definitely think we can put this episode in S tier.
You watched me die. I'll watch you die.
So we start immediately where we left off, with Beck on the ground and Tron heading out into Argonne with the white suit. I wonder if Tron has a collection of light bikes to use in case he needs it. In this instance, actually, Beck is using the bike he took from Zed, and you can tell because it has the nitro feature, which is awesome actually. I'm really glad that they remained consistent with him having that. It's hard to tell, but I wonder if Tron is actually trying to kill Beck here. It'd be kind of fucked if he was, but he's not in the right state of mind, so, you know. It's also really cool to see a high competency light cycle battle on the grid, and these two are masters of what they do, so it's really awesome to see from them. Tron shoves something into Beck's wheel spoke, and wait, do light cycles have wheel spokes? I mean, I guess they have to, because he did, and it works. It disables Beck's bike, and Tron crosses the gap the same way he did in episode 2 during their first lesson, which is really cool. Tron gets away, but Beck puts a tracker on his bike without him realizing, and then we go to Tesla giving Paige and Pavel shit. He catches Dyson sitting in his throne, and he almost has a meltdown, but instead Paige goes to talk to Dyson and leaves Tesla to have his little tantrum. Paige guides Dyson through what I imagine is an energy plant, but it's not orange like the occupation colors. I don't know why that is. Maybe energy is a more neutral color or something. The energy extractor in episode 4 was orange, so... As they're walking, a coolant failure is imminent, so Paige dispatches to check it out. And then we see that Tron is back in Argonne stalking Dyson. This would be his 4th time back in the city. We then flash back to Tron in the past, damage sewn upon his body in a test tube surrounded by his team, who are also in test tubes. It's here that we see the first instance of repurposing, and there's something really interesting to be said about why this was almost necessary. Clue wasn't made to be a tyrant or an oppressor. He was made to keep order in the grid when Flynn wasn't around. As such, he was never written with an army, so he had to come up with one. Repurposing was a practice seen in Tron Legacy as well, except the exact process of removing code and inputting new code was left more ambiguous, so this scene has a few purposes. It answers some specific questions about the process, it enhances the empathy we have for Tron, and gives us endgame stakes for the finale of the season. We'll talk about that later as well. I just really like it, a lot. It's overall a really smooth introduction to repurposing. I do have to ask why there's condensation on the glass that Tron is in though. He then gets sucked up through the top of the tube and placed in restraints, I guess. I don't know how grid elevators work, maybe this is normal. Dyson then approaches Tron, and we get back to the present, where Tron correctly predicts that Beck still followed him. He tries to talk Tron out of this, but Tron overpowers Beck and handcuffs him to the railing. Beck begs Tron not to end the revolution before it has a chance to start. Tron pulls up his unique mask and goes after Dyson. It's then revealed that Pavel is the one causing the critical overload, not Tron. Paige hits him off the controls and he screams, "That really hurts!" I adore this delivery, it makes me laugh every single time. Now, Pavel must be programmed to be optimistic and opportunistic because he tries to team up with Paige without even thinking about it, even ignoring that she already said no last episode. Dyson then encourages the Renegade to come out and then uses his foot tracking ability again to find a glowing T through the fog. Except, as he runs after it, it's not the Tron T, it's a cluster of bombs set up in that configuration, which is fucking dope. What incredible strategy it was for Tron to know that this would get Dyson. It's fucking awesome. The explosion goes off and it traps Paige and Pavel and helps Beck get on his way to freeing himself. We then flash back to Dyson torturing Tron. Outside of the door, we get two programs talking about how Tron isn't screaming in agony. This unwittingly implies that whatever Dyson is doing, he's done it to other people before Tron. But he was doing it to Tron for a specific purpose, so I wonder what the other purposes were. Now that's a question. Dyson gives us more specifics on the repurposing project, confirming that Tron is Flynn's last soldier. He says that repurposing leaves little of the personality intact, but as we'll see later, there must be two tiers of repurposing, because when Cutler returns to the show, he still has the majority of his personality. He's not just a mindless drone. Which means, could Dyson have been repurposed as well? Dyson goes on about how perfection is the only way we can achieve peace, and I gotta say that Clue and Dyson's obsession with perfection is a fun motivation for a villain. It only works on the grid though. Like imagine trying to do this in our world, right?
What's more imperfect than our world?
It couldn't work. But the grid is binary ones and zeros. It would theoretically be possible to repurpose every single program on the grid and have it be a completely unified system. Dyson finishes his torture and we see the number that he does on Tron, even gouging out his eye. He tells his soldiers to take him away, and as the recognizer flies away, we hear Clue giving a speech to his soldiers, which is consistent with what we know of him of Tron Legacy, which again is awesome. Anyway, in the flashback, Tron's ship explodes, then crashes, and Dyson believes Tron to have died. Back to the present, Tron grabs Dyson's face and begins the fight. The fight itself is spectacular, but I do want to bring attention to one aspect of it. Usually, we can see Beck's face through the mask during his fights, but in this fight in particular, we see Dyson's face, and I think that's a fun twist, especially because we all know that Tron is under there, but Dyson doesn't. Dyson pulls out another weapon mod where he puts his disc on a kind of whip or lasso. It allows the entire combat to change, because while disc battles were basically knife fights, now Tron is more on the defensive. There's also the possibility that this is a new mod for Dyson, which means Tron would have never seen it before. And if that is the case, it really does show that Tron is an awesome fighter and protector of the grid, being able to still hold his own against a new technique. Now, I'm not trying to cope when I say that I think Dyson's disc is different than a regular disc, because it's got this lightning electricity effect around it. I bring it up because this fight gives us the one and only example in the entire show where getting a disc to your center mass is not lethal. I can either try to explain it and say that Dyson's disc is different, or we can say that this is just an interesting thing that happened. Maybe it has to do with the fact that it's on a lasso, since Dyson's disc is plenty lethal later in this episode. Their fight continues with more of this incredible choreography, and Tron gets the upper hand with this, look at this, hand through the disc move? What? Beck gets a hold of his disc and chases after Tron, but he doesn't get there before Tron knocks Dyson down and reveals that in fact, Tron lives. I do notice that Tron's eye is white, which makes me think that he's blind without his healing chamber, which means he owned Dyson without peripheral vision. So remember what I said about Tron being like the ultimate fighter? Dyson tries to appeal to Tron's greed and desire to be cured and normal, specifically saying that most programs just get tired without energy, but Tron would actually die without it. I just straight up don't have enough information to understand what makes programs tired or requiring more energy, so let's just mark this one with a mental note and move on. Dyson tells him that they can rule the galaxy,
His father and son.
and Tron delivers probably his best line in the entire show.
I'd rather stay like this forever than be a puppet of a tyrant.
It's so good. Tron picks up Dyson and it looks like he's going to finally finish him, but instead we flash back to the recognizer, showing that this curious guard was the one who saved him. We know this program as Cyrus, and we'll be talking about him in a few episodes, but because of those episodes we know that he's kind of a sadist, and because of that it's kind of likely that he looked up to and rescued Tron because of his ability to take pain in the way he did. This is actually a really interesting detail that I'm not even sure was intentional. Cyrus then tells Tron,
We can't let revolution end before it has a chance to start.
which is exactly what Beck said to Tron, bringing it back full circle. I am so excited to talk about Cyrus, we're almost there. Back to the present, Tron releases Dyson so that he can deliver a message to Clue, and him and Beck leave. Dyson looks like he just saw a ghost because, you know, he did. Tesler says that Paige and Pavel should work together more since Dyson left Argon with his tail between his legs, and we go back to Tron finally getting into his healing chamber, healing his old scars. But apparently before he did that, he gave Beck his suit back. Seems like that could have waited, my dude, you're dying. Tron thanks Beck, and we get to see Dyson going into Tron City once more to deliver a message to Clue. Clue wants to keep the fact that Tron lives incredibly secret, so Dyson murders the one guard in the room with them. This pins Clue as the typical I'ma kill my own men kind of bad guy, but hey, that's fine I suppose. I would even say it's in character with some of the stuff he does in Legacy. And that's the whole episode. Whoo baby, I do love these episodes so very much. So our death toll only went up by the one dude that Dyson killed, so we're sitting at 25 total. Now for the rankings. Basically everything I said about episode 9 holds true for this episode. Giving Tron the ability to actually be the main character in a story sharing his name is amazing. And I think part of why I rank episode 9 so highly is because I know that episode 10 will close us out of the story in an amazing way. Tron had the spotlight for almost an hour, y'all. It's amazing. I actually will say that I think I like the choreography in episode 10 better than episode 9, but that's kind of because this whole episode was one big long fight scene. Not that I'm complaining, no, not at all. Oh, are you sleepy? So up in S tier you go, big guy, you earned it.
You said yourself, he's not Tron.
Well, he might be Tron.
Firstly, in the previously on, you hear Zed say,
"This guy's no Tron. He's a menace."
But he doesn't actually say that in the show. We open this episode with the funniest cause and effect I could envision. There's another Clue statue, but this time it's holographic, so no one can sabotage it again like Beck did in episode 1. That is so fucking funny to me. The grid voice says that there's a curfew in effect, and we see a normal civilian program running away from soldiers. There's a reveal where she turns around and sees another soldier right in her face, and it's pretty awesome. It really sets a great tone for this scene. She gets captured after being surrounded by these soldiers who can alter the floor in front of her. It's at this point that I can actually comprehend and understand that the grid basically uses capital punishment for every one of its laws. Being sent to the games is a death sentence, and they'll send you there just for breaking curfew. No warning, no nothing. Overly brutal if you ask me. So this civilian program along with 3 others get walked onto a ship bound for the games, when Beck shows up and saves them. During this fight, he uses their staves to do the floor altering thing like they did, but he says, "This better work." And that is fucking wild to say, especially because of how close they were to him. My dude is crazy here. Also, no one seemed to remember that they could throw their discs at this moment because he would have been dead to rights. He cuts their handcuffs, and it's kind of just luck of the draw that all 4 of these programs are female. Or maybe the showrunners wanted it to seem like he was being gawked over or something, I don't know. Anyway, he leaves, and we see a soldier tell Tesler that Tron lives. I do wonder what exactly this soldier was expecting by telling Tesler this. Like, it couldn't possibly go well for him. Tesler says that's not possible, and the soldier tries to explain, but Tesler silences him. Tesler says he's calling him a liar, and the soldier's calm attitude is actually really nice. He didn't panic and stutter, he just calmly was gonna explain.
"You're not a liar, sir."
Really awesome dialogue, and that's a mark of this entire episode. Tesler then takes his skull in his hand and oh shit, yeah, he melts him. This may be the most gruesome death in the entire series. I would rank it higher than Keller's death because he was ripping his face rather than her shoulder. Anyway, Tesler says that he's gonna deliver a message himself, and we go to the disc game field where we see 2 soldiers are entering their triple overtime for their 19th game.
You've been counting?
Of course I've been counting. It's called court etiquette.
Damn dude, Zed is like the funniest person in the show. He also then says that he wishes the Renegade would do something to stop them, but also that if he was friends with the Renegade, he would still turn him in. It's stone cold, man. It's not so often we get to see a secret identity story where everybody seemingly hates the secret part. Their game is interrupted by Tesler's message to Argon. The gist of it is that he's offering to eliminate the curfew and release some prisoners from the games if the Renegade 1v1s him in Rust. The specifics are actually a bit more interesting. Firstly, he uses the phrase vigilante, which is the first and only time that term is used. It technically still makes sense, but if you've been pushing the Renegade narrative the whole time, why not just press on that term? He does kind of make a good point about the curfew though. It was only ever in effect because the Renegade beheaded Clue's statue. Before that, yeah, it was an occupation and it was unjust and unfair, but there was no curfew. It's kind of like the Batman philosophy of like, would supervillains even exist if Batman didn't exist? Different thought here, but because of how two-faced the occupation is, I think it's really funny to imagine how Tesler may have come up with these programs. The easiest explanation is that he took them from the programs being rounded up for the games, but I like to believe he pulled random peeps off the street and said, hey you're gonna be in my video. Last note is that Tesler describes himself as benevolent, and I think that's just hilarious. I do wonder if the programs of Argon view him that way. Like obviously we know he's not that, but I just wonder what they think. There's also the tiniest of continuity errors where Beck, Zed, and Mara are like surrounded by people for this one shot, but in the others they're not. The broadcast ends and Zed is excited about playing finally, and Beck lets his fucking Spider-Man skills show. Matt Murdock over here, I guess. He's just a really good lawyer. Tesler tells Pavel that the Renegade has no choice, which is exactly what Beck tells Tron in their conversation about it. Tron in his conversation has a deep amount of subtext. What Tron isn't saying in this conversation is that Beck doesn't need to kill himself to save programs that were on TV. Hundreds of programs go to the games every day, and he's not this passionate about them. It is nice that Tron at least devises a plan with him.
Your pep talks could use some improvement.
Okay, he's just wrong about this though. Tron's pep talks are actually really solid. He just has little temper for rash decisions like facing off against arguably the most dangerous program in Argonne. Paige then pays a visit to Pavel and Tesla, where we see what I think is the first and only example of a lab coat and gloves seen in the show. This implies further clothing that the programs can wear. Do you think fashion is something that a program can be programmed for? Pavel is doing some minor upgrades on Tesla in anticipation of the fight, and this is pretty much the only instance where Tesla allows talk about being defeated to propagate, and it's when he's on his back, his most vulnerable. I just think that's kind of neat.
I don't care if he's Flynn himself. He's still gonna die.
Jeez, dude, the silky delivery? You couldn't have casted this show better if you tried. Oh, but before we go on, we can actually add another point to our evolving weaponry theme folder, since Tesla is now specifically juicing up for his fight with Tron. Well, Beck, but maybe Tron. The point is that he needs to amp himself up because he's worried about it. The Renegade's persistence in Argonne is being felt by Tesla himself, a well-deserved point in this folder. Beck now goes to Abel's garage to find somebody to cover for him, and he runs into Abel himself, knocking things over from his hand. And I think this really shows how out of touch he is with the garage these days, not even realizing that he himself can help him pick this stuff up. Abel is unhappy about Beck's performance at work and decides to ground him like he's a little kid. Abel grounding Beck is, what I believe, actually a subtle hint that he knows he's been the Renegade the entire time. Him and Tron get along for the most part, and if Tron thinks that fighting Tesla is a dumb idea, chances are that Abel does too. I think he's definitely trying to protect him here. He tells Beck to help Zed with whatever he needs, and Beck calls himself a hostage.
You're not a hostage, Beck. You're a mechanic. This is your job.
I just really love this conversation between them. All the conversations in the show are just gold, man. If you haven't seen this show, after you're done with this video, go watch it, because it's worth it. Mara shows up to borrow Zed, but not before he tells us how excited he is about the Renegade's surrender. So, because of Zed's priorities, it's actually kind of unclear on if he specifically wants to fuck over the Renegade or if he just wants the curfew removed, and I think that's kind of cool. A lot of really neat parts of this episode. Beck plans on leaving, but Abel catches him, and he claims that he just needed to grab his wrench. So we confirm that this multi-tool is just a wrench, just in case anybody was wondering, because this tool seems to be able to do, like, everything. Abel has a heart-to-heart with Beck where he tells him he knows he's been lying to him. Abel tries to give him an out and talk about Bodhi, but when Beck denies that it's about Bodhi, Abel says,
"You're right. It's about you."
And that is an insanely good and underrated way of telling somebody, look man, everyone's got their shit, but you can't let it define you. A message a lot of people seem to miss, so take it to heart, kings and queens. While Beck is indisposed, we see Tron use this like facial recognition telescope. We never see him use it again, and I honestly don't really know how useful it is, but it exists. The shift ends and everybody at the garage goes to see the Renegade surrender. And by everybody in the garage, I mean everyone in Argonne. I mean, goddamn, there are so many people who work at this garage. There's the tiniest of continuity errors when Mara walks away from Zed and he has to like sprint to catch up with her. Beck thinks about leaving, but Abel sticks him with Link to try and ensure that he stays put in the garage. He makes Beck promise that he'll stay, and it's kind of hard to pin down why Abel wants Beck to promise this. Again, most likely an attempt to save his life, but it just feels a little unfair to ask a hero not to be a hero. The citizens of Argonne gather, the recognizers land, and then we see Clue flash on the screen. This may be the only time in the series where Clue appears on the screens of Argonne and the audience does not applaud him, which I just think is interesting. Beck just up and leaves the garage, and Link tries to convince him to stay. More specifically, he says,
"I have to tell Abel if he asks. I don't want to lie to him."
And this feels like a slight manipulation tactic, although even if it is, it does kind of make sense. Link is small and scrimpy, so this might be all he can do to attempt to keep Beck at the garage. Beck replies to this conversation with about the same amount of compassion you'd expect from somebody with the weight of the world on his shoulders, and I think that's awesome. What I mean by this is, Beck doesn't have time or bandwidth to coddle Link or Abel's feelings. He has to say what he has to say and move on, because he's got more pressing things to do. Oh, Link also calls the Renegade Tron. That's actually a really consistent point throughout this episode specifically, and I'll talk about that more in 1 second, but not before Beck straight up pulls a Batman and leaves in the middle of a conversation. And with this move, we actually get to add another point to our themes folder. It's about them. Beck is 100% willing to lose his job, which would most definitely harm his social standing and ability to cover himself, because programs are in danger. Despite how angry Abel will be, he knows it's the right thing to do, acting selflessly about the consequences because other people are in danger. Tesla begins taunting that the Renegade isn't here, and while he does it, the screens in Argonne Square get a really close-up shot of his eye. Who is the camera operator getting a shot like this? And who is switching between the shots? My question more specifically is like, who saw the eye shot of Tesla and was like, yeah, that one, throw that one on the big screen right now. Tesla tells them that the Renegade doesn't care about them, and we get this shot of the female program he saved earlier in the cold open. Beautiful reminder of the tangible effects of Beck's actions, even more so since she isn't buying it. Tesla throws Clue up on the TV screen and Beck flies right through his face. Tesla then goes from giving his address on the platform to being on top of a recognizer. Not necessarily a continuity error, but I'm just saying, it's kind of a long drop to get from there to there. But his jump from the top to the door is smooth as hell. Smooth criminal Tesla. Tesla keeps his word and frees the programs he said he would, and Beck announces himself loudly as not just the Renegade, but as Tron. This is the first time time that Beck does this, except in telling Paige that he was Tron in episode 1, and I think he was just teasing her. So the grunts then alter the floor with the stabs they used earlier. Beck tumbles, breaking a window below the arena. The music plays such a key part in this fight, and it's so dope. That combined with the glass flying as Tesla calmly rides down the elevator, they are just having so much fun with this fight. And when the creators have fun, audiences do too. Their fight begins, and I do wonder about the wisdom of Beck grabbing a pipe here when using his disc would be infinitely stronger. Tesla then pulls out the new modification that Pavel made, turning his arms into a fucking aircraft cannon. Holy! Beck throws a disc at it and it fires up, nearly derezing an innocent program. That is tough. I wonder if he did get derez if they'd blame Beck or Tesla. It becomes obvious very quick that Beck is out of his weight class here, as he does a Batman Arkham beatdown on Tesla and the dude doesn't even flinch. So Tesla grabs his chest and shoves him across the fight arena, where he attempts to melt Beck like he did to that soldier earlier. It's really brutal, but this time it takes longer than it did with the soldier from before. I think that might be because he had a grip on the soldier's head, not his chest. Also gotta ask why he didn't open with this move. Beck actually comes like the closest we've ever seen him from becoming cubes, and suddenly and unexpectedly, another program comes in and saves him. Now, this is probably my favorite Uprising moment, and here's the reason. Every other time Tron has saved Beck's life, we always got swift confirmation that it was indeed Tron. But right now, that's unconfirmed. And the idea that a program, that a random anybody could have saved Beck because they believed in the cause is insanely hyped. Tesla runs away like a coward, and I think this really cements the idea that the occupation isn't anything to fear. Once you see your enemy bleed, you know they can be killed. Pavel disperses the crowd, and we see everybody leave little by little, until the only person left is that same woman that Beck saved in the beginning of the episode. The end bit is probably the strongest point in Uprising. That, coupled with Tron saying,
"You've changed things, Beck,"
makes this like the best moment we've seen for the show on a macro level. Beck and Tron have a conversation regarding the idea that programs can stand up for themselves, the first piece in the Uprising. Beck thanks Tron for saving his life for the 6th time, but by my count, he's only done it twice so far. Anyway, Tron confirms that he didn't actually save Beck, and I kind of wish that they would have kept it completely ambiguous. Again, the idea that anyone could have saved Beck because anybody could stand up to Tesla is just so beautiful. But alas, we get our answer in a minute anyway. Just imagine some neat wordplay that could clue us into it being Mara. That could have been so fun, or let us into the episode where Mara does take an active role. Missed opportunities. Either way, we get to add a point to our Saved by Friends folder. If this wasn't Abel or confirmed to be Abel, I maybe would hesitate more, but I mean, it doesn't get any more clear than Saved by Friends here. First though, we get Zed apologizing to Mara, even if he doesn't fully concede his point about the Renegade making things worse. Incredibly mature, because he recognizes that his words hurt Mara. He's an insanely emotionally centered person. The supporting cast of the show are really proving to be solid characters who understand and care about each other. Nothing about his encounter felt out of character either, or even out of line for what he believes, but it was out of line to her, and he recognizes that. There's a bit more clever wordplay with
about the Renegade being
Beck!
They do that a lot in this show, but I really like this one in particular. Beck says he's avoiding Abel, and Zed hits us with,
"And what better place to avoid him than his own garage?"
Zed is just on point today. I love it so much. So Abel sits Beck down, and it seems super clear that he's going to fire him. But instead, he asks him how he became the Renegade. Now, to pin down when exactly Abel figured this out, I believe it was actually in episode 7, when Beck attacked Tesla on his ship. Abel saw the white suit, but pieced together that this couldn't be Tron, so he figured out that it had to have been someone else. Now, broadly, for the whole series, this is an awesome way to change up the status quo. It seems like within this show, they'll sometimes be afraid to do that, especially at the end. We'll talk about it. But here, they meet at the midpoint of the season with Abel accepting and helping Beck in his secret identity journey. Although, with how mad Abel was with Beck throughout the episode, you gotta wonder what everybody else at the garage thought when Beck wasn't fired. Also, Abel was the one who saved Beck today in his fight with Tesla, which, as I explain, I feel they maybe shouldn't have done, but it does tie it up nicely, and I guess the show cared more about tying up loose ends than propagating the mystery that the Uprising was actually starting. Abel says,
"I think you and I have a lot to talk about when you're ready."
And with the power of hindsight, we know how heartbreaking this is to hear. It really makes me wonder what a conversation between these two would have looked like. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go burn our one-man army theme since it's obviously not true anymore. Just kidding, just kidding. But because it is my least favorite theme folder, I'm very happy to see this episode take a sharp departure from it. Should I like take points away from this folder? Does this episode change like everything? No, not everything, but you can definitely see at home how the one-man army theme is like detrimental to the show, right? So getting an episode that doesn't follow that path, it's just mwah, I just can't love it enough. And that's the episode. Counting the one soldier that Tesla eviscerated with his fist, our death toll climbs to 26. And he's actually the only one from the episode. Now, the tier list. This one's up there, guys. I think as far as individual episodes go, it's got some highs. Like basically all of Tesla's dialogue and the fight scene him and Beck have, as well as the intro of the episode itself. It's a little slow in the middle, but that allows for more character building between Abel and Beck. But what really pushes this episode over the edge for me is the ending. Abel disrupts the status quo in a way unseen in this show, expanding the roster of Tron allies for the first time. And because of that, I think this episode gets pushed into A tier. We can put it behind episode 1, but I cannot deny the impact that this episode had on the entire show.
We both know how this ends.
This episode starts with Beck infiltrating Tesla's ship to sabotage some tanks. It shows that he's gone quite a long way since episode 4, when he wasn't even trusted to take out guards on his own. Admittedly, this is a stealth mission, not a combat one, but still. The specific sabotage is that he opens some internal tank files and uses a syringe to inject a virus that Tron gave him. I do wonder, if Beck wasn't a mechanic, would Tron have to teach him how to inject this virus? Or do you think this mission was specifically made to complement his talents? Anyway, Beck finishes with the tanks, gets caught, and light cycles out of there. At least he tries to before getting surrounded by tanks. You know, I was just thinking that the occupation having this many tanks was overkill, but apparently it works here. Anyway, the virus works at the last minute and the gun barrels get scrambled, which looks really cool. Beck is then able to just drive out of there, but wait, how did Beck get onto the ship in the first place? This ramp wasn't down in the beginning of this episode. Did they lower it just for him? So then we actually get a kind of time lapse in what looks like nightfall on the grid, with all the programs leaving Abel's garage until the next morning, when Mara shows up. Abel needs to run an errand and leaves Mara in charge, but his first choice was leaving Beck or Zed in charge. It's interesting to me that Abel's first choices to leave in charge have both proven to have flaws when it comes to leadership. Meanwhile, Mara has basically been a perfect employee, but hey, whatever. Zed tells Beck a joke as they arrive for work, and the joke flops as apparently Zed told it wrong. But the thing is, Beck still laughs before he even realizes he doesn't understand it, because he's a good-ass friend. He just trusted that it'd be funny, so he laughed. That's a good friend, my dudes. Anyway, Mara tells them that they're late and that Abel is out right now. Both Zed and Beck want to take advantage of Abel being gone, using it as a chance to dick around. But when Mara says she needs their help, they instantly go into support mode. It wasn't important to them until it was important to her. The friendship in this episode goes wild. Mara asks them to fix a lift, and they say that they will, but Beck insinuates that Zed doesn't know anything about fixing a lift. This is kind of a contradiction of what I understand about mechanics though, which is that if you have a wrench, you can fix it. So now we get to Abel taking a trip into the mountains, and just look at this gamer neck. I love it. I love it so much. I think about this frame every single time I picture myself on my computer. He gets bit by a grid bug, and oh hey, grid bugs are a reference. They had their first appearance in the 1982 Tron, but they were actually much larger, and they didn't really do anything in that movie. Still, cool to see. He nearly drives his truck over the side, so he grabs his bag and his iPad because he doesn't want to lose his Angry Birds high score. In all seriousness, it seems like the iPad has a GPS on it, which would be the first time we see one of those, unless we count the map that Beck had in episode 4. Before we move on though, let's talk about grid bugs. Other than the weather, grid bugs seem to be the only real indicator that there is an ecosystem on the grid. Is there an ecosystem on the grid? It seems a little silly to expect things like tectonic plates, but there are mountains in Argon. Are there droughts? Hurricanes? Another exciting question that I love to ask and am sad that isn't answered. So then we get back to Abel's garage where Zed tries to tell the joke a second time because he thought that Beck was just not getting it. I really like this gag actually. Mara enters the room and gives Zed shit for not starting on the lift. Now, to come to his defense, I don't necessarily blame Zed's lack of motivation to do more work. He's always covering for Beck. Beck just lounging around is what I have more of a problem with, to be honest. Mara is too lenient with other members of the staff, and Zed drops that he likes Mara, but then everyone brushes it off. Poor love-struck fool. Anyway, Pavel brings the sabotage tanks to Abel's garage and tells them to fix it, which would be one thing. But he says that if they're not all fixed by the time the timer goes off, they'll all be sent to the games. Now, with the occupation doing things like this, I can absolutely see why a Renegade would be needed to help drive them out. It's just flat out unfair and unjust. Abel makes it to his GPS location marker and sets up a tent with a locator beacon. Then back to the garage, Mara and the rest of the mechanics are stumped by the virus inside the tank. Mara wants everyone to work together, but Dash takes command and tells everybody to take a tank of their own and work independently. Dash taking over simply for being louder than Mara is actually a very real thing that happens in a professional sector a lot. And even though he's louder, it's important to remember that Mara is eventually the one to figure this problem out. Mara gives Zed shit for not having her back. But like, he did? She's frustrated, I get it. We get a quick montage of the mechanics struggling, including Beck, and I gotta say, it's actually rather interesting seeing Beck unsure about what to do for this code. It's a real look at the consequences of some of his actions, even if it is from what he's doing to the villains. Link accidentally gets the tank to fire and all hell breaks loose, but before that, we go back to Abel in the mountains. We get this eerie reveal that he's not alone out here, and then he's confronted by our favorite serial stalker, Tron, who greets him kindly actually. It's a really fun reveal in my opinion. Also, really do love that Tron, even this far away from the city, doesn't just walk around with his T on his chest. Let's talk about this from a zoomed out perspective though. Last episode we found out that Abel knows Beck is the Renegade, and that leads directly into this one, because him knowing Tron is actually not guaranteed. Think about it, just because your friend is fighting back doesn't mean that you personally know his mentor. So the fact that these two know each other is kind of a shock, which is awesome. It's nice to see that with Abel being expanded into Beck's circle of trust, we can also expand him into Tron's team. Side thought, does the grid have nomads? Like people who have no home and just travel from location to location? Not refugees, because we know those exist, but people who are specifically programmed to not stay in one place. Just wondering how much of our actual society made it into the grid is all. Abel gives Tron more energy for his healing chamber, and the two have a conversation about Beck where Abel gives us the title of the episode.
We both know how this ends.
It hits deep though because he's talking about Beck's death. Tron has been acting as a very loose hero slash dad figure for Beck since the beginning of the show, but if there's one character who has absolutely been a father to Beck, it's been Abel. So to see him intervene like this is a really great example of differing viewpoints of people who care for Beck. Mara talks a little bit with Zed and Beck, who reveal that Link got the tank to fire. Mara seems to be the only one with the technical skills to understand the importance of this, and that's awesome. We then go back to Abel giving Tron an ultimatum, which again, an ultimatum to Tron? Easily the most Chad move in the entire freaking show. He specifically says says that he won't let Beck become another one of Tron's mistakes, implying that there's already more of a history between these two than is said. And given what we find out about Cyrus next episode, it's really great. Abel then pulls out his disc to fight the grid bugs entering the tent behind Tron, but Tron pulls out his disc ready to fight Abel. It's actually really sad to see how jaded Tron has gotten, that when his friend pulls out a disc, he pulls one back on him. He was 100% ready to throw down with his oldest friend, and I think that's really sad. The two fight off the grid bugs, one at a time I guess, and blow up the holy fuck, that is like the biggest explosion we've ever seen in the entire show. Link then shows Mara how he got the tank to fire, and she discovers a failsafe of the original code, and manages to fix the tank. They all look at the clock ticking down, and actually, you know, the more I look at it, the more I'm confused by it. It looks like a clock that counts down from 100 rather than 60. Anyway, Beck plans on going Renegade to save the garage, but Mara finds him and gives him the business pretty hard. Her giving Beck shit for leaving and running away is a real pent-up explosion of how she must have been feeling about him never being around. We've gotten pieces of that from Zed, but not from Mara thus far. It's cathartic to see, and kinda hot. Wait, can I say that? I do kinda wonder what it is Beck was going to do exactly. Just attack Pavel and the convoy to stall them? I guess that would've worked, yeah. Mara then inspires the troops, and they manage to fix all the tanks before Pavel returns. There's an alternate reality where Mara is sent to the games and it becomes like the King Gladiator, similar to Rinsler in Legacy, and I'm fucking here for it, dude. She could totally pull that off. Pavel arrives and delights at how many new programs are about to be sent to the games, really showing off his sadistic side.
Scary.
Mara delivers the tanks, Zed repairs the lift, and everyone leaves before Abel returns. When Abel does return, he's riding the off-road light cycle that Tron owned, giving it back to Beck and asking him to return it to their friend. Beck plays dumb here, but it's honestly not that crazy that he didn't realize that Abel knows Tron, because as I mentioned before, finding out that Beck is the Renegade doesn't necessarily equal that he knows Tron. That would actually be kind of a wild assumption to make. Mara tells Abel that nothing out of the ordinary happened, and Abel says that he made the right call leaving her in charge. A happy ending for everyone. Until we get to the death toll. Except haha JK, no one died in this episode, keeping our death toll at 26. Now for the tier list. This may be my most forgotten episode of the entire series. I like the reveal that Abel knows Tron, but I just don't think this episode did quite enough. Other episodes had glimpses of how the Renegade messes up normal people's lives, and having Abel's garage specifically be the target of that aggression just feels a little unnecessary. It's inevitable that every list has got to have one least liked option, and episode 12 is just that for me. Oh, you dropped it. Maybe you disagree with me. Let me know in the comments if you ride or die for we both know how this ends.
You're not talking about freeing the grid, are you?
Of course I am.
We open this episode with a map, actually. I mean, there aren't names on these cities, but I can assume that Argon is on the top right and Gallium is on the mid-left. Gallium is now the third city mentioned by name in Uprising, besides Argon and Purgos. And you've heard me talk about Tron City, but that name is never actually said here. The Outlands are also mentioned, but not as a city. The grid is really, really big. I wish I had a full scale. I love me a map. Abel asks Beck to do a pickup in Gallium, and you gotta wonder why Abel asked Beck specifically to do this. Now that he knows he's the Renegade, the occupation's in Argon, so unless there's a clue invasion in Gallium that Abel knows about, he could have sent like anyone else. Beck is stopped along the way, as apparently the road is closed up ahead for a storm. I don't know if this is like a governmental mandate about the road being closed, or if all the programs collectively just decided that driving through the storm is a bad idea. Either way, storm? Like weather? Remember how I mentioned the ecosystem? What causes storms here? Like, we know why they happen in real life. It's the difference in pressure and the natural precipitation of water, but how does that apply on the grid? What I wouldn't give for a second grade science lesson on the grid. Wait, does the grid have education? I have so many questions. Anyway, this program encourages Beck to just wait it out, and Beck says that's not an option. And I gotta say, Beck's determination to finish his missions and projects is really commendable. I wonder if anybody else from Abel's garage would have been this motivated, or if they'd just say, yeah, alright, I'll wait it out, sure. Anyway, he doesn't wait it out. He off-roads it and accidentally finds himself face to face with a glowing toilet that's attracting lightning. He slips in, gets flushed away, like that hit movie Flushed Away, and finds himself underneath the water staring at a mirror. For one, super spooky and eerie, I love it. For two, dude, it is really fucking easy to accidentally trap yourself in Cyrus's prison. Back in Argon now, Abel is confronted by Tron, again. Tron and Argon count jumping to 5 now, although this time feels a bit more justified since Beck is missing and he's inquiring about where he could be. He tells Abel that something is going down in Purgos involving Dyson, and he needs Beck to check it out. Abel has a real concern about Beck going up against Dyson, and that's really sweet. Due to his concern and the fact that Beck is missing anyway, Abel offers to go to Purgos to find out what's happening there in his stead. Also, only thinking about this now, but are there no phones on the grid? Like, just send Beck a text, find out where he's at. Beck then wakes up and we hear Cyrus begin talking to him. He says they're in something called compressed space, which is another fun term to me. Like how de-res is for de-resolution and resolution is what you call the shapes of pixels on the screen. Compressed space itself is really awesome. It's cool to see a lot of the same circuits and colors and shapes that made the look of the 1982 Tron. Cyrus says that the storm is right on top of them and Beck can't leave because of that. Oh, and holy shit, Mr. White, that's Jesse fucking Pinkman from Breaking Bad. Aaron Paul? Like, really? No fucking way, dude, that's so cool!
Yeah, bitch!
Cyrus tells Beck that he knows he's the Renegade, and we get a look at his face for the first time. God damn, he looks so fucking cool with those face tattoos. Also, how is he defying gravity exactly? We never really get an explanation. Cyrus tells Beck that his secret is safe with him and drags him along to show him something he's been working on. We divert to go to Abel riding into Purgos to check on whatever they're building there. He wears a piece of clothing actually, and he stands out big time because of it. He's the only one wearing clothing here. It's really funny to think that he's trying to be inconspicuous in the most obvious way possible.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Once they get inside, they head to a sub-basement where they get extremely limited information on the maintenance they'll be doing. Firstly, the Foreman program has an armband that's orange, which is similar to the one Hopper and Bartek have, except a different color. I wonder if that's the career path they're looking for. Like, do they pine for this guy's job? As they're riding lower, he notes that if you break any of the rules, you'll be derezzed. Abel notices Dyson, and we get back to Cyrus showing Beck around the place. Beck asks Cyrus if he's an ISO, which is a very fair question. I know I was definitely thinking about that one. He says that he's not, but he doesn't fit in with Clue's image of perfection. I think there's a lot to say about an enemy who wants to make the world perfect and how that can harm self-expression, especially in the setting of the grid where you could theoretically make everything perfect. What does that mean for programs who want to change their hair or alter their appearance in some way? Cyrus is a freak because he's a psychopath, not because of his face tattoos. So if people who get face tattoos are imperfect in Clue's eyes, it's a slippery slope until they start deeming all kinds of alterations and personal expression as imperfect. Cyrus and Beck then begin talking about how the grid is in trouble and they need to strike back, Cyrus even adding in a layer of camaraderie to him and Beck. Abel then sneaks away to get a better idea of what they're building here. He spies on Dyson, overhearing him say that Tesla is kept in the dark, but he gets caught in the process. Dyson once again proves himself an interesting antagonist in his word choice. He doesn't say hand over your disc, he says,
"May I see your disc?" Hey, you!
He just has a great charismatic presence. Charismatic and scary, because when the Foreman does come to bail out Abel, Dyson threatens him all the same. Cyrus then shows Beck his bomb. It's essentially a bomb. He calls them
the Alpha and the Omega.
Which one of those do you think Cyrus sees himself as? Cyrus's plan is to destroy a big enough part of the grid that the entire system will crumble. Okay, stick with me here. We're gonna zoom out real quick. Since the grid is on Flynn's computer, do you think if Cyrus were able to go through with this, it would cause like a power surge and the computer would just turn off, crumbling the system like he says? Do you think the computer's just gonna like topple over? Cyrus takes a page out of Victor Zaz's book, believing that killing programs will free them. His way of looking at things is expanded on in episode 18, so I'll save it till then, because it's a juicy conversation. In the meantime, Beck attacks Cyrus to stop him.
You and I are more alike than you know.
You and I are not so different.
Cyrus says that he knows every move that Beck is going to make and that he was the first person that Tron trained to fight back. This raises questions about if there was a resistance movement before Beck came along. By definition, he would be a Renegade program, but that doesn't necessarily mean he was part of an Uprising. I mean, Keller went Renegade, but she wasn't part of an Uprising. Cyrus straps Beck to a chair and plans on using both of their life forces as batteries to power his
doomsday device.
He asks Beck if he believes in free will, which seems like a really deep conversation to have with Bro while he's strapped to a chair. But his point about predeterminism is really interesting, again, because the setting it takes place in. The grid, with programs, is the best place to have this kind of conversation. Beck exists because Flynn wrote his program, Cyrus too. So it is a real question. Do you think programs can think for themselves, make decisions for themselves? This question is actually way better explored in episode 18, so I'm excited to talk about it, so we'll save it for later again. Cyrus confirms that the compressed space is actually a prison by Tron's design, and with Beck's help, he'll detonate an EMP to destroy a big enough chunk of the grid. I also wonder if Cyrus had thought of this years ago, or if this was like something he planned while he was working with Tron, because if it is, similar to how Tron got jaded about Abel trying to fight him, it makes sense that Cyrus would get jaded about fighting occupation as well, moving him to believe that scorching the earth is the only way to actually stop them. And I think that's cool. Meanwhile, Abel leaves but stops to see how far down the project goes. He gets noticed by Dyson, who still wants to see his disc. He gets surrounded and Tron comes in just in the nick of time to save him. Now normally I would say this is stupid, but in this specific circumstance, even if anybody knows that this nondescript figure is Tron, Dyson already knows that Tron lives. The secret's already out, so it's not actually a bad decision for him to fight here. What is a stupid decision is Tron calling out Abel's name. That feels risky, because if they didn't know his name before, they certainly do now. GTA 5 figured this out by using initials instead of names. You know what's even more stupid than that though? Talking about Beck to Abel out loud in front of enemy soldiers and Dyson. What was he thinking? Y'all, have this conversation when you're out of there. All you need to do is have one of these soldiers find a Beck who knows an Abel on the grid. I know that sounds like kind of a tall order, but so far we haven't had any programs share names, so... Also, random different thought, do you think Tron trained Abel at all? He trained Cyrus and Beck, it makes sense that he would show him like something, right? The fight ends pretty quickly after the device is lifted out of the ground, revealing a yellow recognizer. Now, I thought recognizers were fine the way they were, but the occupation looked at it and said,
"Nah, you think let's make it bigger."
Now back to Cyrus. I mentioned that he's using the two of them as living batteries, but I actually skipped over how it's like a technological marvel. Why hasn't Clue done something like this? It seems like something he'd do. Or Tesla definitely for sure. Beck begins hallucinating through the pain, or seeing a vision. Whichever it is, he starts off by seeing Tron telling him to stay with him, but that image jump scares into Clue calling his name. I'm kind of at a loss for this one. It's interesting to hypothesize about why Beck saw Clue here when he was looking for inspiration, especially after seeing Tron there only moments before. I thought this might be Flynn instead, since they do share the same face. I mean, maybe he doesn't actually know what Flynn looks like, but he knows what Clue looks like, so he's able to substitute that in. It's one of the great mysteries I have while watching the show over again. Let me know if you come up with anything better in the comments. So Beck breaks free of the chair, and Cyrus and him have a fist fight. You know, the fact that Beck doesn't de-res programs makes me wonder why he even pulls his disc out at all as a weapon. I mean, at the very least, you can use it as a defensive tool against other people, but it just feels a little redundant. Anyway, Beck unplugging himself from the machine causes it to explode, and he narrowly escapes, checking in and noticing that the mirror he entered through has been shattered. Beck returns to the hideout and tells Tron that he almost got lost in the storm. He gives off "would you love me if I were a worm" kind of vibes, asking Tron about why he picked him specifically to lead the revolution. Tron has these squinty eyes about the subject, which is actually the first sign of distrust we've seen in him throughout the entire show. Beck hides his scars from him, and he doesn't even mention that he saw Cyrus. Then we get one last sequence where Cyrus claws his way out of the mirror. This sequence, especially with the background lighting turned off, is straight out of a horror flick, and I love it. I talk about it in a later episode, but especially with Cyrus's face tattoos, turning off the external lights and just allowing the light lines to illuminate the scene is so fucking cool. And that's the episode. Notably, this is the first episode where the white Tron suit fails to make an appearance at all. I'd also like to add another point broadly to our themes folder for One Man Army, since this is the first episode where Beck, Tron, and Abel all work together as a team. A step in the right direction for helping build an uprising. Not to mention the first time that the show breaks away from this theme, with our most antagonistic and unique character even. On that same path, let's check out our Saved by Friends theme folder as well, because in the same way that Cyrus forced Abel to do a favor for Tron, he also forced Beck to save himself, which is like the first time that's actually happened. Usually he's been saved by Tron or Abel, but there was no one around to save him here. Cyrus pushed Beck to break the mold, and that's fucking awesome. It's part of why I love this episode so much. Our death toll only rises by 1, and like technically we didn't see it, but we see this engineer in cubes. I feel like if I saw a dead body on the ground, I would count it, so I'm counting it, okay? Our total's now 27. Now where does this one rank? This one is tricky, and I will acknowledge my own bias for Aaron Paul. I love that guy. With that said, let's be real, this isn't an S-tier episode. I really enjoyed the Tron and Abel adventure building off of what was a lackluster episode 12, and I thought Cyrus's reveal and character introduction was really interesting and unexpected for this point in the story. However, this is really the first episode that the Renegade's existence is only broadly acknowledged, not directly engaging with the occupation. This episode also felt light. Like the action picked up at the end, but throughout the episode, not a whole lot happened physically. I don't think it belongs in C tier, but I'm also not feeling A tier, so I suppose B tier is the way to go. Let's put it behind episode 6, but above episode 7, for what it means for Tron broadly in the series.
The right path. What is it?
The previously on section finally makes good on Tron's quote when he says that Beck inspired people by standing up to Tesla. With that said, this episode is kind of a direct continuation of episode 11, but also needed to establish everything in episode 12 and 13 first, allowing it to piggyback off of Tron's growing team now that Abel has been brought on board and we established that Cyrus is not on board. Anyway, the episode begins with some really wonderful cinematography, showing a program with his helmet on standing atop a building and graffitiing "Tron lives" on Argonne Square. This sequence is masterfully done to help us believe that this could be Beck for a moment, even if he isn't in the white suit. Then we get this sideways angle and something isn't right, and it just becomes more exciting that it's not him. The guards catch up and he goes on the run until they corner him and he turns around to reveal a huge, beautifully eerie smile on his face. The guards then knocked out and it's revealed that there's actually 3 of them and they all escape together. Now spoilers, one of these is Mara, and it's really fitting that Mara is the only one of the group that was smart enough to alter her appearance more than just wearing a mask. We then catch Tron watching the occupation scrub the graffiti pixel by pixel. Imagine trying to scrub graffiti pixel by pixel, that sounds like a nightmare. Beck's fan club.
You mean my fan club?
Okay, Tron's fan club has remained anonymous to the occupation, and Beck thinks it's time to bring them in. Tron thinks they're not ready, since vandalism doesn't equate to fighting a war. Tron asks Beck to wait, but Beck insists that this is what they've been waiting for. Tron and Beck both make really good points in this argument, except Tron's only works in hindsight. I completely agree with Beck 100% on a first viewing, and even a lot in retrospect. If you put out flyers to disobey the occupation, don't be surprised when you get calls. Anyway, they strike again, this time leaving a bomb inside a subway car. The situation looks kind of serious actually, with what looks like a bomb defusal soldier about to open the box. Paige gets impatient and throws him to the side, what a badass, lol. And when she opens it, it's a paint bomb that flicks specks all over the place. The paint splatters then spout out lines that interconnect and spell out "Tron lives," and then infect the train station around them. I really cannot emphasize that these paint splatters are like so cool. We reveal the Jolly Tricksters have remained at the scene, and they only run once the bomb goes off. Mara tells them to stick to the plan before getting caught, and I just have to point out, y'all aren't wearing a white Tron suit. Just take the helmets off and walk out of there. You guys are just civilians. Anyway, they run right into a black Black Guard, who captures them with a force field orb thing. We've never seen it in the show before, and we'll never see it again. Looks cool though. The show keeps innovating with these little advancements and bits of technology that we haven't seen before, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, fuck it, I'll add a point to the evolving weaponry folder, why not? The Black Guard is actually Beck in disguise, and he takes them to a secret location to talk about their act of vandalism. Beck doing exactly what Tron did to him in the beginning of the show brings me such joy. And it's all within character, because it's rushed. Instead of taking them to a 100% secure location, he just takes them somewhere secluded in Argonne. Instead of having an extremely in-depth look at their disc, asking them about their questions and motivations for what they fight for, the only real criteria of them working together is that they believe Tron lives. I mean, shit, Zed could believe that at different parts of the story. It doesn't mean he'd join a revolution. But Beck is so excited to actually start building ranks and actually have people to fight with, he rushes the process, and it gets people hurt. And it's ultimately his fault as their leader. It's really wonderful character work. So, I hate to nitpick cosmetic choices again, but I really would love to know how this works. How is he able to switch discs to the other hand and it activates the white Tron suit? The thing just makes its own rules. So he lets them down and allows them to introduce themselves, including, surprise, Mara. Except it's not really a surprise because you saw that coming from a mile away. It doesn't mean it's not good or rewarding though. So Beck asks them if they're interested in fighting with him, and they all say yes, with Mara flashing some pretty heavy fuck me eyes and simping hardcore for Tron. Beck dismisses them, and Mara tells Beck that she's not afraid. Beck then has a conversation with Tron about how that's what he said the first time they met. Beck asks Tron if he was his first choice, and Tron lies right to his face, then saying that he just steered Beck down the right path. This transitions Beck into talking to his new recruits about what the right path is. It's really satisfying to see Beck turn Tron's words into lectures, even if he's kind of upset about them, given that he lied. I do have some words about this lesson though. It feels almost gatekeepy. Beck wants to point them towards the right path, as if defacing buildings and spraying graffiti is the wrong path. But like, dude, everyone's fighting the occupation in their own way. It's just the use of the word right and wrong here for me. Organizing rebels isn't bad, but don't be judgy about it. Anyway, the Jolly Tricksters only see potential in tagging Teslar's ship and nothing else, so Beck tries to leave. Luckily, Mara talks them into realizing that Tron is bigger than just painting a canvas. I think Mara is way bigger of an asset to Tron than he ever realized. Up until now, she was vocally dissonant, but with her actively working with Beck, she really could have been the Misa Amane to Tron's Light Yagami. I see a world where, even without Moog and Rasque, we have her single-handedly working with Beck, a Robin to his Batman. All these wasted opportunities, man. Speaking of Mara, she has her suit colors back. I guess now that she's working with the Renegade, no reason to hide. Which is what I would say if she went back to hiding her colors during the next mission, but she doesn't. Which means that the show was hiding her colors specifically for the audience. Which, since I am the audience, I appreciate. But also, come on man, don't make her careless. Anyway, Beck's plan revolves around gathering intel on the enemy, which actually does tie back into Beck's first assignments. Sure, he would have to stop a catastrophe or two by the occupation, but capturing a data cube was one of his first assignments from Tron in episode 6. So they start their plan. Beck sneaks onto the ship while the Jolly Tricksters bombard the area with graffiti to draw the guards out. Mara heads towards the rendezvous while Moog and Rasque head in the opposite direction. Beck sneaks in, grabs the data cube from a room of data cubes, and I gotta wonder, why not take like more than one? It looks like they're ripe for the picking here. Just throw those shits in a bag. Our two tricksters make their way through Teslar's ship, and Mara meets Beck at the rendezvous, and Christ, Mara, put your fucking helmet on, come on. Sorry, you know how I feel about helmets. Just wait until I talk about Star Wars. Anyway, Beck says he'll have to go save them. Mara says she's going with him, and we see her bully him in the same attitude and tone that she bullied him back in episode 12 with. So that's kinda neat. Very consistent characterization on Mara. I do wonder if this kind of assertiveness would work on Tron himself. So Teslar looks outside his own ship and sees Tron lives projected on the floor, coming from the bottom of his own ship. Kind of interesting way to utilize the real estate on Teslar's ship, actually. The alarm sounds and our tricksters peace out, except they get caught instantly because they're morons. And once they get caught, they immediately put their helmets down. Like why?
Why would you do that?
Pavel takes them to a torture chamber. Do you think this came with the ship or they had to like custom make it? The atmosphere is really nicely set here, with them walking on top of other D-Res programs. Pavel crushes the sandy remains of another program who was tortured, asking if he screamed. Which is interesting because that means there's torture going on here that Pavel isn't in charge of, or isn't present for. The occupation's scary, man. So Pavel asks them where the Renegade is hiding. They don't know, and I tell you, this torture machine is actually really interesting because it looks like they're sucking the code straight out of the prisoners. Their models even start to lose some of their light lines. I don't know the specifics of how extracting code from one specific area works, but Pavel does it, so game on. Beck and Mara tip over the top part of the code extractor, and Pavel shows that he went to the Prometheus school of running away from things. Would have been faster, easier, and safer to roll to one side, but whatever works for you, big cheese. So Beck frees them, and Paige gains pursuit. He tells the tricksters to get the gate open so they can leave, and in a rare continuity error, only one grunt is standing up before we get a close-up of Beck, but then there's like 4 standing up behind him. Continuity errors in animation are so rare because it's such a controlled environment, so it's kind of cool to find them. The tricksters can't get the door open, so instead they take wing shoots, which Mara objects to, because she doesn't want to leave Tron. I really adore this sentiment that Beck is really selling to everybody that he's Tron, especially because at this point, he's really earned it. Beck continues to fight Paige, where notably he steals her staff, but it does not change color. I don't know, man. Recognizers pull up on our tricksters and Mara blinds the cockpit with their free code. Baller move by her, she really is the best character. I do have to ask though, do recognizers have guns on them? It's such a big deal that they were chasing them, but like, are they gonna crush them or what? The fight with Beck and Paige continues where it looks like she straight up clears an entire recognizer in one jump? Like, damn, okay girl. Mara accidentally dereses 6 programs? Her kill counter is higher than Beck's. The shot of Paige and Beck fighting on the recognizer is downright gorgeous, by the way. That and Paige standing on the recognizer by herself is just, I have sufficiently talked about how much I love the art design for the show, right? Like it's top tier shit, like I've said all that. So Beck makes off in his light jet, chased by 2 light choppers who end up shooting Mara as she goes off the ship. We've seen the effect on machinery and buildings, but not people, so I don't know if surviving this shit is inconsistent or not. Maybe it's like getting shot with a BB gun. Anyway, Beck threads the needle to save her, leaving the 2 helicopter pilots to just crash themselves into the door of the ship. Not Beck's fault, but I am counting those 2 pilots to her death toll. Beck and Mara meet up with our other tricksters who say they understand Beck's fight better now than before. It's really fascinating to see Raske's arm completely gone, but still there. It's something we don't have like a comparable for in our world. Like if somebody had bones but no skin or muscles on their hand, we only see that shit in cartoons. They tell Beck that they won't survive another occupation encounter and leave. All except Mara, who still desperately wants to help in the fight. Beck, pensive, tells her that without her friends, she can't help him. First off, it's a real shame that the Jolly Tricksters couldn't join the Uprising, especially after Beck made such a big deal about this being what they were waiting for. Second, it is a little heartbreaking that he has to send Mara away for her protection. He doesn't want to get her killed, and especially after seeing what happened to Raske, I understand it. I wouldn't want to see that done to my friends. Let's add a point here for it's about them, because even if it bothers her and inconveniences Beck, it's what's best. He was thinking selflessly about her, at his own detriment once again. So Beck recaps with Tron on a bench in Argonne. Wait, Tron? Again in Argonne? Fucking with your mask down? Dude, what? Guys, what are we doing here? So Tron and Argonne count goes up to 6. Put your fucking mask up, my guy. What's wrong with you? Anyway, I think Beck made the right decision about sending Mara away, but truthfully, I think if Tron had seen Beck's disc and saw how determined she was for the cause, he would have given him more shit about letting her go. I mean, he allows Abel to be put in harm's way, but not Mara. Tron insists that if she wants to help, she'll still be out there. We then get to see more free code on the grid, with Mara walking up to it, helmet on, observing her work. Firstly, she wears a cloak, and I cannot fucking tell you how cool it is to see a helmet underneath a cloak like this. Like, are you kidding me? Why isn't there more fashion? Do you realize how awesome you look? It's a white cloak too? It matches your smile on your helmet? Am I the only one realizing how incredible she looks? And that's the episode. I have to say, Mara continuing her own renegade ways is something I really wish we could have gotten a follow-up episode on. Maybe even getting the attention of Tron himself, or something, I don't know. There's actually a larger window of missed opportunity here with this show, but I'm gonna keep that for the conclusion. For now, let's add Mara's departure from actively working with Beck to our one-man army folder. Even when he's actively working with peeps, you can't break away from it just being Tron and Beck. Like I said, I'll be talking about all the missed opportunities in the conclusion. For now, the death toll actually jumps the largest we've ever seen in a while, with the 6 grunts from Mara and the 2 pilots flying themselves into a wall, putting our total at 35. Tier list time, and I'm warning you, my initial reaction is to put this guy in A tier. I feel like it definitely doesn't feel like a B tier episode. However, I am looking at the icon I selected and realizing that Beck does not actually end up with any additional help when this episode concludes. You would have hoped that after Abel had joined the fray, the show would be a little bit better about letting new people join Tron's Uprising, but looking at the icon, it actually kind of just makes me feel like this is a missed opportunity. Despite all of the really cool things that this episode did, and all of the really cool elements it established for Mara, I think it might have fallen short of hitting a bullseye. And I think this is the first instance of an episode suffering from not having a follow-up. If the show got a season 2, it would have been really easy to follow up on a concept like this, especially with how the show does end. Because of that, I actually think I might have to make a new tier for this, maybe A-. And spoiler alert, I do not think this will be the only episode in this tier by the end of the list.
I've used a wing chute before.
No, you haven't.
Okay, but I've seen it done. How hard can it be?
We open this episode with Mara altering some of her own graffiti from Tron Lives to Tron Lies. Zed tries to talk her down, and we reveal that she's got orange hair and orange pupils. So I've gotten on board with customizing the cosmetic choices on the grid, but her disc is orange here. Is it like you have to alter enough of your appearance to be that color before it turns into your primary color? Then why wasn't Cobalt's appearance more red? I just have endless questions about the rules of cosmetic changes. Mara nearly kills Zed, and we flash back to sometime earlier when Mara was driving a car. She's traveling with Bit, thinking about changing her hairstyle. This is also the first time we hear Bit say no, so I guess that's notable. So like I said, each episode follows the previous ones, and this episode is supposed to be a follow-up on when Mara tried to join the Renegade. Although in this car, it comes off less as fighting my own way and more of like awe that it exists. Like this reaction doesn't exactly scream to me, yeah, that's my handiwork. Maybe it's Moog or Raske's, but they said they were done fighting the occupation because it was too dangerous, so no? Anyway, a truck crashes right in front of her, and the next thing you know, she's being examined by occupation medical staff. Meanwhile, Zed builds a new bike, and Beck interrupts him. Zed is a little salty about having to cover for Beck so often, and he's fucking right to be. Like I know, freeing the grid and everything, but Beck has been a shitty friend. Zed says that he wishes Beck would be on his side for once, and it paints a really clear picture that this being the Renegade has put a wedge between him and his friends. Nicely done here. Mara then arrives, lies to them both, and acts super sus, especially in saying that a group of recognizers looks beautiful. Gotta say that her heartbeat brainwashed eyes look awesome. Beck then leaves to investigate as the Renegade, and Zed very clearly wants to investigate too, seeing as there's something very clearly wrong with their friend. It actually hurts a little bit that he doesn't know about Beck's secret, because I can only imagine how fucked up it must be to be Zed. Mara is tweaking out, and your other friend just fucking leaves. I know that they wanted to have a Renegade and Zed adventure, but I wouldn't have minded seeing a Beck and Zed episode without the Renegade at all. Actually remind me that they're friends a little bit. Let's add a point to it's about them again, because I'm sure Beck doesn't want to just leave his friends, but it's not about him. He has a bigger job to do. We then cut away to see this big Sauron tower with the same heartbeat rhythm as her heartbeat eyeballs. We see a few truckloads of programs arrive to be checked over by the occupation doctor, Dr. Keller. She clarifies that
I designed this agent to liberate programs, and you're using it to make slaves.
But like, liberate them how? It kind of makes me feel like she meant to make a drug akin to weed, something that puts things in alignment like Mara says, or meth, it could have been meth too. Anyway, she tells Tesla that this isn't what she signed up for, and she wants out. He basically backs her into a corner by threatening to derez her if she runs. Very effective way to run a happy army. Then we get to the club as Zed finds an orange-haired Mara recruiting Hopper and Bartek to go to a party that Tesla is throwing. Zed invokes the Renegade's name and Mara nearly breaks his arm off. It's interesting how this happens, since he only does this because of his staunch distrust of the occupation, not as a support of the Renegade. It's like how the enemy of my enemy doesn't have to be my friend, but right now the Renegade is just simply the least bad option. Broadly, it's kind of funny how it took a citywide attempt at mind control to make Zed actually give the Renegade a shot. We then see Tesla on some recognizers inviting people to Argonne Square for a party.
Since when does Tesla throw parties?
This is actually really funny because I feel like there's actually a big event at Argonne Square every other episode. So Beck goes to check out the crash site and find clues about what's happening to Mara. He looks around a little before he's caught by Zed, who had the same idea of looking for clues. Let me just say that it takes a lot of initiative to go explore a crash accident after he notices that Mara's in trouble. Zed is really earning his friend points with this episode. Zed goes off on the Renegade about how his friend is in trouble and his other friend doesn't want to help him. It seems like Beck is really close to telling Zed that he is the Renegade, but instead he notices orange stuff on Zed's hands and decides to go with that instead. It's actually another continuity error that Zed doesn't have the orange on his hands in one shot, but he does without touching anything.
Why am I telling you? He's not your friend. I'm starting to think he's not mine either.
It goes really fast because he's distracted by the clues, but Beck misses this line of dialogue. I almost wonder if he had heard it if he would have told him that he's the Renegade right then and there. They follow the clues and Zed gives Beck some sass about him not being a mechanic Lamau. They discover that the truck was programmed to crash and get distracted by another tanker inbound to crash somewhere, so they depart to try to stop it. The hijinks ensue and they cause havoc on the road, where we notice that Link is driving the same car that he won in episode 8. But that episode ended with Beck driving one half of it and Mara and Zed driving the other half of it. Did the occupation give him a new car? They catch up to the truck, which apparently has an escort of this medical truck with 3 light cycle riders in there. Does every truck that's programmed for suicide have an escort? Because that's a lot of manpower if that's the case. Beck dispatches them and they ditch their bikes to get onto the truck. The buddy cop dynamic is really rather amusing to watch, especially after their relationship and feelings over the course of the show. Zed really gives the whole I hate my partner vibe, while Beck also gives the I never wanted a partner vibe. It's pretty fun. They get inside, switch it over to manual, and crash the truck to prevent it from hurting anybody. They dump it into the sea just like we dumped tea into the harbor of Boston, and they notice explosions going off all across the city. I actually appreciate here that the explosions happen at multiple different layers of the city, not just the foreground or the background. I appreciate dynamic animation like that. Our 2 buddy cops decide to follow the victims, hoping that it'll bring them to the source. They get inside the Eye of Sauron tower where Elijah Wood gets to throw the ring into Mount Doom. The 2 of them overhear Pavel and Keller talking about activating the pathogen. Zed almost gives them away, but Beck saves him like the hero he is, and they decide they need to blow up the tower, like the hero they are. So they jump aboard this balloon thing and they're gonna 9/11 the tower. Radical. I mean, cool. Not radical. I mean, it is radical. It's just, I'm from New York. I can make this joke, okay? Anyway, programs, including Mara, gather in the square as the occupation lays down some fat techno beats, and Keller begins spraying the orange pathogen down to them. Zed puts up his helmet to avoid breathing in any of it, and we get a glimpse of yet another unique helmet design, which is awesome. His helmet does something interesting though, because his helmet has a specific noise from switching to transparent to non-transparent. Random note because I'm auditorily fixated, but as far as I can tell, the music that's played at the club and part of this party event aren't actually on the Tron Uprising OST. It's just a simple techno beat, but I can't seem to find it anywhere. I really wish that these DJs at the party were the Daft Punk DJs like in Tron Legacy, but there may be some like licensing problems associated with that, so I understand that not being possible. The crowd is enamored and Zed says he needs to get down there to save Mara. Beck notes that Zed really cares about his friends, and since Bodhi's death, this may be the first time he actually noticed that Zed is head over heels for her. Zed grabs a wing chute and Beck teaches him how to use it. Zed insists that he's used it before, but Beck knows he hasn't. Pavel teases Keller before Beck manages to make it to the steering section and alter course of the balloon ship. Tesla notices this and growls, and I note that because there are actually several scenes where Tesla just looks at something and growls, and I think that's really funny. Zed wades through the crowd to find Mara, and she yells, "Long live Blue!" And Zed says, "Long live Blue." This is actually a really big moment for Zed because it's the first time where the occupation itself is more of a nuisance and problem for him than the consequences of retaliation. The curfew and double shifts have been tough, but they came for Mara, and that finally pushes him away from being an occupation tolerator. He drags her out, and we see Beck plotting a course for the tower. Pavel attacks first, and I gotta say that him being 2 steps away from straight up unhinged is working for him. It's awesome. Beck disarms Pavel, kicking his disc away, and Pavel instead de-reses another passed out soldier to get his disc so that he can have one during the fight. Number 1, that is stone cold. Number 2, it's really telling about how crucial having a disc in combat is, especially because he pulled out a staff to de-res the poor dude. So in his head, staff versus disc is a losing battle for him. And I just think these combat interactions and decisions are really interesting. Zed continues to drag Mara through the streets until she sees more of the Tron Lives graffiti, and yeah man, other than the previously on section, there isn't really any indication that Mara's the one leaving the Tron Lives propaganda around the city. Again, maybe she's not, but I thought the entire episode before this was about how she was. She leaves Zed to go fix the graffiti into saying Tron lies. So now we have the two conflicts happening at the same time, with Zed trying to stop Mara and Beck fighting Pavel. And man, the way the music plays for these two conflicts and builds is just absolutely insane. It might be one of my favorite endings for that reason. So that's broadly, let's talk specifics now. Beck disarms Pavel by catching his staff with his disc, which is like, damn dude, style points out the ass. The fight with Pavel ends because Keller proves to be her own autonomous character, hitting Pavel and knocking him to the ground. He gets back up and throws the stolen disc at the door, grabbing his own disc from the ground as he runs off the ship. I'm just really glad they didn't forget that Pavel wasn't using his own disc. I can so appreciate details like that. Mara's about to de-res Zed when we learn that jet fuel can melt steel beams, and she and the entirety of Argonne we see a close-up of Mara's eye changing, and it's really unique because most times that mind control is reverted, it's like a slow dissolve from one to the other, but on the grid, her eye flashes and suddenly it's back to normal, nailing the aesthetic of the grid once more. Oh, and check this out. As soon as the mind control is not in effect, Mara's disc goes from being orange to being blue. Again, not even trying to understand the colors on the grid anymore. Zed asks Mara what she thinks about the Renegade as a test, and she tells him she thinks he's doing good, and Zed should get over it. He replies,
"I'll try to work on that."
Which is the first, like, actually kind word he's had to say about him in the entire show, and we know exactly why that is. The Renegade feels like he's on his side, finally. The reality is that the Renegade was always on Zed's side, but it took the occupation going too far for him to see that. Zed tells Beck that the Renegade isn't actually that bad, and notices the Renegade has returned his bike that he stole from him. Mara recodes her hairstyle back to blue, and Pavel reports to Tesla that Keller betrayed them. We then see Keller on the run, sticking a syringe in her neck, showing off trans representation before trans representation was even a thing. Just kidding, it's just a disguise. I mean, maybe. I didn't ask what her pronouns were. And that's the episode. You may have noticed something worth noticing, which is that the namesake of the show, Tron, was not in this episode. No voiceover, no small encouraging words, nothing. I think this episode centered around Zed specifically, as evidenced by not seeing inside Beck's mask when the two of them are talking. And if they were going to tell that story of Zed learning to trust the Renegade, it makes sense that Beck takes somewhat of a backseat for this episode. And since no one else knows Tron, there's no way to slip him into the story. It's also interesting that as we move away from Beck's early days as the Renegade, we aren't adding points into our Saved by Friends themes folder. Matter of fact, after Beck flipped this theme on its head in episode 13 by freeing himself from Cyrus's trap, he has actually been the one saving people. First Mara last episode, and now Zed, and then, spoiler alert, Keller in the next episode. I really can't tell you how awesome it is that as our characters evolve, so do their themes with them. Speaking of, our other theme, evolving weaponry, allows Argonne and Teslar's occupation to evolve with the world. As the world grows more against the occupation, Teslar goes to further lengths to get them in line. And if he can't, or doesn't necessarily have the resources to, reprogram them, mind control seems like the next best thing. And of course, Teslar couldn't do that himself, so he hires a scientist to do it for him, a direct response to Tron's return to the grid, and Beck's resistance. Again, the theme's coming along for the ride with the story. Truly wonderful. Now we only have one unfortunate soul to add to our death counter, and that was the one soldier that Pavel killed for his disc, bringing our total to 36. Now the tier list. This episode is lacking for me. Not the worst episode I've seen, not by a long shot, but I don't know if it really hit a lot of the boxes I'm looking for. It was a pretty self-contained story, and I did enjoy the buddy cop stuff between Beck and Zed, as well as the new technology that is formed and what that means broadly. Keller was a cool character, but her greatest hits are next episode, which makes me feel like this one is just set up for that. Now there's nothing wrong with setup episodes, they just don't get into A tier. This one can ride it out in C tier, above episode 4 but below episode 3. It's kind of strange to put a late episode so low on our tier list, but here we are.
Welcome home.
So first off, this episode is led into by the last episode, basically acting as a part 2 for Keller's escape. It starts from the perspective of an occupation soldier, which is the first time that's happened. He and some others are trying to find Keller, and they think they have a beat on her, but they don't, and she eludes them. I do want to draw attention to this wanted poster though. It's the first time that we're able to view a program's last name, Keller_P4D, unless it means program for deresolution or something. It also seems like programs have a serial number, because there's also one of those on the wanted poster, E00I002AR. I don't quite know why programs would have two different methods of classification, but that's not my business. Keller makes her way onto the train and some ticketers ask her for her ticket. She hands it over and guys, it says she's going from A to B. That is so fucking funny. Her disguise begins to fail and she re-ups it with this syringe thingy, and it looks like an injector port pops up on Keller's neck when the needle gets close, like a proximity thing. It's only at this point that I realize her disguise gave her clothes, because that baggy hoodie definitely isn't what she was wearing when it fails. Beck jump scares her and sits down to talk about a growing resistance movement in Argonne. There's a bit of specifics to talk about here. Firstly, how did he know this was Keller? Did he watch her disguise fail or something? And how did he know that this disguised person was actually her? I don't know, man. It's just a show. I'm just gonna watch. Secondly, it seems really risky to mention that he's part of a growing resistance movement. It seems like something that he'd want to be the Renegade for, but he's not. He's just Beck. Third, least importantly, they switch seats between the intro. Keller is on the left, but after the title card, she's on the right. Weird. Beck notices Paige in the train car over, and Keller's disguise fails, so he distracts her while Keller hides. Gotta say, it's actually really nice to see a program be hunted that isn't just the Renegade. There's something nice about knowing you're not the only one fighting back. Beck tries to rizz up Paige by reconnecting with her after they had met briefly in the games in episode 2. She doesn't pay him any kind of mind until he reminds her of the chanting "one goes free." It actually seems like she was genuinely impressed with his ability to hold his own. Beck honestly does a good job of sweet-talking Paige, and I think that's fun because we don't have a whole lot of times where Beck gets to use his charisma instead of his strength or agility. Even still, Paige plays with him and gives him an awesome roast about being in waste management, which is just awesome.
I'm in a waste management business. Everybody immediately assumes you're
an okay mechanic.
Beck lies to Paige and says he's an architect, and I think he does this for two reasons. A, he wants to impress her as he said, and B, he wants to have a cover so if he needs to hide when this is over, she'd be searching for an architect, not a mechanic. Although with how many times the occupation uses Abel's garage specifically, it's kinda hard to keep up with that lie. Pavel approaches the train in a light chopper, and Paige goes up to confront him. Beck follows her, and Keller panics. She goes into the engine compartment and grabs a wing chute, which specifically tells her never deploy in front of a helicopter, which I think is really funny, but also tells of her desperation here. She goes up to the top of the train, and Pavel takes credit for flushing her out, in what is a very rare time of him taking credit for something that is actually deserved. He has the chopper open fire, and Beck throws his disc at the tail to make it spin out of control. The chopper shoots up a lot of the train, and notably Paige, even though she hates him, pushes Pavel out of the way of incoming fire. The chopper kills 2 of the train conductors, and Paige lays into him for endangering the train. Pavel basically shows up, fucks shit up, and leaves. Perhaps because she saved him, Pavel tells Paige to come along so they can leave. She doesn't, because she doesn't want all the programs on the train to die, which is definitely in line with her character of caring about other programs, despite being an occupation soldier. Keller heads back inside and plans to jump out of a bathroom window rather than explode on the train with everybody else. Beck follows her in and wait, do they have bathrooms on the grid? What is this room for exactly? Okay, before that though, look at this moment when the lights go off and we see Paige's light lines without any external light. I really wish the show had more moments and events where this happens, because oh my god, with how great they're nailing the aesthetic, I really want to see more of this. Anyway, Keller needs to get to Bismuth to disappear from the occupation, and Beck says he'll help her even if she doesn't join his crusade. Beck goes to distract Paige and lays on some extra thick rizz, which again is awesome. Beck says he wants to fix the train, and we get another awesome shot of the external lights turning off again, and the train initiates a lockdown where it separates everybody. The doors specifically have an error code on them, which is funny as fuck. It reads as a line of code, it's supposed to be a white barrier, but it's like something didn't get called up correctly. Paige then demands that if he's a mechanic, he can fix the doors. She's honestly a tsundere to Beck. We then see the 2 train conductors pull up a schematic of the train and notice an escape pod in the engine compartment, but since it's closed off, they'll need to approach it from the outside. Luckily, the schematics come with a GPS that goes outside of the train. So Beck repairs the doors while flirting with Paige, and I'm telling y'all, his game is on point. He's really bold about the assumptions he's making about their relationship, and it's the kind of boldness I'm sure she responds to. So Beck reverts the lockdown, and we see the 2 ticketers grab these magnet puck foot and hand things and attempt to scale the outside of the train. Keller begs to go with, and one of them accidentally gets de-rezzed by kicking her off of him, lol. Beck tells Paige that there's not enough code left of the train to repair, which I think is fascinating when you think about all the stuff he could repair. Everything's got a limit, I suppose. Speaking of limits, Beck continues to push Paige's buttons, which she's lenient about specifically because Beck is being useful in helping her save programs on the train. I think that's a really neat detail. Paige tells all the programs to move to the rear of the train, but it seems unnecessary since they're just gonna uncouple the car engine at the front. I'm nitpicking, it's really whatever. The ticket holder and Keller make their way to the engine, and Beck begins uncoupling the train car, continuing to press Paige. Paige notices Keller jump across the train car and jumps at the last second to chase her. Beck wants to pursue, but the train cars are now too far away. The ticket holder takes a seat in an escape pod, which, guys, it says escape on it, like the escape key, like on your keyboard. This episode has so many fun details, I can't believe it. Paige intercepts and the ticket holder takes off without her. He yells, as he fucking dies. This man did not deserve to die like that, although I guess he was kind of a dick to Keller. Also, I think the escape pod is fine as far as the design goes. I think it's just really awful timing on his part. And the worst part is the watch for oncoming trains is in the space right where the escape pod used to be. It's just awful, man. Oh, while this is happening, Beck takes his light cycle on the roof of the train and rides it across to the other train to catch up with them. Straight out of an action movie, actually. But wait. So these light rails work because a train goes one way and can go upside down to allow another train to ride on top of the rail at the same time. But what about the uncoupled car? That one that has all the passengers in it? Does the new train just smash into them, or is the process automatic? Paige continues her pursuit and they get into the engine compartment. There's a classic train joke about speeding through a station.
Argonne City Express now exiting business station.
I love it so much. Inside the engine compartment, everything is the yellow that Clue usually is, which is an interesting choice because basically nothing else on the grid is that color. Paige throws Beck out of the way and he pleads that she can just let Keller go. Doesn't matter though, as Beck notices ahead that the bridge is out. Paige enters, pleading with Keller that she can offer her a second chance and convince Tesla to be merciful, but it doesn't work and Keller tries to crush her, Lamau. The bridge is out ahead and they're all gonna die. He goes on the front of the train and releases his light cycle into the electronic rail, which makes the bike attempt to build itself while getting sucked into the rail. Which begs the question about if you can open a light cycle or light jet anywhere, and if you do, what would happen? Like if you try to open a light jet in a place where there isn't enough room for a light jet, what happens to it? Anyway, the light bike gums up the gears and Beck books it off the train like it's a Call of Duty game. Paige and Keller jump off the back and the occupation arrive to retrieve them. Keller turns orange again, this time with her eyes also glowing orange, and I'm done trying to understand color. But at least I can say this. Her eyes glow orange, which is a sign of repurposing, as we'll find out later with Cutler. But if she is repurposed, that stuff isn't as strong as I once thought, since she has the ability to actually not tell Paige that Beck is part of a resistance movement. Also, how did you repurpose her, like, here, without equipment or anything? She tries to tell Paige, but stops herself and turns it into a compliment instead, and I think that compliment actually pushes Paige over the edge on whether or not she wants to ask Beck out. Which she does, and the episode ends. Well, almost. We see Paige introduce Keller back to Tesla, who dismisses Paige to debrief her. And then he kills her.
Welcome home.
Hey, that's the name of the episode. Dope. And chilling as fuck. Sheesh. Gotta say, feels like we probably could have waited until Paige was a little further away. She still might be in earshot, right? There's also definitely something to say about how Paige would have reacted to this betrayal eventually. She was so happy and excited to know that Tesla was going to give Keller a chance like he gave her a chance. Another robbed storyline moment that we didn't get from a season 2. Also, like last episode, you may have noticed that this episode did not have Tron in it at all. Which makes sense because how last episode was Zed's, this episode was Beck's. Not the Renegades, but Beck's. You may have also noticed that this is the first and only episode that does not feature the Renegade either. Just Beck. Now the death toll. We've got the 2 train drivers, the 2 ticket collectors, and Keller herself, bringing our total to 41. And the tier list. This episode was absolutely unique, especially with the absence of Tron and the Renegade. This was Beck's episode for sure, and it's neat that they'd play up an angle like that. I also enjoyed seeing somebody get hunted that wasn't Beck. It made the world feel more populated. I liked Keller's story basically from start to finish, but I don't know, man. Maybe if it had a bit more of Beck and Tron expressing their feelings about it, I'd feel better about them taking a back seat. But it feels like a standout episode, and not for the same reason that episode 9 does. Let's put this guy in B tier, between episodes 7 and 2. It's action-packed, but not quite as much as episode 7, and it plays with some build-upon.
They made me a guilty program. Guess that means I should act like a guilty program.
We open this one with a recap of Beck and Paige's first meeting. Well, Paige and the Renegade. We get reminded of her wonderful double entendre, and the footage is rewind and reviewed. Holy, Beck takes Instagram stalking to a whole new level. A more efficient level, actually. I'm kind of impressed. There's actually the tiniest of continuity errors here. When Beck says, "I'm Tron" in episode 1, it was him actually kicking Paige off of him. In this episode, he says it without the kick. Admittedly, I think this was done on purpose, since having an action like this would be a little distracting while you're trying to listen to the words. Tron walks in on Beck's stalking session and teases him about how he's going on a date with her. Beck says he's gathering intel, but then changes and says he's trying to recruit her. It's hard to tell if he said this because he was trying to justify it to Tron, or if he actually intends on recruiting her, or if he's just in his feels and getting embarrassed about it. The fact that there's a lot of ways to interpret the story makes me feel really good about it. Tron tells him that this might be a lost cause, the theme of this episode specifically. We then get Paige giving Beck an introduction on jumping out of a light chopper, and we get what I'm pretty sure is the only fourth wall break in the entire show. Fucker looks like Jim from The Office. So Paige and Beck jump out of a helicopter together as their first date. Gotta say, Paige is the queen of first dates. Call me crazy, but as a first date, I would love to jump out of a helicopter. They do cute flirty things on the way down and land on Paige's favorite spot in Argonne, atop a bridge overlooking the entire city. Ah yes, Paige, I also sit like that with my arm behind my head.
I love it.
I had a feeling you would.
Says the woman who watched this dude drive a light bike on top of a train to clear the gap between him and another train. Beck tries to lead the conversation into her seeing things from a fresh perspective, which makes sense if he really is trying to recruit her. We then go to the Coliseum, where Pavel finds a group of 3 scary-looking programs. Like, seriously, are you dudes programmed to be bigger? We've seen taller people before, but these guys are built. Pavel unlocks the door, then unlocks their discs, then gives this absolutely crazed look that keeps me up at night, before diving in and de-resing them. Now, I know I said I'm not going to make a big deal about the colors anymore, but why do these programs de-res in orange cubes? So far, the only people we've seen de-res in orange were soldiers. But these guys are civilians, and their suits are blue, so I just needed to bring it up, that's all. Paige finds Pavel after his slaughter, and Pavel almost puts the weapon back into his disc to attack her. However, she's too quick, grabbing his arm before he's able to activate the weapon. And I think that it's actually really cool that Paige was able to grab his arm here, because it puts a perspective on how much faster Pavel is with it, or how much slower he is without it. Paige gives Pavel the chance to do the right thing, taking Beck's advice and giving the situation a fresh perspective. We then get a shot of Purgos where we find Gorn turning down a program who stole a light jet. She specifically says she's done erasing discs, and surely she doesn't mean like an entire disc, right? How would that even work? She has a new assistant though. He steps out of the oh my fucking god, that smile, holy shit. Remember how I was talking about the external darkness? I need more of this. Lomux here intimidates this poor dude by showing him code worms, which aside from grid bugs are the second instance of bug-related creatures existing on the grid. Even more so, Gorn says that she finds them in the darkest recesses of the grid. So like, are there just rocks you can tip over with roly-polies underneath? Gorn shows off a huge gaping hole in her head, which is trippy as fuck. Imagine someone in real life having a hole that goes straight through their head. Sit down, Carl, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about like all the way through the head. Pavel arrives and kicks out the patron, telling Gorn that he's going to give someone an attitude adjustment instead of doing the right thing like she suggested. We then go to Paige and Beck having a cute date playing this pool type of game. It looks really neat though. Paige whiffs it and Beck takes the fall for her.
What can I say? I'm a lost cause.
Obviously echoing what Tron warned him of earlier. I think that there's actually quite a bit of subtext in this line too. Perhaps he's saying that if Tron thinks she's a lost cause, I'm gonna get lost trying. It's rather beautiful. Beck tries to push her into thinking she's on the wrong side, and she says that she fights specifically for Clue. Gotta say that given what we know of her backstory, it feels like that's not entirely accurate. It was Tesla who recruited her and took her under his wing. Shouldn't she be fighting for him? She wasn't like Dyson where she got swept up in the idea of being perfect. Her indoctrination was very specific. The conversation they have is overall wonderful writing, with both of them being reserved in the way that you do when dating someone new, but of course with the added secrecy of Beck being the renegade. The two almost kiss, and damn, I ship it so hard. Pavel interrupts them though, arresting Paige on the grounds of trying to overthrow Tesla. Paige denies it and Beck tries to resist, leading Pavel to arrest him too. It's kind of surprising that Pavel didn't just arrest him to begin with. If her charges were conspiracy, it'd fit right into the narrative, whether he was part of it or not. Pavel says,
"Rubbing elbows with the great unwashed."
And he's never made elitism sound quite so eloquent. You know, I do wonder about some of these soldiers though. Do you think any of them had any quiet reservations?
Any private traitorous thoughts?
About arresting their commander? Paige has gotta be at least a little liked since she seems to actually care about the people under her command. Paige and Beck sit inside their cell and Beck instantly jumps into I'm gonna get you out of here mode. Paige says that's not necessary, trusting that the system will work and exonerate her. So two grunts take her to a dark room where they strap her arms to pillars. Okay, maybe the other soldiers had an easier time, but is Pavel like blackmailing these grunts? There is no way this is standard procedure, so how do you tell them like, yes, please take your commander to the secret underground dungeon? Our resident Lomux comes out of the shadow and grabs Paige's discs, then inserting a code worm into her code. All in all, the code worm scene could have been so much worse, while still making it probably the most uncomfortable scene in the entire series. Uncomfortable and so fucking well acted, like holy shit.
Who put you up to this? Who put you up to this?
Jesus Christ, she is truly making me believe that her whole life is being ruined in front of her eyes. It's actually a really rather unique perspective that we, users, can't really understand. People can lie about us, sure, but like altering our memories? Wait, that's gaslighting. Never mind, it's kind of a thing. Anyway, the code worm implants a memory and they return Paige to her cell, making her a guilty program. So she decides to act like a guilty program, planning a breakout with Beck. Hey, check that in the background. That grunt walking on top of the cells, that's a reference to the 82 Tron. Neat. The grunts come in to check on Beck and Paige drops down on one of them, while Beck, holy shit, I had to double check the choreography on this escape scene. Beck just yoinks the staff out of this dude's hand. How bad of a grunt do you have to be to let a prisoner take the staff right from your hands? You weren't even gripping that shit, my guy. So anyway, they unlock their discs and begin making their way through the facility. There's actually a kind of funny vibe about it, since Beck is usually the one clearing out the guards, but this time Paige is. But he feels like a little prince here. And even though he's Beck and not the Renegade, I'll add a point here for being saved by friends. If him and Paige had actually waited for due process, I don't know how he would have gotten out of this. Do you think Tron trains him on how to fight without his disc? I feel like that's a martial art I'd want to know. They blow up a wall and make their escape. You'd think being on the run and not wanting to be followed would facilitate the turning off of the light cycle trail, but whatever, it's not me on the run. So her and Beck make their way through the city, and all the wanted posters get replaced with wanted posters of her. After the last episode showed us what wanted posters look like, they're wildly inconsistent for Paige. Hers just says wanted Paige, and the last one had these interesting serial numbers, but when it changes from the Renegade to Paige, the serial numbers remain the same. And it's the same one as last episode too. Beck begins planning on how to help Paige, but she insists that she's a lost cause, and kicks Beck off his bike to prevent him from following her. She calls herself a lost cause, the third time we've heard this phrase used, finally from the lost cause herself. And what's really interesting is that they were all used in different ways each time. It's kind of strange though that Paige thinks Beck won't just like spend his entire life running from the occupation, since they arrested him as well. I'm led to the conclusion that the occupation doesn't actually keep records on who they imprison. Beck loses her as she continues to evade the occupation, even turning off her light bike and turning it back on mid-air, blocking the turret of the tank with her light trail. Holy shit, dude. This is the kind of high imagination combat I was hoping for. Anyway, Paige books it right for Gorn and Purgos. It's kind of interesting how she just knows where it is. I thought this was Pavel's secret. She heads in inside and threatens Gorn, only for Pavel to step out of the shadows, once again showing how dope removing the external lighting is. Teslar's right behind him as well, his pupils ever so slightly illuminated in the shade before his light lines appear, and it's really neat because the last time Lomux was standing in the shadows, about the same height as Teslar, but Lomux's smile was illuminated while only Teslar's eyes were. Pavel snatches her disc and throws it to Teslar, who accesses it to see her implanted memory. Are memories like browser tabs? Do you just get to see the last one you opened? Or how do you access a specific memory? I have questions. Teslar is fuming, reminding us and her that he saved her life, which again begs the question on why she's loyal to Clue and not Teslar, but whatevs. It does show a great deal of compassion and special treatment that Teslar didn't just de-res Paige instantly, considering that he did that to Keller last episode. Good character work for him. He does send her to the games, which seems like a much more fair punishment for her. We get to see Paige with her dope-ass unique helmet jousting other Black Guard programs. We haven't seen this type of combat before, but I mean, yeah, why wouldn't it exist on the grid? It's pretty brutal too, beautifully executed as usual. Beck watches from afar on top of the Coliseum, which is nice, and he looks proud. Although it just takes one mistake from Paige to turn the sweet moment into a, oh my god, what the hell happened kind of moment. So next, Teslar expresses frustration with running out of gladiators to fight Paige, and Pavel volunteers to fight her. Which, firstly, seems like a death sentence for Pavel, seeing how brutal Paige is. Unless Teslar knew that he had the power disc, but it seems like Pavel had been keeping that a secret. So Pavel gets on the field and says,
"Distinguished guests from around the grid,
wait, hold up. Does that imply like a royal lineage exists on the grid? Sure, it's just a phrase, but phrases come from somewhere. And if he's saying it like this, it actually makes me feel like people fly in from other cities and governments to see the games. In Argonne, of all places. Wait, can he make his eyes red on cue, or was this just like the most convenient timing? Pavel jumps up and slams down, emitting this shockwave thing. So the two begin fighting, and holy shit, Pavel is the Flash in this bitch. I do have to note that he punches her here, but his disc is in his other hand. If he wanted to kill her, he could have just gone right through her. Paige throws her disc at Pavel, and the fucking swag! He tilts his head to avoid the disc, my guy? In the same vein as the punch, Pavel throws his disc at the area around Paige when he could have just thrown it at her. Paige is about to fall through the floor as Pavel stomps on the ground to make her fall. I'm kinda surprised that she tries appealing to his humanity here. Despite how amazing her "who put you up to this" delivery is, how could she not suspect Pavel? She falls, and Beck as the Renegade saves her in a light jet. She demands to be let out, and they get shot down by a light chopper. He breaks out his wing chute, and they land on the same bridge where Beck and Paige went on their first date.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Paige instantly starts attacking him, and he says,
"I know you're innocent!"
But the wording of that feels really strange to me. How would he know that? I think the only way that he would really know this is if the knowledge pool of what Beck knows and what the Renegade knows are the same. Jesus, I feel like a monologue in Death Note. I'm thinking too hard. He does continue saying,
"You don't deserve what they did to you,"
causing her to stop her punch inches from his face, actually making me feel things. Really well done all around. Beck is holding his arm in this part as well, but he didn't actually take a hit in that area during this fight. I think this is a callback to when they were isolated in episode 6, and she fixed the gash on his arm, saving him from losing it. And I think he was trying to subconsciously help her remember that. She backs off, and he says that her own team tried to frame her. Number one, how would he know that? But number two, that's kind of presumptuous of him to say, since he's kind of prime suspect number one. Beck asks her to join him, and she says that she can never join him. And after the island debacle and their general misalignment, I don't really blame her. I don't see how she could work with him at this point. He responds with,
"I'm fighting for you, too."
then you've already lost.
Which is such a great fucking line. Once again, pointing to the idea about her being a lost cause. Now, even though I don't think it's particularly in character, let's add another point to One Man Army, since Beck could have gotten a dope-ass sidekick here, but she decided to just not. She pieces out and heads towards the docks to try to escape. Paige actually returns to her episode 1 appearance here for the first time since that episode. It's a shame we don't get to see this more because her helmet and cape combo is awesome. She gets caught by some light choppers and instantly surrenders, but I'm kinda confused why she didn't just try to run or fight anymore. Teslar steps out to taunt her, but he reveals that he actually found who framed her, revealing Pavel and Lomux. Except, surprise, Pavel isn't in any trouble, he's excited to see her. Teslar says that the Renegade framed her and that Pavel figured it out. He reveals Lomux's disc with an implanted memory of the Renegade wanting to see Paige suffer. I didn't mention it last episode with Gorn in it, but when they rewrite discs, they're basically sentence splicing the result they want, and it's super obvious and funny to me.
Tesla, you're pathetic. Come and get me.
It doesn't even sound like a sentence. Pavel once again proves he's majorly sadistic, asking the guy who can't speak what he has to say for himself. Paige is confused since Pavel tried killing her earlier, and Tesla reveals that Pavel has indeed done the right thing and given the power disc to Tesla. Tesla rewards Pavel by giving him command over his own district, Purgos, the garbage heap. Paige loosely threatens Pavel, and we go back to the same pool bar where Paige was arrested. Beck is there waiting for her, happy to see her, but she's distant and decides that he's not good for her because he encouraged her to let her guard down. So she leaves alone, and that's the end of their relationship. Then we get to see what happens to Gorn. Pavel arrives, congratulating her her on her latest forgery. In this two-shot, it looks like Gorn is wearing a welding mask, but then she's just kind of not in the close-up. In that close-up, we reveal that she had the same treatment as Lomax, always smiling for everyone. But who performed Gorn's Joker face? I can't imagine Pavel would have gotten Lomax to do it, since he seemed rather loyal to Gorn. So did he do it himself? Is there another Gorn out there somewhere? This is also the only episode that has the Renegade in it, but doesn't have the Renegade fight any occupation soldiers. And that's the episode. Now, before we get into the death toll in the tier list, let's talk a bit broadly about this episode. I think having Paige return to the occupation seems like such a missed opportunity for another anti-hero type program. She doesn't need to join Beck, I actually don't think she ever would, but to distance herself from the occupation and to know its workings inside and out would make her a sick bounty hunter, for instance. Let's continue our zoom out a little bit. This episode feels unfinished. Think about it, why did Pavel change his mind about framing Paige? If you ask me, it feels like a scene is missing, something like Tesla being even more unreasonable and angrier than usual, or even cruel to Pavel specifically, taking out his anger that Paige betrayed him, something to make Pavel realize, oh shit, having Paige around is really important for Tesla, otherwise he'll make my life a living hell. It also just seems really fast. 1 minute she's captured, then she gets her disc changed, then she's in Purgos, then she's at the Coliseum. It definitely feels like if they inserted some additional guidance from Tron and that scene of Tesla I mentioned, they could have made this a part 1, part 2. Which reminds me, there's not really a conclusion for the Lost Cause thought. Tron says it, Beck says it, and Paige says it, but what's the conclusion? Yeah, Tron was inevitably right, she was a lost cause, but that's because Pavel intervened and backtracked, not because she herself was actually a lost cause. All of these factors just really fucking hurt, because I would have put this episode in like high A tier. But with how it is now, feeling unfinished, it'll actually join episode 14 in the A- tier. I think that if this episode were continued and expanded upon in season 2, that it would have established really fantastic elements and it would have been able to put Paige on another level. But it definitely feels a little rushed as it is right now. But I definitely don't feel the same way that I do about any of the episodes in B tier, so A- tier it is. And for our death toll, we have the 3 civilians that Pavel killed and the 2 soldiers that Paige killed while jousting, bringing our total up to 46.
No one on the grid chooses their destiny. Until now.
This episode starts with the Renegade noticing the occupation harassing 2 random citizens. They nearly derez them when the Renegade shows up, and cubes enter the room before him. Suddenly his white disc derezes another soldier, before he kickflips his way into the room himself. This soldier tries to take someone hostage, but the Renegade can't stop Aura walking forward long enough to care. He derezes the last soldier, and we have a very clear picture that there's no mistaking. Beck is now killing people. I remember seeing this cold open for the first time, and actually thinking that Beck just decided to stop caring about derezing programs. Because of how many times they've mentioned it, I thought something like had gone wrong. Like we were seeing Beck after suffering some kind of immeasurable loss. Anyway, the programs thank him and he wants to see the energy that they've been hiding. They show him and the Renegade then derezes the program, leaving the female program to run away. He chases after her, pins her down, and demands she tell them what they did.
Guess who's back?
What a fucking entrance from Cyrus, holy shit! The reveal that Cyrus had returned was not one that I was expecting after spending so much time with Paige. Although it was kind of thematically led into. After a loss like Paige, the Renegade and Tron broadly needed to not just lose interpersonally, but broadly, and that's exactly what Cyrus is here to do. So now we go ahead to Zed and Beck being there for Mara, who got injured in the shop explosion. Wait, is this the first time we've seen a bona fide ambulance in the show? Wild. Mara explains that Tron did it, and Beck is obviously confused. Zed thinks that he's lost it, and Mara observed that he was actually enjoying the chaos. They pull a huge chunk of glass out of her leg, Zed passes out, LOL, and Beck notices Cyrus's face in the crowd. It's actually really hard to miss, and I think that's an awesome trade-off. He can't quite blend into the crowd, but he doesn't want to. Fucking baller, I love this dude. He's also wearing clothing, which we found is actually really rare for programs. His trench coat is like illuminated on the edges, which is awesome, and I want it. Beck drops Zed, LOL, and gives chase to Cyrus. None of the moves that Cyrus does to avoid Beck are particularly supernatural, yet they seem that way. Camera tricks and pacing perspectives are awesomely done. And dudes, his laugh? Mesmerizing and evil, he's so amazing. They make it to the roof.
Did you lose something?
What is wrong with you? Why are you blue?
And Cyrus shows Beck that he has the Tron disc. Beck looks for a way to cross the roof, but Cyrus is gone. It must be cathartic for Cyrus, someone who looked up and wanted to be Tron for so long, to have to be Tron to fuck up Beck's life. Beck goes back to the garage to find his Tron disc in the usual hiding place, perplexing him. He actually begins to ask the right question, sorting out why Cyrus would want him to think he had the disc. But he gets interrupted by Abel checking on him. Beck blows him off, not wanting to get Abel involved, and it's really nice subtext that if he did get Abel involved, he probably would have been asking the right questions and figured out that the disc is a counterfeit. His desire to keep his friends out of it and not help him actually sets him down this path. So Beck takes it outside to try it on, and in the background we see that the Renegade has been upgraded from Renegade to Assassin. It's fascinating that the occupation would do this specifically because he's derez civilian programs. You'd think that they would like lie about it earlier so that they could limit civilians wanting to get involved with him. Maybe the occupation's unable to lie in this way, I don't know. However, this also adds a bit of context on why Beck doesn't want to derez programs. Aside from not liking it and not wanting to, if I had known from episode 1 that he wouldn't want to be labeled as Assassin, I would have been far more on board with him not doing it. Although, interestingly enough, it says deresolution of civilian programs, so even if he did derez occupation soldiers, I don't know if that would be enough to upgrade his threat level. So Beck tries to put on the disc and it shocks him. He eventually yanks it off of him and it's now obvious that it's a counterfeit. And you know, this all happened because Cyrus scanned every aspect of Beck's life when he was unconscious with his disc in episode 13. I would have a real problem with Cyrus knowing every detail of Beck's life, but they thought about that. I love an airtight evil villain plan. So Beck takes the disc to Tron, who has it analyzed. Beck tries to put the blame on Tron, and Tron says,
"It seems you knew he was out there. As far as I was concerned, he was locked away."
And Beck doesn't appreciate that Tron is twisting it back on him, but I actually think Tron is in the right here. Beck should have told Tron about what he found out. A new threat on the grid is Tron's business, and Tron had it handled before Beck messed it up. Now on the other side of this, Tron did lie to Beck about him being the first he trained, but I'm less angry about that compared to Beck knowing and hiding something. Tron explains that Cyrus was a mistake.
Which is why I chose you instead.
But that makes it sound like he was interviewing them both at the same time. I thought Cyrus was way before Beck. Beck tries quitting because he thinks they're not on the same page anymore.
Quitting is exactly what Cyrus wants you to do.
You don't know that.
It's really rash and pig-headed of Beck to think Tron doesn't know exactly what Cyrus is thinking, but nevertheless, he leaves. He heads to the club, specifically the 00010001 club. I tried to look up what that means in binary, but it's actually invalid since binary needs to begin at 8 digits. Weird. Maybe it's the invalid club. I don't know. He wants to hang out with Mara and Zed and go somewhere quiet to clear his head. Mara says that he quit, and Beck is super confused because quitting Tron is something that no one could possibly know. She says that his friend told them, and Zed rolls up with his arm around Cyrus, making my heart drop. Cyrus greets him kindly, and they all sit down together, Cyrus saying that he's gonna tell them how they met. Every bit of this writing is like absolutely the peak of the show. Having a well put together plan to destroy someone by using knowledge that they shouldn't have, predicting every step along the way, is gorgeous. There was so much planning and intelligence put into this episode, and it shows. The confusion on Beck, saying your secret is out, Cyrus's appearance, it's incredible. Here's another spot to consider. Beck didn't tell anybody that he quit working with Tron, and while Cyrus could have predicted it, the fact that he knew about it should have tipped Beck off to two things. One, Tron was right and he knows Cyrus's moves. Or two, Cyrus has some kind of surveillance in Tron's hideout. The fact that he couldn't see that is the same reason he didn't continue his line of questioning with Abel. He got distracted and focused on the wrong thing. So the four of them sit down, Beck and Cyrus being somewhat snippy with each other, and having two people with secret identities who know each other's secret identities but others around them don't is a trope that I wish we saw more of. They do it in Spider-Man a lot, especially in the Spectacular Spider-Man and Spider-Man Homecoming, and I really love it a lot. It's pretty funny that Cyrus convinces Zed and Mara that he's such a good guy considering his interpersonal skills consist mainly of being locked in a prison and talking to Tron. Cyrus insists on telling his new friends how Beck and him met. Beck is saved by the bell as Mara wants to dance with Zed, but geez, what the fuck would he have said here? And I know what you're wondering, the music isn't his friend, so I'm not putting it in our Saved by Friends theme. Beck demands that he gets his disc back, and Cyrus doesn't hand it over so easily, encouraging Beck to fight him about it. Cyrus doesn't give a shit about Beck's identity, even if he's placating him by not directly telling Zed and Mara. That's why he puts the disc directly on the table in view of everybody, instead of like giving it to him outside the club. Beck stabs the disc into the table, and Cyrus taunts Beck about not derezing programs. There's also the tiniest bit of continuity errors when Cyrus tilts his head and keeps his eyes wide, and in the next shot it's not like that. He specifically says,
"I'm gonna free you from your indecisive thinking,"
which he certainly tries to do later. He gives Beck a tip that there's a bomb in Abel's garage. Beck doesn't believe him, and Cyrus proves that they're living under communism by calling Beck comrade. Fucking told you guys! Anyway, Beck light cycles to Abel's garage to find the bomb. But before that, how does Beck hide the disc as he leaves the club? He's walked through public places with it before, and I wonder, okay? So Beck gets there, yelling to everybody that they need to leave. Abel inquires about what's happening, and Beck's light cycle explodes. He led the bomb to the garage. Really awesome writing. But how exactly did Cyrus get the bomb on Beck's light cycle anyway? Those things fold up when they're not in use. This is actually given away as a clue when Beck doesn't or can't put the light cycle away as he arrives at the garage, because it has a bomb underneath it. Also, does Cyrus just kill Beck if he doesn't arrive at the garage in time? What if Beck was still on that thing? Abel looks at the bomb casing on the bike, letting Beck know about Cyrus. Specifically, he calls him the Cyrus, or at least that's what it sounds like.
The Cyrus is a creature of habit.
The subtitles say Cyrus, but I don't know, man, it sounds like he's saying the. Anyway, he mentions that he built Cyrus's prison, and that makes me wonder, did Tron suspect that he was gonna need a prison, or was it like Cyrus did something nuts and then Tron subdued him for a week while Abel built it? Abel plans on uncovering Cyrus's plan by checking the recycle code of the bomb he used. He uses the same eye modification that Gorn uses to rewrite discs. I don't know if that's connected or anything, but they are the same, so. Abel says that Beck lied to him, and then he relates that to Tron lying to Beck. But when the fuck did Tron have time to tell him this? They don't have phones on the grid. Did Tron show up to dish immediately after Beck left? Beck tells Abel that he quit working with Tron, and Abel says he can't quit. It's really awesome to see Abel truly make a change in growing into being supportive about Beck's part of the revolution. Abel points out that Cyrus led Beck to the garage with the bomb on his bike, which helps Beck realize that he did the same thing with the counterfeit disc, tracking where Tron was with it and shutting down his hideout. Seriously, guys, the writing in this episode is just fantastic. It also points that I was right. If Beck had told Abel what was happening, he could brainstorm with him and probably would have figured this out without hurting Tron. Cyrus shuts down the hideout, including the lights, which really makes Tron look awesome without external lighting. That T, man, it just stands out. And Cyrus in the background? Oh man, this show deserved to win all the art direction Emmys. Does make me wonder though, can Cyrus just turn his face on and off anytime he wants? Or like, what's the deal here? So Abel and Beck ride to the hideout, where we get to see my favorite monologue of the series. I'll go into why in a second, but it's definitely helped majorly by Aaron Paul's delivery. Cyrus has left a hologram to tell Beck what the plan is moving forward. We've never seen holograms before, so I don't know how they work, but can you just put a hologram on a disc like this? Does it have to be a counterfeit disc? Whatever. So Cyrus's plan is to kidnap both halves of Beck's life, Mara and Zed on one side of the grid and Tron on the other. He then allows Beck to pick which side of his life he's going to save. Let's be super clear here. Cyrus's plan is fucking awesome. It really has a philosophical edge about predeterminism, which is a really different discussion in real life versus on the grid. It doesn't have any direct answers either. Was Beck programmed to be the Renegade? Because I don't think he was. He was undoubtedly programmed to be a mechanic, but how far does that extend? Was he programmed with a sense of justice? Not to mention, this is a trolley problem of sorts. How do you decide who to save here? Ooh, here's a fun one. Do the ISOs prove that programs have free will? Like, this whole plan being set in motion surely wasn't written by Flynn, which means that programs have to have some level of independent programming to fall back on. What if all programs really are as free as the ISOs? Written but not programmed. The grid makes this such an interesting setting to have this conversation. I think it's also interesting to talk about predeterminism in the sense of like, was Cyrus programmed to do this? It seems like the guy has changed a lot in his days from working with Clue. So like, was Beck written to be his nemesis? This feels like a really personal plan to not have it for like Tron himself. I don't know, man, I feel like I could get lost thinking about if everything on the grid was programmed, or if the programs have some sense of free will about it. The predeterminism philosophy and conversation, in real life anyway, is usually underscored by God or a higher power. But in an academic or debate setting, that tends to be kind of difficult to prove. But the grid doesn't have that problem. It loudly pronounces that yes, everything was written by a higher power, Kevin Flynn. Man, the conversations I could have with a resident on the grid, man, I tell you. Oh, right, back to the ship. There are some other details to mention. Firstly, Cyrus left Beck one code key to disable the bombs, but he wasn't planning on Abel being a part of this, so Beck gives the key to Abel and tells him to save Zed and Mara. As they drive away, we have this interesting shot of Abel, whose lights are blue in a white light cycle, and Beck, whose outfit is white, in a blue one. Let go of the colors, Lance, you'll never understand. Cyrus continues his voiceover, specifically saying,
"No matter what you do, someone will not survive."
And yeah, someone doesn't. And we'll talk about that when it happens. So the two speed through the city, with Abel arriving at the bombs first. Beck has done so well throughout the series about keeping his helmet up, but he runs in to rescue Tron here with his helmet down. For shame. Although, I guess anybody who sees him with Tron has bigger things to worry about than him being the Renegade. Beck gets to work disabling the bomb with his wrench, and Tron mentions that they can still save his friends. So this kind of implies that Cyrus explains the situation to Tron. I actually think that's totally probable, since Cyrus saying, yeah, if you die tonight, it's because Beck saved his friends and not you, totally seems like it's in character. Abel tries to use the key, but it doesn't work on Zed and Mara, which admittedly is a strike against Cyrus. Like, come on, man, if Beck had really taken the key to save Zed and Mara, he's made his decision, you can't punish him for it. Unless it wouldn't have worked for Tron either, but later when Cyrus does arrive, he's surprised that the key is nowhere to be found. So Abel turns on these neat mechanic gloves and tries to bypass the bombs manually. Notably, he mentions it was a trick, but doesn't explain whose trick it was. He then needs to stop talking to them because Abel isn't trained in high-stress situations like Beck or Tron, so he needs to concentrate to figure out what to do. It's a really nice detail. Beck bypasses Tron's bomb.
Don't thank me. Thank Bodhi.
Wait, for what exactly? Having a wrench? Cyrus arrives, calling Beck predictable for saving Tron. This is the first and only time Beck threatens to de-res someone in the show, and it's only after being pushed to the brink by an adversary who knows his operation in and out. It also serves as a slight payoff to Cyrus saying he wants to free him from his restraints. Cyrus is super excited that Beck is actually violent for what may be the first time. So Beck goes in swinging, and look, I know that they really need to show that Cyrus has an edge over Tron and Beck, but Beck has never fought worse in his entire life than in this scene. Look at this dude, bro is telegraphing like a motherfucker. Maybe there's something to be said about that since Beck has only ever really fought in self-defense, and almost always against occupation soldiers. Cyrus taunts both of them, and then he notices that Beck didn't use the code key. He seems to imply that the situation is much worse now, and Beck panics, getting thrown by Cyrus. Tron goads Cyrus's ego about him being the best, and Tron throws himself in front of Cyrus so that Beck can go help Abel. Beck leaves, and Cyrus really fucking hands it to Tron. First by disarming him, which already puts him at a disadvantage. But guys, look at this shit. This throat grab from behind move, that's exactly what Tron does to Beck the first time they met. Cyrus is using Tron's moves against him. God damn it, it's so good. Cyrus wants Tron to say that he's stronger and smarter, but Tron refuses. This is really the only scene where Tron gets his ass kicked, and it's actually kind of brutal. Definitely written specifically that way though, because I swear some of these kicks hurt Tron a lot harder than I think they should. Cyrus pins Tron down and tries to make him say that he is Tron now.
Look at me, sure. I'm the Tron. No.
It's an interesting motivation because it wasn't necessarily his goal when we first met him. I mean, he has the arm tattoos for the Tron T, but still. It kind of comes out of nowhere to be honest, but it does imply that there's more history or resentment of Tron than Cyrus originally let on. Even still, I can tie it back to him being jealous of Beck. Really, this entire episode was him trying to show Tron that Beck is an embarrassment for not being able to outsmart or even predict what Cyrus will do next. Still, Cyrus wanting to be Tron is a little surprising. Tron uses his arrogance and ego to his advantage, surprising him by sticking the bomb on his chest. Tron calls him predictable, which kind of implies to me that he was leading Cyrus into getting closer to the bomb for a little while. Like that was all
part of the plan, yes?
Just a moment later, Abel manages to get the bombs off of Zed and Mara. And, you know, I don't care that it's not Beck. I'm adding a point to our Save by Friends theme folder. Beck would have had no chance in saving Zed and Mara if he had done this alone. So Abel being here is absolutely instrumental. The two are still confused about who attacked them though. It's kind of shocking that Abel thinks that they'd be able to figure out it was Cyrus behind this, considering no one but Abel really knows that Cyrus is a cunt. He tries to get it out, but really meanders through the words, and before he's able to confirm that it was Cyrus, the bombs go off in his hands, causing electricity to course through the energy cells. The same electricity goes off on Cyrus, causing him to fall over a railing. Tron looks over to see that Cyrus seems to have escaped the death trap, or at the very least that he wasn't derezzed by it, since there weren't any cubes lying around. Yeah, I'm gonna need a replay on that one, Chief, because surely he was dead to rights. But I have such a crush on Cyrus, I'm gonna let it slide. Abel isn't quite as mystical or lucky, and fucking explodes in the crane, while Zed and Mara just barely escape. Abel's last words are yelling for them to run, a fucking hero to the end. Mara did actually try to help Abel before that, but Zed stopped her. I can see both sides of that. Like, maybe if they had tried, they could have saved him, but at the same time, I think it might have been too late. And with Abel's death, we get to add yet another point to our one-man army theme. Abel disrupted the status quo for a while, and it was really nice. It's a real shame that it couldn't last, but nothing gold can stay, I suppose. Beck arrives just a minute too late, and with the woman from the shop in the beginning of the episode pointing out that Tron blew up the crane, Mara turns, saying that he killed Abel. Seeing Mara make the shift from Tron supporter to hating Tron really hurts. Abel's death still hurts my soul a little bit, so I understand. But like Beck said, Mara specifically was a true believer the whole time. This is such an unfortunate twist for her. It's actually pretty crazy for Zed to defend the Renegade here. He believes that despite their rocky relationship, the Renegade couldn't kill Abel. He doesn't buy it. I'll have more to say about that next episode though. Beck has to run away from the crowd, which has quickly turned on him. Him and Tron overlook the city, recapping their losses. Tron's scar is much bigger than usual, indicating that when he says,
"And it's only going to get worse,"
it's already started. Beck tries to pull this episode back from ending on such a negative note by saying that he's ready for what's ahead, but holy fuck, Cyrus did a number on Uprising. We're basically back at square one, and there's not even a silver lining about it. Now, I don't usually have anything to say about the credits, but for these credits in particular, and only these credits in particular, the music is unique. It's much more somber and sad than the usual tone we get, almost like a song you'd hear at a funeral, which truly puts this episode in a league of its own. This episode allows us to see how Tron protects the grid from threats that aren't just the occupation. He was designed to keep the grid safe, and Cyrus basically wanting to nuke the entire system, that seems like something that Tron would want to attend to. And it's really the only time in the show we see a threat like that. So let's put this guy in S tier between episodes 9 and 10. As for the death toll, we have 3 occupation soldiers in the beginning, the program who was hiding energy, and Abel, which brings our total to 51 for the show. I'd also like to end this episode on what might be my favorite note about the predeterminism theme they had going. Cyrus said,
"No matter what you do, someone will not survive."
And even though he meant Mara and Zed, Abel ended up paying the price. And I think that's a really cheeky way to handle the written nature of the grid. He was right, someone didn't survive. He told us that, but it wasn't who we expected. So is this all programmed like Cyrus said? Or was there a world where Zed and Mara didn't make it? Or where Tron didn't make it? And these are the questions we get to sit with because of this episode. Yeah, it's S tier, come on. Yay, we did it.
You are Tron now. The Uprising depends on it.
This episode starts in a very somber tone, allowing the Garage to mourn Abel's death. Which, I gotta say, not every franchise allows characters to mourn other characters' deaths, so, you know, this is a good look. Looking at you, Star Wars. Mara is insistent to Zed that it was the Renegade's fault, and it's kind of shocking that Zed is defending him at all. Only a little shocking, though, since he made his huge strides with the Renegade in episode 15. Beck enters, also defending the Renegade, and Mara lays into him about not being there. This is insanely justified, and it's kind of crazy he hasn't gotten it worse from her before now. Beck then trains more with Tron, where he expresses his concern that Mara's support has wavered. He's right to make a big deal about Mara hating the Renegade, since she was literally his only legit supporter. Tron seems overly optimistic about her ability to come back around, and I wonder if that's because he's ignoring the reality of the situation, or if it's because that's what Beck needs right now. Anyway, the training stops early as Tron collapses, and we see his scars growing and getting worse really quickly. Beck sticks him in his healing chamber, and I'm not even going to try to understand the balance between power output and plasma density in regards to healing, but the tank fucking explodes. Gotta say that the virus permutating Tron's system couldn't have come at a worse time now that Abel, the one who built his tank, is dead. Tron's battle with Cyrus compromised his ability to heal, meaning the virus is now eating him alive. I am a little confused though, because I didn't realize Tron had a virus. I thought it was just scars that Dyson gave him. What, did he not sanitize his tools first? Tron says,
I can't fight this off anymore.
So it sounds like something he's been dealing with for a long time. There actually is one line of dialogue that explains this that I originally overlooked, when Dyson says,
"That was my gift. A modification I added to your code as a safeguard."
So I guess he's always known about it, but it's super easy to miss though. Tron tells Beck he's got like 2 days left and that he is Tron now. It's kind of interesting poetry that despite Cyrus giving Beck the ability to choose his own destiny, Tron's death kind of forces an identity onto him anyway, which is also Cyrus's fault. Beck goes back to Abel's garage where he plans to clean out Abel's locker and can't quite bring himself to do it. Gotta say, it's awfully convenient that Bodhi and Abel had lockers right next to each other. Zed is there with him and comforts him, which isn't unexpected, but still very kind, given that Beck has been kind of a bad friend to him the entire show. So Beck walks down the street and gets mugged by some big guy in a mask. He specifically says, which makes it sound like his disc is his wallet. I guess that makes sense, I just never thought of it that way. Beck fights him off and the mugger laughs. He stands up and reveals himself as Cutler, the same program that Beck did the games with in episodes 2 and 3. He says he's here in Argonne to warn him that Clue is on his way, and he needs to contact Tron. I do not know why Cutler thinks that Beck knows where Tron is. It's not like Spider-Man where Peter Parker is the only one who gets pictures of him. Anyway, the Renegade meets Cutler at the docks to talk about this weapon, and it's revealed that Cutler ambushed Tron and that he's been repurposed. The ambush is simple but very effective in tearing Beck down further. Between Abel, Mara, and Tron on the ropes, he's lost so much in such a short amount of time. We get another really awesome cinematic shot of all the soldiers' discs turning on at the same time. Just one last one for the road, you know? A nice parallel to when this happened in episode 1, except now there's so many more guys, showing that Beck really has grown in being a threat to the occupation. It's a big circle, you know? Cutler keeps referring to him as Tron, and yes, Cutler was 100% a believer, but now that he's been repurposed and using the weapon Dyson was building, you know, the one guy who knew that Tron really is alive, it feels very much like this plan was made for Tron. Beck jumps off the side and light jets away from the scene. Cutler doesn't give chase, instead the mobile repurposing unit comes out from under the water. Wait a second, how fucking deep is the Argonne harbor that it can hide this city-sized mobile repurposing unit? Cutler's soldiers jump on light jets of their own and stay on him. And it only occurred to me now that this is like the first real light jet fight in the entire show, hitting us right at the end. Cutler is adamant about taking him alive, even firing on and killing a soldier who takes a shot at Beck. Beck evades the remaining ones by flying into a canyon before Cutler forces them out into the open once more. The remaining 2 light jets fire on Beck, which is strange since Cutler killed the last dude who did that. Why is it cool now? Especially because they actually do shoot him down, and honestly, they are super lucky that Beck managed to grab onto another light jet mid-air and take it over. If he fell and got derez, Cutler would be pissed. Beck flies into another canyon and books it up, creating a light trail wall and destroying the last soldier following him. Well, the jet gets destroyed. The soldier ejects last second. You know, why did Beck, and the soldiers for that matter, only turn their trails on now? Seems like an obstacle that could have been part of a fight the entire time. Beck is then cut off by the mobile repurposing unit, and Cutler tells him that he expects him to surrender because he can heal his scars if he joins them. Firstly, it's really interesting that Cutler leaves after he makes him this offer. He knows that it's super enticing, and he doesn't need to push him or try to capture him. He knows that if he's patient, Tron will inevitably take him up on this offer. It's also fascinating that after the events of Scars, the higher-ups of the occupation really do believe that Tron lives, and that there never was another Renegade besides him. That he's been covering his face because it's scarred, and Tron is insecure, I guess. Which actually does go really well with the Clue ideology. If something is imperfect, cover it up. Beck then tells Tron about the offer, and the weapon. Tron thinks that the huge recognizer is a mobile repurposing unit, which would heal Tron because it would extract his existing code, along with the virus that infects it. Beck realizes that if he interrupts the procedure after Tron's code is extracted, the virus will be gone and he'll be back to full health. Obviously a risky procedure, because if he fails or is too late, Tron will be repurposed. But they're kind of out of options thanks to Cyrus. Let's also add another point to our evolving weaponry folder. The repurposing units we've seen in both Legacy and Episode 10 were stationary. Having one that can travel and doesn't require shipping programs away from their home to repurpose them is a massive jump in the ability to grow the occupation forces. And most notably, they made it for Tron. If not for Tron's existence and continued aggression in Argonne, it wouldn't have needed to exist. We then go back to the garage where Mara and Zed are in the middle of a conversation where Zed is actually defending the Renegade. It's nice to see that he's done a 180 when it comes to at least understanding the Renegade's motives. He used to believe that the Renegade existed specifically to fuck over his life, but he's grown from that. It's nice to see. Mara's argument is that even if the Renegade didn't kill Abel, he should have been there to save him. Honestly, her argument is complete horseshit and shouldn't/doesn't align with what she believes from previous episodes. It's really fucking unfair to put a Renegade in a position like this, or anybody for that matter. But she's super mad and emotional about losing someone close to her, so let's give her a pass, you know? They don't have time to debate it though, as Pavel arrives in the garage to commandeer it for the occupation. Pavel goes into Abel's office and Bit has a panic attack, leading to Pavel derezing him, a loss worse than Abel. Although Bit dying does give us a chance to see de-resolution cubes actually change color, so that's kinda neat. The garage is obviously unhappy about this, and Zed says that we can't expect the Renegade to fight all their battles. Mara flip-flops on her stance of not forgiving and forgetting almost instantly, agreeing with Zed. Again, she's distressed, okay? Like, give her some leeway. So now we get back to the occupation, waiting for Tron to arrive. We see that Beck is there as he does. Seeing Beck return to his traditional black Renegade outfit to end the series is dope. Circling back around to remind the viewers of how he started at the beginning of the show. I also just kinda like the black suit on its own. It looks great, okay? As Tron arrives, he starts with his helmet up and lowers it to call for Cutler. It's at this point I wonder. I noticed that Tron's helmet is a different design from Beck's, but is that like seeing Danny Phantom as invisible? Like something only seen from the audience? Does every program's helmet kinda look the same? Because his helmet looks nothing like the helmet Cutler was fighting yesterday. While we're on this topic, actually, I should mention, it is the same design as the one that Rinsler had in Legacy. Very consistent there. Cutler lets Tron onto the ship, and Beck enters after him. We waste no time with Cutler beginning the procedure on Tron instantly. Tron taps a little button on his palm that allows Beck to track the progress of his repurposing. He makes his way to the repurposing chamber, taking out guards one at a time on the way. The repurposing machine brings Tron's disc up to the ceiling and starts sucking the code out of Tron's forehead. So, the repurposing sucks out Tron's code before inputting the new code to him. But if the process is interrupted in the middle like they planned, why doesn't he just become a blank husk? Like, he would have no code, right? Maybe it just defaults back to his original code, like how he was written. I guess that would make sense, but I am kind of writing the show a little bit at this point. Beck is right outside the door as he hits a steam pipe and takes out 8 occupation soldiers and a head-on assault. Hey, remember like 2 hours ago when I said we'd have to remember that moment from episode 4 when Tron said,
"What do I do? Blast through those guards? Take it out?"
You wouldn't make it.
Hey.
You wouldn't.
This is the payoff. 15 episodes ago, 2 hours of yapping later, but Beck has officially grown skilled enough to not only survive a frontal assault, but win a frontal assault against 8 occupation soldiers. I adore payoffs like this, man. It's so fantastic. Anyway, we see the repurposing process actually heal Tron's scars as Beck enters the room right before the code enters his head. He launches a soldier at the tube, and I do have to wonder, if the soldier didn't enter right at that exact moment, what was he gonna do? What was his plan here? So Tron is now down, and Beck gets overwhelmed by soldiers. Oh look, they all learned how to attack at the same time. Cutler comes up and is ready to meet the Renegade when Tron wakes up and declares that he has got this. He pushes Beck up against the wall like this is some shit you'd see on Book Talk, and reveals that he hasn't been repurposed after all, turning around and fighting the soldiers. Let's take a look quick at our Save by Friends theme folder, because this is the payoff of it. Despite Beck needing the extra hand from Abel, Lux, Tron, and others in the past, he was the only one who could save Tron here, and he did. I mean, in the most technical sense, Tron saves him once more for the road, but he was only able to pay that back because Beck succeeded in saving him first. Now let's pause quick and talk about this decision broadly in the Tron universe. Tron Legacy is set after this moment in the timeline, and in that movie, Tron has been repurposed, or at least convinced or broken. So because we all knew that this series was set before Legacy, there was a very serious chance that Beck would fail, Tron would be repurposed, and we would be able to continue Legacy right from this episode. There is a world where this happens, and Beck is the only one who stands a chance against him because he was trained by him. I won't say that that ending is better, but it would be a tidier end since Uprising didn't get a season 2. I'll be talking about that in the conclusion. I've got words to say about it. Anyway, Tron is now back to full strength, and he and Beck chase after Cutler. There's this moment where they get chased by soldiers and Tron throws Beck out of the room so he can beat the shit out of them. I don't quite know why he does this, but maybe he's excited. I also don't fully know why Tron isn't de-resing these programs. He hasn't had a problem doing that before. Maybe it's for Beck's benefit. During Tron's fight, Cutler tries to take out Beck. He gets him on the ground and it looks like he's gonna die until Beck removes his helmet and yells,
"Cutler, wake up!"
Now, wake up implies some kind of mind control, but I didn't know repurposing worked that way, based on how we see it working with Tron. Especially since it, like, literally removed the code from him, I don't know if this would work at all. On a different note, Cutler is literally the only person Beck reveals his identity to in the entire show. I've seen shows with a secret identity mechanic where the protagonist reveals it to, like, fucking everyone. Looking at you, Arrow. So Cutler begins fighting his repurposing, flashing between blue and orange, as Beck talks him down. Tron enters, but Cutler pulls out a grenade and throws himself over the edge. Beck grabs his hand, and Tron tells him that they have to go, and he needs to let go of his friend. Eventually, Beck does let go of his friend, causing a huge explosion in the mobile repurposing unit. It's really dramatic and sad that Cutler dies here, especially since Beck had to let him go. And with his death, you know what that means, another point for our one-man army theme.
This is why we can't have nice things.
The unit explodes and falls right out of the sky outside of Abel's garage. Say, do you think they'll change the name of this garage since Abel's gone? Tron gets stuck under something and Beck takes the Tron disc to lead them away. He fights them in view of the entire garage and you can tell he's tired, but he's ready to throw down with Pavel's grunts anyway. They move their way through the crowd until they get to Mara, who pulls out her disc to defend Tron. Then she's joined by Zed. Then she's joined by the one program that Beck saved in episode 11, and soon everybody one by one joins the line, as Mara says she's done letting the Renegade fight their battles. Notably, Bartek and Hopper look at each other like they're not quite joining the line, but in the wide shot they are there in line with everybody, which would put them on the right path to where they end up in Tron Legacy. Now, let's talk about Mara quick. Her lesson about letting the Renegade fight her battles is like almost not even in line with what Tron was trying to do. To have programs learn that they can stand up to bullies isn't quite the same thing as starting a revolution. It's kind of splitting hairs because I guess one does lead to the other, but it just doesn't quite feel like the lesson we should have taken away from the show. I think the show probably could have gone for a more overthrow the tyrannical government kind of note. Tron joins Beck, finally declaring that
the uprising has begun.
But bro, go talk to them! It's a huge missed opportunity that Tron and Beck don't go talk to all them fucking mechanics and say something. This is the time to rally them, right? The only reason Tron was hiding was because he was injured, but now that he's not, there's no reason to keep it a secret anymore. Let Tron be the face against the occupation. It also doesn't even make sense just from a series perspective. Why wouldn't you let your big hero make a speech at the end? I guess they gave it to Mara, and that's cool, but come on! The show is named after the dude. This would be the second time that Tron isn't the main character in a piece of media named after him. Don't make me get the Doofenshmirtz clip.
If I had a nickel for every time... Yeah,
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, hi Tesla, nice of you to join us, by the way. He's shocked and confused about the ship that crashed in his harbor, until Paige hands him a data pad, revealing slowly that Clue has been cleared for arrival. This is also her only appearance in the episode, and the last in the series. We see Clue's ship arrive in Argonne, leading a massive fleet of occupation ships close behind him.
We're entering Argonne now, sir.
Good.
And that is the end. That is the end of the whole series. Clue arriving in Argonne is a really solid and awesome way to kick off what should have been an incredible season 2. However, there are certain writing elements about the show that I feel could have lent themselves into leading into another season. Like if Clue had said something like,
Your move, Tron. Come on.
something more personal, you know? These two were friends. They were really close in legacy. Now, let's talk about Cutler's death really quick. I feel like it would have been a really optimistic ending if, instead of Cutler dying, Tron and Beck captured him, and the plan was to take him back to the hideout to find a way to break the repurposing. That would allow us to keep Cutler in the show, as well as broadly find a way to break the repurposing, so that they can use that as a tool in the future. Now, let's get on to the conclusion, but first, the death toll. We have the one dude that Cutler blew up, and 2 soldiers that blew up in the canyon. Bit, who I am counting as a program, cause fuck you, Cutler, and broadly everybody on the mobile repurposing unit, lol. But we'll skip them like we skipped the ISOs and just keep our death toll at 56 for the entire show, with only 3 being from Beck in episode 1. And even then, I could cope a little and say that their deaths were kind of self-inflicted. Still, I was surprised to find that Beck really didn't derez any programs throughout the whole series, even accidentally. And lastly, the tier list. I'll be honest, y'all, I don't quite think this episode belongs in S tier. It's a really great episode, but I just don't think it holds up to episodes 9 and 10. This really just feels like a part 2 to finish up things that episode 18 established. You know, it almost feels anticlimactic, but I do really feel like this episode belongs in A- tier, because the whole show basically feels unfinished. It feels like the show was only just getting started in the finale, and that the Uprising and the war on the occupation was actually set and ready to go. It felt like there were other elements and parts of this story that got going faster than this one did, and actually landed their jumps, including Cyrus and Abel being a part of Tron's group. So I feel like it really is only fitting to keep it in what is essentially the unfinished tier.
The uprising has begun.
Tron Uprising is a truly fantastic show, and it's not just a one-trick pony, it does a lot of things really well. But I won't pretend it's perfect. I don't think any show can really be perfect. So let's go over the good, the bad, and the ugly of Tron Uprising. Let's actually start with the bad, since I don't have a whole lot of negativity to say about this series. The first thing that comes to mind to me personally is the filler episodes. And I use that term really loosely because, as I said, each episode establishes things about our characters and plot. But even with that said, episodes 12 and 4 are definitely standout episodes as being not the most impactful. And even then, episode 12 does a great job for Zed and Mara, and episode 4 does a really good job for Zed and Paige. It makes the show kinda drag for me until we hit our peak in episode 9, but maybe that's a me problem, since I value payoffs more than setups. There's a moment in Zed's character journey where he girlfriend zones Mara, and that doesn't feel great, but he learns and grows from it, so it's fine, I guess. I'll be honest, guys, I'm kinda struggling to find bad things to talk about for this show. Oh, we can talk about the retcons. Retcons exist in the show. I've already talked about a lot of the specifics of them, but I think broadly, if a show can get away with not having retcons, it's probably better that it doesn't. But the Clue betrayal is really the only notable one, so it's not like the show is riddled with them. I do have a handful of world-building questions though, and that does go in the bad section for me. I know I already talked about the inconsistent coloring and fashion on the grid, so I won't beat them to death, but there's still some broad questions that I have about the grid given what I understand of it. I'm gonna just rapid fire these since I don't have answers and I think you kinda get the gist already. Why isn't there more crime if stealing a 4-wheeler is as simple as owning a mechanics wrench? How does scanning a disk memory work? How are you going to scan a program's entire memory unless there's like a keyword search within their memory? People always seem to have the exact moment they're looking for when they pull out a disk. I know I've mentioned this one, but why do programs watch the games? Like, they know it's their friends and neighbors in there, so why is this an effective form of entertainment? Now, it stands to reason that if you're going to open up your world a little bit more to allow audiences to see more of it, there will always be more questions unanswered. I just wish I knew the rules a little bit better. I do have this interesting one about Hopper and Bartek though. They're essentially civil protection officers. For anyone who doesn't recognize that term, it's from Half-Life 2. Civil protection were oppressed citizens who decided to turn on their fellow man and join the occupying force willingly. In return, they were given special treatment, like extra food and better living quarters. For simplicity's sake, I'm just gonna call Bartek and Hopper civil protection. If civil protection can break the curfew and even have special privileges about it, it seems like an episode where they could abuse that power to maintain a normal life with Tesla and Argonne would be a poignant point to make. They kind of touch on this with Hopper and Bartek, but they don't really seem to have special privileges beyond Paige's ear occasionally. And it's just yet another one of those questions that I wish I had more info about. Moving on from my unanswered questions, I feel very mixed feelings about killing Abel. On one hand, I like the tangible impact that Cyrus had on the story. He was probably the most impactful character in the show. But on the other hand, Abel was literally the only character who knew about Tron besides Beck, and he was the only character besides maybe Mara who went on missions and teamed up with our heroes. So so I think killing Abel was the wrong choice to make. You know what's something that isn't a negative? This is a show for kids. Does this feel like a show for kids to you? I direct you to this clip from Star Wars Rebels, another show that was made for kids.
You know what I do in hopeless situations?
Yeah, blow stuff up.
That feels very juvenile, very like, haha, yay, explosions. But what moments in Uprising feel like that? What part of Tron Uprising was made for kids? It feels very much like a show for all ages. No blood or overt violence, the gore was literally cubes. I don't know, man. I seriously don't know what else to say about the bad about this show, so let's move on to the good. And let me tell you, there is so much good about Tron Uprising. For starters, it's a continuation of the story of the grid, and for the most part, they don't really hurt the continuity that came before it. Aside from some general visual changes, the show only changes things that are really small and arguably make the story better. The biggest thing that comes to mind is the betrayal scene, adding more emotion and making it a bigger event for Tron than just Clue trying to assassinate Flynn. Beyond that, Uprising is the first major story about what I think is the most interesting part of the Tron universe, the world of the grid. Tron 1982 spent the first 40 minutes in the real world, and Tron Legacy spent the first 20 minutes. But the only actual user we see on the grid in Tron Uprising is Kevin Flynn, and it's his avatar. No humans are in this show whatsoever, except maybe the nondescript ones in the opening shot of episode 1. Speaking of Kevin Flynn, there are not a lot of returning characters from the Tron franchise. Other than Korra's cameo appearance and Kevin Flynn's retcon, Tron and Clue are the only returning characters, which makes sense since Tron is the namesake and Clue is our antagonist. Other than that, the characters of Tron Uprising are really solid, welcomed additions to help flesh out the grid. A huge part of what makes up the good parts of Tron Uprising come from the characters, and I really appreciate that. Other than the occupation, a lot of decisions and choices were made by our characters to help push the plot forward. Let's first talk about Tron himself. As the namesake of the show, he has more to do in this show than he's had to do in any property's past, which is saying something, considering most of his journey was actually done off screen. I mean, we saw some of it with some flashbacks, but it all happened before the Uprising story started. His story was a small one about learning how to lead a revolution and accept Beck as a mentee and a friend. He starts with episode 1, basically begging Beck for his help, but not chasing him when he refuses. He basically demands that the people he fights with be fully with him, which may explain a bit of why Dyson was so ride or die with Tron in the past. Once Beck commits, his training begins, which proves itself an uphill battle since Beck is still trying to balance his life. He uses training wheels to ensure that his new protege doesn't get himself de-res too soon, like doing recon with him in episode 4, and even assisting him in retrieving his disc in episode 5. That episode really proves to be a big hurdle for Tron to climb over, with acknowledging that Beck is not only his trainee, but his friend. This area is riddled with trauma from his past encounters with Cyrus, Dyson, and even Clue, which makes it all the harder for him to be on Beck's side when he becomes corrupted by the power disc in episode 7. But even still, Tron exercises his patience and stands by his friend, just as he did in episode 8, showing support and empathy to him as he finds it hard to take time off. He can't ignore his trauma come episode 9 though, when Dyson pops into Tron's life again. Now, face to face with the person who betrayed him the most, he moves to revenge, reverting to a time before Beck, ignoring his established friendship with him. I wish Beck could have had more of a chance to help Tron overcome his trauma, but Tron ends up resolving his own conflict here, allowing Dyson to live and even apologizing to Beck for his actions. I think this also marks an important moment for Beck, now being someone who stuck through Tron's emotional episode. This allows Tron to view him in a more different, possibly equal light than before, which leads nicely into episode 12, where he argues with Abel that Beck is now a necessity for the revolution, something I don't think he would have done prior to Dyson's arrival. I would also like to posit that Tron crossing that line with Beck allows him to be more open to the possibility of working with others in his crusade, like in episode 13 when Abel goes undercover to find out what's happening in Purgos, at Tron's request. Again, I don't think he would have asked Abel to do this prior to Dyson's episode, and he's only comfortable with doing it because of Beck's involvement. We then have to talk about Tron a bit more broadly as we view episode 14. In that episode, Tron is more hesitant again to work with new renegades, but it's not in the same way he was previously. His hesitance to work with the Jolly Tricksters was due more to knowing if their heart was fully in it, which is actually incredibly consistent for how he interviewed Beck in the first episode, not wanting to work with people whose hearts weren't in it 100%. Despite this though, we see a real glimpse of him acknowledge that Beck is a part of this revolution, by allowing him to make his own choices and mistakes on this matter. Every part of this episode really strengthens his character for this point of the story, which also continues in episode 17, when he warns Beck that Paige may be a lost cause, similar to how working with people who have one foot in and one foot out is a bad idea. Except Beck is too blinded by his dick here to notice. As episode 9 was Tron confronting his traitorous past, episode 18 is him confronting his biggest failure. Cyrus is the reason that Tron has trust issues in regards to bringing people into the fold. And he's the reason that Beck had such a rigorous screening process, and why it took Abel this long to actually do something for Tron. The subtext of the backstory for Cyrus is that he was Tron's first recruit because Tron didn't have any other options. He was probably nursed back to health by Cyrus, and similar to someone like Tai Lung from Kung Fu Panda, Cyrus views Tron as a mentor and father figure type. Cyrus's return really pins a target on Beck, but it gives Tron's guilt over his past a conduit for returning, shoving it in his face. Abel's death, in a way, is on Tron's hands. If he had screened Cyrus better, if he hadn't jumped at the first person who was interested in joining the revolution, he could have prevented that tragedy. Cyrus puts Tron at his lowest point, leading directly into the first half of episode 19, where the damage that Cyrus did impaired his healing ability, putting a ticking clock on Tron's last last days. So when Beck sees a chance to interrupt the repurposing and save Tron's life, it seems like the only real option to continue. Now you have to consider the situation from Tron's perspective. The last person he let into his life ended up killing Abel, and turning the entire city against him, not to mention endangering his friend and protege. And that's stacking on top of all the other trust issues that he has from Clue and Dyson. But the dude is literally on his deathbed, and his only chance is to trust somebody else. There's a world where Beck fails, Tron ends up being repurposed, and he needs to snuff out Beck's rebellion. And that's the world Tron is willing to put in Beck's hands right now. But despite the meta-knowledge that Tron ends up as Rinsler anyway, Beck does save Tron in time, allowing Tron's ultimate goal to be realized, an uprising against the occupation. Tron's personal journey is about learning to trust again, while butting up against the need to launch a revolution. It's honestly really great want versus need problems. He wants to start a revolution, but he needs to overcome his trust issues, in direct conflict with each other. He's got a very respectable arc for being such a prominent character, but he's only a piece of the story we're talking about here. Let's talk about Zed. Zed is really interesting because aside from his personal role of being Beck's friend, he's kind of the embodiment of Argon's perception about the Renegade. He starts out episode 1 believing that the Renegade is causing problems, which, again, is misplaced anger, since it's actually the occupation which is causing the problems he's complaining about. He's so frustrated with the Renegade that by episode 4, he's praising Clue, the furthest in favor of the occupation we see him for the entire series. In parallel with his opinions on the occupation are his opinions about the Renegade, except inverted. Initially, his adoration of the occupation and his hatred for the Renegade ran as perfect inverse, with episode 4 being the sinking point for both of them. Tricked into believing that the Renegade was stealing energy and causing blackouts, he cheers for Clue for putting a stop to it. Beyond the propaganda though, he was personally burgled by him, in the form of stealing his modified light cycle. Then in episode 7, Zed is also held hostage by the occupation, at Hopper and Bartek's request. We don't spend enough time with him during this period to know how he feels about it, but it looks like he's slipping a little more neutral towards the Renegade for coming to rescue them. Leading into episode 8, where he gets accused of being a Renegade sympathizer and almost executed at the square. And with the Renegade coming to his rescue, we actually get an idea of where he's at versus someone like Hopper. Hopper tries to subdue him, and Zed saves him. Now, his saving of the Renegade is essentially due to a greater dislike of Hopper, but still, steps in the right direction. Although into episode 11, when Tesla challenges him to surrender, Zed is basically the only one excited about it. He reneges a little bit about it when Mara scolds him for it, which actually may be our first glimpse of him coming around to the Renegade. Skipping ahead to episode 15, Zed goes through a big shift. The occupation mind controls Mara, and he must work with the Renegade to break her free. Although this shift comes externally with the motivation of caring about Mara, Zed manages to flip his entire worldview in the span of one episode, with the Renegade now moving into he's alright territory and the occupation being persona non grata. Then, Cyrus brings all of our characters to a place of hating the Renegade, which feels like a betrayal for someone like Mara. But for Zed, it actually pushes him to a place of being the only Renegade sympathizer left. Which finally brings us to our finale, when Zed, following Mara's lead, picks a side in the conflict, siding with the Renegade against the occupation. Even aside from Zed being a direct surrogate for the city's feelings about the Renegade, he goes through a few other smaller personal arcs, namely not letting his insecurities guide his actions. He does this by leaning on Mara and Beck, rather than giving into what bullies are saying about him. Remember that, kings and queens, lean on those who care about you. Zed overall is a really consistent character, even if he does kind of make me go, wait, why do you hate the Renegade when the occupation is such a dick to you? People who get swept into nationalism often can't see who's truly hurting them, and instead side with whoever has the best propaganda. But if Zed is a proxy for the city's feelings about the occupation, Mara is a proxy for the Uprising itself. She starts out in episode 1 being somewhat enamored by the Renegade, and nearly instantly seeing through the occupation's arrival in Argon. As early as episode 4, we can see that both she and Abel have a distrust of the occupation. In episode 5, she talks Zed out of working with the occupation to build weapon mods for light cycles, and even though she doesn't say anything about the occupation itself, it's clear where she stands on the conflict. Her first active aggression towards the occupation is telling Hopper and Bartek that she's going to de-res them when she gets out of being held hostage. In episode 8, she goes to bat for Hopper, knowing that he's not the Renegade. It's a bit of an outlier given that she hates him so much, but it probably has more to do with her base programming of being a good person and not wanting to see an innocent program de-resed, similar to how Tron would act. Episode 11 gives us a more vocal Mara, with her openly hoping that the Renegade beats Tesla and stands up to the occupation. Episode 11 marks a shift for the whole city, especially marked by the unnamed female civilian who's saved by Beck in the beginning of the episode. Tron was right in an inadvertent way. He wasn't correct broadly, but he was right about Mara, leading into episode 14 where she does mount her own revolution. Mara is basically the only steadfast supporter of Tron and the Uprising throughout the entire show. Episode 14 is her episode, showing that she'd be willing to die for the revolution. It puts her in her most supportive of the cause, setting her up to be mind-controlled in episode 15, and needing to be rescued by Zed. Only a minor inconvenience, as when the episode is over, she returns to believing that the Renegade is a force for good. Until Cyrus. He enters the scene and flips the entire dynamic on its head, making Zed the last defender of the Renegade and pushing Mara into believing that the Renegade killed Abel. An absolute betrayal. Everything she believed about him, everything she was willing to fight for, died with Abel. And it never even fully returns. The finale pushes Mara into learning the lesson that Tron was trying to teach in the first place, that she can stand up for herself, herself, and that the Renegade doesn't have to fight her battles for her. Mara's journey is probably my favorite in the entire show, and not for her specifically, but for her being a proxy. The very thought that there may be more Maras out there brings me such joy when I think about this series. The city's perception of the Renegade, especially with the eventual payoff that they will stand up to Clue in the future, really is a needed element of this show. The show titled Uprising would feel really hollow without an uprising happening at some point. These three kind of represent the main arcs of the show, which is fitting as they're all different sides and aspects of Beck's life. Beck himself is one of those protagonists that doesn't really have an arc or change throughout the show. This isn't terribly unusual though. Marty McFly and Indiana Jones don't go through arcs in their journey either. His journey is almost exactly in tandem with the start of the Revolution. He also has his own trials with managing his secret identity, but there's not really an arc or even any change to that since the beginning of the series, except for Abel knowing, but I don't count that. On the flip side of Beck, the first vetted renegade, we have Cyrus, the first non-vetted renegade. Cyrus also doesn't change throughout the series. He begins as a psychopath who wants to destroy the grid, and then simply hones in on wanting to destroy Beck. Or more specifically, free Beck, perhaps as a way to prove to Tron that his belief system is correct. They're both trying to save the grid, but in different ways, two sides of the same coin, and one end must be destroyed. Tron committing to it at the end is just the icing on the cake for the story. Cyrus pushed Tron hard enough that even as his first supporter and fellow renegade, Tron can't stand by his side. And if Beck and Cyrus are different sides of the same coin, then Paige and Pavel definitely are too. As Cyrus doesn't have as much backstory as Beck, Pavel is less developed than Paige. And yet you still know both of their opinions and personalities. Their similarities don't even stop there. Just as Cyrus tried to destroy Beck's life, Pavel tries to do the same to Paige. Paige and Pavel together symbolize the two halves of the occupation. That perfection can bring both order and chaos. And for the purposes of this show, it works wonderfully. Everything Paige tries to touch is handled with compassion and empathy, while everything Pavel touches gets progressively worse or evil. Looking broader than their direct dynamic though, it's an illusion, and I think that's a big part of what Paige's story is supposed to symbolize. To be clear, an occupation is still an occupation. The curfew isn't Beck's fault, it's the occupation's. The games coming to Argonne aren't Beck's fault, it's the occupation's. The oppression being doled out isn't Beck's fault, it's the occupation's. So even if Paige is one of the good ones, the system itself is broken in a way that doesn't allow for compassion to actually poke through, finally culminating in Paige herself getting within the crosshairs of a jealous and troublesome coworker. I've said before, if this show had another season, Paige's story would have continued, and I think Pavel's move would have created another enemy for Clue. But we'll talk about that in a second. Let's continue on with the good. The characters leave very little to be desired for Tron Uprising. Honestly, if every show had characters of this caliber, I would have a whole lot less to talk about. Let's step away from the characters now and instead switch to the style. You guys have heard me say, probably once a damn episode, that the aesthetics and art design of Tron Uprising is like unrivaled. Everywhere you look, there's a damn trailer shot, incredible music, stellar acting. The directors and actors of the show absolutely knew what they were doing, and it shows. Even if everything I've mentioned about the story and characters isn't that appealing to you, if you like watching shiny lights and explosions, Tron Uprising is a great pick. The show also doesn't have any huge retcons that destroy what came before it. Seriously, I mean, aside from the first Tron being in 1982, Tron Legacy was 3 years before Uprising came out. Do you realize how easy it is to just miss or forget things in 3 years? Okay, I hear you, who cares about retcons? Fine. But guys, the choreography! These fucking incredible feats with weapons that would never be possible. Like Beck's sweep into knee that he does in the training sequence, or utilizing the hole in Dyson's disc to disarm and break the lasso part, or Beck using the hole in his disc to disarm the staff that Pavel was using. Like, think about it this way, it would have been so easy to just have dudes punching each other. And in fairness, they do punch each other quite a bit. But the fact that they actually utilize the strengths and weaknesses of the tools and weapons they're using, fucking baller. It actually reminds me of how lucky we are that in Avengers Infinity War, Thanos and Doctor Strange got to have a magic battle instead of just fisting each other. Wait. Beyond that, the weapons, the new vehicles, the advancements. Do you remember how cool it was to see Tron Legacy in theaters with all the updated light cycles and jets? That's how I feel about this show. Huge ass recognizers, discs with whips on them, code extraction being used as torture. It's amazing! Which transitions us nicely into talking about what's definitely a staple of any great TV show or movie, a solid themes folder. Let's start with our evolving weaponry one, since we were already in that area. Tron as a franchise is really about advancing technology. The computer graphics that helped make Tron 1982 what it were revolutionary, and the technology of Legacy in 2010 were about reimagining the grid for modern audiences, with a new coat of paint if you will. I think Uprising reached a similar goal, allowing the fluidity and flexibility of a fully animated show to help Tron achieve heights that would have been hard for live action. I know on the surface evolving weaponry isn't like a blow you away kind of theme, but I think it's right in line with what Tron attempts to do in general. The natural progression of Flynn's workstation from the huge computer in 1982 was the touchscreen computer of 2010. And just as technology gets better and evolves on the large scale, the micro scale of the grid allows for evolution as well. In 1982, stabs and discs were all we got, but in Uprising we see whips, rocket launchers, lassos, extendo arms, and it makes total sense that as the world outside evolves, so does the world inside. What I think is interesting is that the world inside the grid is changing because of Tron himself. If Tron's presence wasn't felt in Argonne, the mind control weapon would have never come to fruition. They wouldn't need to have a mobile repurposing unit. They wouldn't need to keep innovating towards bigger and scarier technology. Tron makes that happen, and that's really awesome, fitting right in line with how Tron, the franchise, is about pushing the boundaries of technology as well. Now let's talk about our Saved by Friends theme folder. This theme feels very simple, but it's an ongoing theme and an important part of Beck's journey. Starting off the season, the dude couldn't save himself for shit. Constantly captured, constantly being bailed out by friends, and this was in character and made sense since he was brand new at this Renegade business. He needed the training wheels that Tron provided, and then later, Abel reinforced. Even smaller characters like Cutler and Lux help Beck along in this journey, and establishes a solid start to this journey for him. Now the reason that this is a theme at all is because it's not just an observation, it changes. Episode 13 gives us Beck saving himself for the first time, in a circumstance where somebody saving him would be impossible. Even the episode before it, Beck couldn't save everyone. Mara had to step in and repair the code that the Renegade broke. But post episode 13, Beck saves Mara and the Jolly Tricksters, then Mara and Zed again, then Keller, then Paige, then fucking Tron himself, twice actually. It took Beck progressing in his journey to go from being saved by everyone around him to actually saving others in turn. The fact that this theme grows and evolves with Beck in the same way that the evolving weaponry theme does really makes me feel good about this show. Allowing Beck to have some leniency in the beginning of his Renegade journey is great, but beyond that, I think it's really saying something about relying on your friends. You don't have to do it alone, and if you do try to do it alone,
you wouldn't make it.
Now let's talk about our It's About Them theme folder. It's not at all uncommon in hero stories for a protagonist to make major sacrifices for the betterment of the world. Think Batman in like literally every occasion. Like in Justice League Unlimited when he planned on flying a nuke into space, or Tony Stark in the Avengers when he also planned on flying a nuke into space. Don't make me get the Doofenshmirtz clip. But heroes also sacrifice on a smaller scale too. Like when Batman in The Dark Knight takes the rap for killing the cops to let Harvey Dent remain the symbol of purity. Or when Spider-Man has to miss the day-to-day important stuff of his friends and family because, well, the city needs him. Beck falls into both categories as well. He lets the city believe that he was the one mining the energy in episode 4, and he lets Paige believe that he would have left her on the island. And he is constantly putting Abel and Zed out because he's fighting a revolution. Beck was this close to losing his job for the revolution and for Tron in general. There isn't a huge twist to this theme or anything, it's just a really great mark of a hero in a setting like this. I wanted to keep track of it because it does really seem like Beck is getting shafted at every turn. Waging a revolution is a really thankless job, so, you know, go thank your local Beck. There's so much good in Tron Uprising, and it really was built on the foundation of Tron Legacy, and even Tron 1982 before that. But despite the good and even the bad, there's still the ugly part of the show. I want to talk about our last theme now, and it feels a little strange that we're putting a theme, a central part of the show, in the ugly section. But hear me out. Our last theme was One Man Army, and you've already heard some sass from me about how it's a detriment to the show. For a show called Uprising about launching a revolution and waging a war, yeah, it feels a little fucking annoying to have one guy as the fighting force. Between what a missed opportunity Lux and Cutler could have been, Mara getting thrown out, Paige's story remaining incomplete, and Abel dying, I really do wonder if the show had like some producer marching order to keep this show as status quo as possible. And only at the very end of the show does the Uprising really begin. Only then do we get to resolve this theme in a way that feels meaningful. And you know, maybe that's the point here. Maybe the whole point of this theme is to make us uncomfortable, to say, wait, maybe that's not how we do it. Beck and Tron are on their own here, and we just keep screaming at them to get more recruits, to work with more people. I mean, they come across enough, but maybe that's what the show is trying to tell us, like you and me at home. Maybe we can't do it on our own. Maybe being a one-man army is tough and uncomfortable, and if we could only lean on our friends a little bit more, if we could let people in, life would be a lot better. It would work out a lot easier. The moments in the show where Beck and Tron had the most success were when they worked with people, they collaborated. But because of their pride and fear of past mistakes, they overlooked key moments that could have helped them bring the fight to Clue. And in a way, I think that's a really wonderful thing to leave with an audience, even if it does hurt from a logistic sense. And the truth is that a majority of the complaints I have for this theme would be resolved if there was a second season. I still could make my point about the discomfort of their actions, but at least it would have an optimistic ending, an uprising if you will. It almost feels like a backhanded compliment to say the biggest offense to Tron Uprising is that there isn't a second season. I know, I'm simping, but it's actually really unfortunate for a lot of our themes and characters, not just the one-man army. Like, I made an entire layer of our tier list because some episodes felt unfinished. Not having a season 2 means that a lot of the storylines and setups in season 1 fall limp. Cyrus's escape means that his story was never quite finished, and that he was free to continue terrorizing Beck and Tron at his leisure. Mara never actually got to oppose the occupation in a meaningful way because Beck and Tron sent her away, and she never got the chance to come back. Paige's entire episode was basically rushed and had holes in the storyline and character motivations because it couldn't get a follow-up. Not to mention the ending. Like, really? We were about to kick the occupation up a notch. We went from a 1 on 1,000 fight to a 100 on 1,000,000, and we don't get to know how that goes. We don't get to see how it finishes. Uprising and Legacy are very incongruent on where they begin and end. Where did Rinsler come from? Why is he the way he is? How did Beck let that happen? I think a lot of these unanswered questions help contribute to the fact that Uprising isn't remembered very much today. Let's talk about the factors surrounding it. Disney's efforts to pour money into Tron Legacy and Tron Uprising was to try to win the 13 to 18-year-old demographic. Unfortunately, the show ended up being so good that it actually attracted the 18 to 24-year-old demographic instead, which admittedly makes sense. I will never say that a show needs to dumb itself down to be a kids show, but Tron Uprising takes a lot of really adult themes and concepts and throws them at the audience. Not to mention that maybe because there wasn't any blood or bona fide violence, it allowed them to maybe go a little too far with some of the graphic violence they chose to include. Like, they thought they could get away with it, so they did, but the demos didn't like it. Also, it should be said that a lot of people ended up not caring for the art style. I know I fucking loved it, and you've heard me gush about it, and this show won several art direction awards for good fucking reason, y'all. But I guess the 13 to 18 demo didn't feel the same way. To diverge from Tron a little bit, anyone remember Motor City? That show actually had the same goal, and the same problem. They tried to make a franchise that would appeal to teens, and it ended up garnering a higher demographic than they wanted. Lucky for Disney, a hidden third factor contributed to the death of the Tron franchise. Anyone know what that was? Any huge move that Disney pulled around 2012? That's right, they bought Lucasfilm. Once Disney had acquired Star Wars, combined with them acquiring Marvel in 2009 a few years earlier, the 13 to 18 demo was locked in, and as such, projects like Tron Uprising and Motor City didn't need to be funded anymore, so they weren't. Which only makes it more confusing that Tron Ares came out at all. My understanding is that Tron Ares was in development basically immediately after Tron Legacy concluded, with the creators and people attached going over different ideas on how to bring the grid forward in time even more than it was in 2010. I know for sure I never expected Tron Ares to come out, especially not now. As far as I could tell, there wasn't a whole lot of hype for it. The Tron franchise is extremely niche now that Disney is pumping Marvel and Star Wars, so the people who remember it are older viewers, which also kind of contributes to why I think Uprising was doomed to fail from the beginning. Other than Legacy, anyone who remembered Tron would have had to have seen it in 1982, or later. I guess VHS and DVDs existed. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about Ares, and I understand the movie is still new, so I put big text to indicate when the spoiler talk will be finished. Scrub the timeline and skip ahead if you really want. Ready? 3, 2, 1, okay. Tron Ares was disappointing. Don't get me wrong, there are worse movies out there, by far. And I'll even take the brave stance of saying that there were some elements of the movie that I really thought were fascinating, like the continuation of the arms race between Encom and Dillinger. But guys, Tron didn't even make an appearance. Kevin Flynn was basically a Force ghost, and Cora wasn't even mentioned. I feel like all the massive strides that were made due to Tron Legacy weren't even mentioned, aside from the small info blurb in the beginning about how the company was taken over by new people. I don't mind new characters, but there wasn't even a bridge here. In Legacy, you had Flynn's son and Alan. In Uprising, you had Tron himself, but like, what familiar faces exist in Tron Ares for us to latch onto? Encom is a company, not a character. Dillinger was technically in both 1982 and Legacy, but I mean, I consider the MCP a much larger antagonist than he ever was. Jared Leto's performance was fine. I've seen him act worse. Although it might be the direction, but I thought he turned human, like, really fast. But whatever. Parts I liked include the music was cool. And the visuals, for the times that they did actually pop off, were pretty cool. I liked the fight in the Encom servers, even if they didn't make any real sense from a story perspective. Let's break that down really quick as we get back into Uprising. Tron Ares kind of played out like a random sci-fi movie. Let me pitch it to you real quick without using brand names. Two tech companies tried to crack the code of the next evolution of technology, but the technology becomes personified and personally invested in reaching the outside world. Yeah, if you've seen the movie, you know that it's no shocker that the note everyone had about it before it came out turned out to be 100% correct. This movie didn't need to be a Tron property. Call it Virus Fighters and just make it its own thing. Look, as far as a Tron movie goes, it's inoffensive and easily forgettable. The themes it was trying to tell about becoming human were really popular maybe 10 years ago, but they've kind of run their course. The idea of a program or a machine finding humanity has been done time and time again. And if that was the big theme this movie had going for it, I just could have passed on it. I just feel like the themes that Legacy was building about perfection and AI and creating your own life inside a system are way more interesting than anything Ares had going for it. Uprising felt like it had a story to tell. Ares didn't. Part of me almost wishes that this movie didn't come out, so that even though it was just one season, Uprising would have been the most recent Tron content out there. Cause at least that season was good. At least that season like blew me the fuck away. So similar to the Wednesday show, at least Ares gave me a chance to talk about how amazing Uprising was. And still is. Like let's be clear, the show wasn't good for its time, it's just good. I'm truly thankful that Ares came out and allowed Tron to get talked about again. I mentioned before that Uprising was the first show I ever thought I might want to make a video about, even before I knew I wanted to make videos. And I'm glad this video came out now, after I've gotten a bit of experience and time learning how to articulate exactly what I mean. Tron Ares lacked heart, spirit, and a reason for existing. Meanwhile, Tron Uprising brought us characters, art, music, story, and yes, themes that just felt so tangible, so logically sound for the story it was trying to tell. It was trying to tell an idea. It was trying to show us all that being a hero isn't about the PR, it's about saving people. About how you can lean on your friends and allow yourself some grace before returning to it later. About how evolving technology is inevitable and we better make sure it's being utilized for a good reason. About how being an army of one is stupid and will ultimately make you feel incomplete in contrast. What was Ares trying to get across? I think there's so many great takeaways from Uprising that it just feels unfair to pretend like it doesn't exist, or for Ares to be the last mark on the franchise. And it's for all these reasons that I can tell you now, with the right words and articulation, how Tron Uprising is better than Tron Ares.